Hello, 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 hello.
Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, Chris Mills.
Good morning, Erik Akkersdijk.
How are you today?
I'm doing pretty good. I am very surprised at how well I've slept over these last few days. I reckon I've averaged about 9 hours.
That is a very good preparation, yeah.
Yes. So far it hasn't led to too many great results, but I have had a couple of PRs, including a pretty speedy OH average for me. So, pretty happy. And, oh, we got Selena saying hi now as well.
Welcome to the fourth and final day of Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022.
Yeah.
We will begin the day with 3x3 round 2. Places from 400 to 321. So if your seed was 400 through 381, you're going to compete in orange. 380 to 361, you're going to compete in green. 360 to 341 on blue, and 340 to 321 on red.
Hello everybody, we've already got 57 people watching. We've barely said a word, but yes. 3x3 round 2 is starting. 400 people made this round, so I think it was about 13 seconds. I'll check right now actually what you needed to make this round, but I believe it was around 13 seconds. So I think all of the members of the commentating team made it.
Definitely.
And speaking of members of the commentating team, I see James Molloy working upstairs with our coffees.
Did you get a coffee this time though, Chris?
No, I'm sticking with my chai latte.
Well, never change a winning team. You did some PRs yesterday. You just
PR?
talked about speedy one-handed times.
So it was a 15.45 average needed. So our good friend Perry Ledane, who counted a 22 due to a DNF, she actually made it. But so she's up. She's up right now. I wonder if she knows, because I think she was pretty convinced she wasn't going to make it, and she's up right now. So hopefully we actually see her bring up a cube. Yeah, here we go. She's walking up right now.
Tim Reynolds made it with a 12:03 average.
Yes, it was a long conversation. Patrick Dwyer made it. Robin Verstraeten. Simon Kelly. Sean O'Toole did not make it.
Unfortunately, Ron Van Broeken did not make it. That is unfortunate.
I think Timon made it.
You think? Yeah, he was here before.
He's actually all been here for a while. We were chatting to him earlier. So, I think Perry Ledane is going to be the competitor to watch right now. She is on the yellow stage, or the orange stage, or the gold stage, depending on your color perception. So, we're going to be focusing on her.
The saffron stage.
We'll probably try and get the cameras on her as well, since she'll definitely be the fastest person competing right now as well.
How about the mango stage?
We should.
Right. Having a look back to yesterday, we have had some amazing results. A couple of continental records. I guess Timon got all of those. So Timon had a very, very good day yesterday. He won 6x6. He won 7x7 with a continental record. And of course we had one of the highlights of yesterday, where Timon did a 397 continental record for a 3x3 single. That definitely was the solve that got the most attention from the crowd yesterday. Obviously, maybe if you watched yesterday, we also had the Rubik's Euro 5-a-side, was a nice little unofficial side event in which Chris Mills himself competed.
Fun.
Was good
And
fun.
the UK did pretty well. Here we have Perry doing her first solve. Hopefully she'll be able to improve on her counting 22 from the first round. Although not a great start for her. She's currently got a mid-9 average in competition.
The competition shirt that you can get outside, it looks quite good in pink. I think it doesn't look that great in black. I think
Yes.
Patrick Hetko from our Airbnb has it in black, but then the logo.
I was tempted to get one in pink.
Yeah, why not? It takes a real man to wear pink, they say. I guess.
One of my favorite shirts is in pink. So, to make the third round, the semi-finals, it's top 100, and in the first round, top 100 was a 9.37 average. And I believe Erik got 100, yes, so that was
exactly
Erik
100, yeah.
with the 9.37 average.
Yeah, let's hope we can
So
improve on that.
Perry's PR average is around mid-9, so she's going to have to get a PR. Well, most likely she's going to have to get a PR to make the semi-finals.
It'll be the same for me. I've got a 9.8.
Why is
9.3 isn't out of reach, but
why is Daniel Wolin competing already?
probably a staff
He
thing.
is a staff member, of course, yeah. So we should keep an eye out on him. He's probably the fastest one, or one of the fastest then, if there's more staff members.
Simon Kelly has just finished a solve, and he has achieved a time that I cannot see due to a head in the way.
13.29.
Aha. Here's Callum Goodyear on our main screen right now. The main organizer of the competition, who's been doing a great job all throughout the weekend. And he's not too shabby at cubing as well. 14.28 for him. We also have Reto Bubendorf from Finland, the former FMC world record holder. Also
Reto
pretty
Bubendorf,
speedy,
also
with an
competing.
11.6.
That looks like Oliver Wheat. Or at least
On the
his
orange
drink.
stage, we've got Mads Flipson, who is one of them cameramen, photographers.
Oh, we have Leon Schmidtchen in this group as well. He is very fast on the blue stage, getting an 8.9.
Yeah, Leon also competed yesterday in the five-a-side. He did really well.
Yes,
Yes,
definitely.
Germany placed first.
Germany won.
Undefeated in Rubik's sanctioned events on Saturday evenings at major championships.
Adam Swain on the orange stage in the UK Champs 2017 shirt.
I lose track, so
Yes, it's black, purple 2014, black 2015, green 2016, red 2017, blue 2018, and what's 2019? Was it back to black?
I think it was red again,
No, I think it was black again.
because we had the lime green staff shirts in 2019, I think.
Do you
I
remember?
reckon we went back to black.
Do you remember 11?
Yes, that's black with white text.
No, I mean the
Here we have
the shirts.
Oliver
that we
Wheat,
had.
who
For
is
UK Open
Mikeless.
2011.
Hello, Oliver.
No, so,
Hello.
We're talking
so-
about
yeah,
so
I
it's
know,
the
sorry.
UK
Mic'd up
I'm still
soon enough.
I'm still pre-coffee.
9.5 for
I'm still
Daniel
pre-coffee.
Vallen,
I thought you were
who,
talking about
with
the
his
colors.
Swedish team, placed third.
I thought you were talking about the colors from World Championships or European Championships. Because in 2011 it was noteworthy. It was
was
hard,
pink.
It was really hard to forget because it was pink. It was
Those shirts looked really good quality, actually, and
Yes.
the staff were wearing that nice navy blue. Both shirts looked really nice. It looked awesome on the stream back then.
It was because we had. I think it was to honor the king, like royalty in Thailand.
That would make a lot of sense, yeah.
We've also got Harry Savage on the blue stage in this group. So mostly these are run by speed, but some of the staff in the grey hoodies will be moved around a little bit so they can help out in later groups.
Do you think that might be an advantage? Because in the fastest group, the noise and distraction from the crowd
It could be.
is definitely a factor.
Oh, yeah.
But
definitely
none
right
of
about
these guys are too fast, and they will definitely make the semi-finals anyway. So I don't think that's something we really need to worry about.
that. Yeah, if you think about people like Leon and Harry and Daniel, they all average, what, high 7 to mid-8.
Yeah.
Yes.
So not in contention for the final, but comfortably through into the
10.4 for Perry. Not great. She's going to have to get a few 8s now to make the semi-finals.
I like the Swedish hoodies as well.
Yeah, they
Good.
look awesome.
Svenska.
So the Swedes stand out with their nice hoodie with the big Sverige flag on them. The Finns stand out with their blue jackets. They look very, very cool. Timo's just solving on the red stage now.
And then the Dutch also have the blue hoodies.
Yes. Yes. But they all have logos in different places. They all have different designs, so it's very easy to tell them apart. The Italian hoodies look really nice. The navy blue with Italia on the back.
And then the Danish apparel is kind of easy to spot as well.
Oh,
with
yes,
some hoodies and t-shirts
Yeah.
with, well,
We can see Martin over there way in the background with the bright red and white. So fun fact about Sweden is they wanted to get a flag for the Rubik's Europe 5-a-side before they came.
yes, it is.
They could not source one. In Sweden, they could not find a Swedish flag. And so when they arrived, they went to Daniel and said, please help us. Please, can you find us a Swedish flag?
That is Daniel Egdal.
Yeah, and he did find a flag for them.
I reckon Daniel Egdal probably had one because at quite a lot of the Danish competitions over here, like at Nordic Championships and Denmark and Friends, they have all of flags for all of the countries that are attending the competition. So as he is part of the organization team, they probably had loads of flags stored away.
So another colour of the Euro shirt I've seen is this baby blue that I've seen going around. It looks quite nice.
I got a Euros 2018 shirt in that colour, although it is far too small for me now, as I've probably grown about a foot since then.
That's true. You were extremely short, and now you're extremely average height.
Extremely average height. I think for the UK, I'm slightly above average. You're just a giant man.
I am quite tall.
What height are you, Oliver Wheat? Well, I'm 5'10", so yeah.
So it's good that it is so early in the morning, yet we already have over 100 viewers. Have we got a similar turnout from yesterday in the sense that a lot of our current viewers are going to be from Europe or from Asia, or for the late sleepers, maybe there's a few
late gang.
Maybe there's a few West Coast Americans in chat.
Here's Perry doing her third salt. She's currently got an 11
It's
and a
not
10.
early morning, it's already past 9. Depends on your definition of early.
It's far too early.
It is definitely too early.
Oh, not a great salt for Perry. So, up today, we've got 3x3 round 2 first, which is happening right now. After 3x3 round 2 concludes, we'll be going on to something. My phone is having a bit of a moment right now. We'll be going on to 2x2 second round.
That's
Then
correct.
quickly following that is one-handed second round. Then Pyraminx second round. And then lunch. After lunch, we've got basically all of the finals, apart from the Big Blind, Multi-Blind, FMC, and Big Cube finals. So we'll be starting with Clock, then Scube, Square One, Megaminx, One-Handed, 5x5, Pyraminx, 3 blind, 2x2, 4x4, 3x3. Yeah, so after all of those finals conclude, we'll try and grab the winners or the people who did the best if they're not competing again in the subsequent final. So we'll try and grab those in the in-between the rounds to have a nice interview with them and get some cool insights.
Thanks for scrambling, James. No worries, no worries. Leon Schmidtchen with 779. Nice fist bump there as well. You could see it in the overview screen on the bottom. Reto Bubendorf with a 868. Also we see Laura Orndorff solving an issue. Apparently the judge and the competitor had something that they want to talk to her about. Also always a good reminder for active cubers, if you are a judge, if something happens you're not entirely sure what to do, always ask for the delegates for a decision on that. Don't go and rewarding extra attempts or obscure penalties that you are not entirely sure about.
Yeah,
Always
go find
get
your
the delegate.
local James Molloy and he'll sort you out.
Yes. James Molloy, obviously one of the delegates from the UK.
Oliver Wheat, who recently became a trainee delegate.
Yeah.
Speaking of delegates, here's Perry Ledane with a 10.37.
Who do you reckon knows the regs better, me or James?
Without a doubt.
I don't know. James is pretty knowledgeable. He's been keeping for a long time. James, nod if you think it's me. Okay, James thinks it's me. Okay, fair enough.
Making a poor decision right now and putting DNM in his cube just before he goes up to compete.
Is that a panic loop?
It is a panic loop.
Never do panic loop.
Never panic loop, guys. Don't do an OJ.
Are stat requests today possible? Yes, definitely. We do have some capacity for Oliver Wheat to do some nice stat requests. Obviously starting off with the famous NR Death world record.
So far.
We didn't actually explain that yesterday because we wanted to keep it a secret. But Eric, can you explain the NR Death World Records?
it was so complicated that I'm not entirely sure actually how
Okay.
to do that.
Okay, I'll go for it. So, we came up with this idea. What would the records be if, when you competed and claimed a world record, and then all of a sudden you pass away immediately after that competition, and you never competed again?
Why would you have to why would you just be forced to stop cubing? Why should it be death? It's a bit dark, isn't it?
Well, people really enjoy cubing. Most people here keep coming back for competitions, so there needs to be something drastic to stop us from doing it.
All right, good argument then.
So, you compete, you get a world record, and you die. And all of your remaining results no longer exist. So if you think of somebody like Felix, second competition, breaks world record, boom, he's gone. None of his other world records exist. No, not 5x5, not 4 blind, not one-handed. None of these records would exist. And so all of the world records that have been set based on the current metric probably don't exist, right?
That means that it's only going to go for world records, or is it any
Well,
record?
that's the idea for this thing.
Right.
And we've calculated that before, but it's been a while and we don't have that stat available.
And we're only going to do 3x3.
No, for every event.
For every event.
Yeah, we want to know for every event.
Would it also do the crossover between the events then? So that means like if Felix does a world record in 3x3, then
Yep,
supposedly
he doesn't compete any more after that, and so none of his anything. And so people in chat are saying, oh, Timon got a Pyrrha world record before 3x3, but the thing is, he'll probably end up getting a Pyrrha world record with a time he got earlier in his career that it wasn't actually a world record.
That is true.
So, my thought was, what if we did the same but for national records? So, or any record. You go to a competition, if you get any record at all, national record, continental record, world record, you die. And so that is your last competition. What would the world records be today? And I think that's very interesting. But it's very, 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 very difficult to code. And but it sounds fun.
It is. So that means starting off, World Championships 1982, Mintai wins 22.95, dies.
And everyone who gets a European record, Asian record.
Oh, that means that also after 82, Guusrazu Schulz.
Actually, everyone would die.
Oh,
Because they all got national records.
Yeah, okay, I get it.
That's where you picked it up. That is for everyone who's competed in the Rubik's 5-a-side.
So I am off to compete very soon, I think. They just announced for the next groups to hand in. So I think that is me and Oliver going to compete right now. And so good luck us.
Just like in chat. Good luck, James.
Good luck, Oliver.
It was an Oliver.
We wish you speedy times. Many skips with scrambles. Yeah, you should aim high. Last layer skip. X cross last layer skip. So that means most people from Worlds 2003 would retire from cubing instantly. Yeah, that's exactly correct. That is exactly correct. Each PR.
Hello, Eric.
What's up, Chris?
What's poppin'?
What's happening?
Just a bit of warm up. So that was the first 180. No, 80. Just 80.
100 oh,
Just 80.
Too bad.
Sorry, I kind of led you on there a bit, didn't I?
I was hoping I could finish that, but there's no reason to.
Yeah. So we now have the next 80. So we're doing 80 at a time, 20 per group. In this group we have Edward Scully. I see him over on the green stage. I guess Ulrich Bradland. Charlie Starks wandering around, trying to figure out which group he is in. I also see my good friend Sohan Danap. Alessandro Ricci, the square one. Well, one of the fastest square ones of us here. He placed first in the second round and second in the second round.
I like this better. They can become coaches.
Yeah, instead of dying.
Yeah, once you get a record, you become a coach. Many coaches available then, which would raise the question then that the next cubers would be even faster with all the coaching.
Aha!
It's kind of hard to account for that then. There we have James Molloy already on stage.
Sitting down
He's
on the red stage.
on the red stage. If you look at the bottom section of your screen, he's on the right side.
Big man in grey.
Many men in grey. He's got the red beard like a Viking.
Yes. Brown hair, but a red beard.
His hairline is descending towards his chin. 1174.
And his hair is rising above his forehead.
That's another way to put it.
James Molloy has quite a few tabs open, so I'm going to do him a favour and close a lot of them.
Yeah, clear up some of that RAM.
We all know Google Chrome uses a redonkulous amount of RAM.
Ridiculous. All right. So chat, how are you doing? Do you have any questions for upcoming interviews that we can possibly do? Do you want to ask your idol, your friend, your colleague something? Do you are you looking forward to finals? What is the reason for you tuning in today? Looking to get some entertainment, some motivation, or are you cheering for your friend? Which top 3x3 can you beat in a boxing match? That's a good one. Reminds me of the discipline that we had. I've seen it a couple of times where we have chess boxing. Challenge to body and mind. So you would do a quick chess match and then do one round of boxing and then another chess match. Kind of exciting. Having some fast female cubers on stage right now. Yesterday we ran the stat and we concluded that the percentage of female cubers is rising, which is great to see. I'm sure in the future we will have more cubers of the likes of Juliette Sebastien. Delphine Tran getting a 12.01. She can do better than that. Motivation and entertainment, very nice. If there's any way we can help you being more entertained, let us know. Finns supporting their countrymen. How do you go from beginner's method to CFOP? That is a very good question. And I think there's a bit of a gap in the information that is online. There's many good beginner's methods. There's many methods or many videos that explain the sexy move method. The one I came up with first, it's explained very well on a tutorial from the cubicle. But the step from getting from that beginner's method to full CFOP it's quite a steep one. There's quite a bit of learning to do. I'm not really sure what the best sources to go from there. Maybe going from like a sexy move method straight to CFOP is a bit too hard. Maybe you would need like an intermediate one. I'm not really sure what the best source is. If you've got one, let me know. Been many developments in cube tutorials, obviously. Haven't really seen any other solves of James. Looking forward to see that. So personally, I think like if you assume that you have learned how to solve the cube with the sexy move method, which is obviously very very lengthy. I think it's better to learn like the standard layer by layer, where you solve the corner in 3 moves if possible, or 3 sexy moves, not 5. So you would learn how to do the inverse of that. Maybe learn how to solve the corners in different slots as well. Maybe learn like a simple 4-loop last layer. And once you've done that, maybe try to pair up the corners before solving them. Maybe that's the best approach. Tim Reynolds, a fellow 2005 idea, 1376. Teresa Biermann, 1086. She's still looking for that first sub 10 average, I think. Maybe it'll, if it's not going to happen in this competition, I'm sure it's going to be in the next. What is your favorite COLL? Well, chat, let us know. There are quite some. Personally, I'm starting to like a lot of the RUD algorithms. PLL skip, yeah, sure, that's one of the cases. We have James Molloy on the far right of your screen solving, 1166. He would not make semi-finals with times like that, so he's got to step up his game. Yeah, you can get down to 30 seconds with beginner's method, but the question is, why would you do that? It's more fun solving with F12 as well. It requires some more puzzling. If you know how to solve the cube with beginner's method, it's really just applying the algorithms without understanding them. And then for F2L, which is the main step of the CFOP method, it requires some puzzling, which is really nice. I think if you know how to solve the cube with beginner's method and then starting to improve with F2L, I think the motivation also goes up again. Looks like my wife is not going to make next round. She's messing up another solve after getting a 16 on the first one and an 18. Oh, I better find a way of cheering her up. She had a 12-second average in the first round. Yeah, learning CFOP is really more of a process than like an A to B thing. It's not really a start and an end. There's always ways to improve. There's possibilities to solve more efficient or more finger trick friendly. James with another 11, who won 5 aside. Yeah, Germany won again after winning the Rubik sanctioned events for the last few years as well. You can check that out if you watched the stream from yesterday. There was some world-class solving in that, definitely. Personally, I was also impressed by the results of Twan Dullemont in that one. Busted out a couple of 6s. Twan did improve a lot in the last 2 years. Yeah, it's incredible. I'm sure he will get some really fast results and some high rankings in the near future. Maybe this competition already. He's certainly, in my eyes, he's certainly a contender for the top 3. I mean, he is placed 4th after Timon and both Wire brothers. Looking at the psych sheet. Yeah, 11 seconds now for Nora. That's much better. It's a bit too late to save the average with a counting 16, but 2 more solid solves can definitely make you feel a little bit better. On the far left, we have also Charlie Stark solving from the UK. 11.74. And on the blue stage in the front, with wearing a mustard colored t-shirt, we have your favorite, well, at least the favorite of the audience, Joey Gooley. He is a legend. Back in the days, it was a bit similar to the Antonio Cam memes, where every answer or every top cuber question, like who's the fastest 3x3 or 4x4, everything, it's always Joey Gooley. He's a very nice guy as well. Now let's see what our delegate and co-caster James Molloy does. He's up on the screen right now, solving on orange. And he dropped the cue. I guess he's trying to bust out that consistent 11-second average. I've only seen 11s from him so far. Yeah, Nora with another 11.
The next group of 3x3 are the ones who place between 161 and 240. The three between 221 and 240 compete in orange, 201 to 220 in green, 181
On the
to
far right
200
side, out of your
in
screen,
blue, and
is
161
Oliver
to
getting a
180 in
1070.
yellow.
Philippe Virolo with his awesome beard getting a 1581.
By the side, return your Rubik's cubes in the registration box. Thank you.
So the next round, I believe, or the next wave of groups, I believe is the one before the one where I'm gonna be in. So I think I'll start preparing a little bit for that, but of course I will not leave you alone because Oliver Weed is heading back up. He is finished. Can have a nice little chat with him, see how he had done. I mean, not seen all of his times. Also a reminder to you, after this today's competition, we will announce the next Euros, so the location of the next European Championships. So definitely stay tuned, or set your alarm clocks for the finals or the winner ceremony if you want to find out. So Oliver has returned. He's popping out his laptop.
Bye.
Hi Oliver. How'd you go?
I got 3 good times and 2 bad times, so unfortunately because of that second bad time it was counting, and so didn't do too well overall. But I did get a PLL skip. Yeah,
Yeah, we
just like
talked
you said.
about it beforehand. Why just get a
So
skip?
that's my first sub 10 that wasn't full step.
Nice. Bring it in.
But yeah, and also on the second worst of my average, I had probably the fastest F2L -1 I'd ever done. My look ahead was just so clean and just got through the whole solve really quickly. And then I messed up my last F2L pair, so I had to redo it, and that really threw me off. And then I ended up with an M move off, and so had to correct it, which took like a good couple of seconds.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
It was, but oh well.
But that means that you are now available for any stat requests, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yep, I'm gonna get started on any stat requests I see.
How about the first one we talked about? I'm guessing that's going to be a very tough one to solve today. Maybe for another day. I'm sure it's going to continue in the forums.
If you're on Facebook, if you join the group WCA Statistics, then I mean this is basically what I do all the time, and loads of other people are there doing the same things. So you can just request a statistic there. We also have a fun game that we call GTS, which is Guess the Stat, where someone will post some statistic but not tell you what the statistic is, and you've got to try and figure it out. And they can give you clues and tell you when you're wrong and everything. If you do try and join WCA Statistics, just make sure to comment what your favourite event and your WCA ID is if you have one, because those are the membership questions, and as an admin, I will reject anyone who doesn't answer those questions.
Yes, very nice, very nice. I would definitely suggest joining. Tim Reynolds popped out a nice stat request yesterday as well. Still don't know the solution to that. Meanwhile, Chris Mills joins us again.
Hello.
Hello. What have you been up to?
Toilet break.
Very good. Stat request. Largest absolute or relative gap between someone's first and second 3x3 average. Gonna write that one down. Write that one down. How many bet is it per group? So it's. That means I still have some time to warm up. How many different people have gotten a world record? We've had this before. I think it was 250 something. 259. Don't even need the database for that.
Need the database for that, but only on Thursday,
Yeah.
and then Friday, and then Saturday, and then today when it has been requested.
Again and again. It's a good stat. I really enjoyed the quiz we did yesterday when we had to guess all the 35 countries that have done a world record as well.
Something similar to that today when we've got a bit of downtime.
Throughout all of the 259 world record holders. I think I would be kind of happy if we just get more than half of those, because there's been so many of them. Yes, that is a very good idea. Let's do a nice Sporkle for that. Yeah, exactly. Very nice. Is that LEJ? That is LEJ.
He did quite poorly in the first round,
Oh.
but he averages around 7, so he really should make the semi-finals. Not sure what he's got so far, but this group is just starting, right? And a solid 8.4. His current official average is about 8.1, but he is definitely capable of low 7, maybe even sub 7. Michael on the blue stage on your left from Cyprus. Cyprus, the very few Cyprus people here. I think there's about 3 competitors from Cyprus.
They're very
cheering,
vocal though.
Yeah, they were cheering very loudly for UK yesterday, which we obviously appreciate. Sadly, they didn't get their own Rubik's 5-a-side team because they did not have 5 people. But an 11.2 for Michael, which I think is pretty good. I see Marcus Sue. On the orange stage, going up to compete. He's capable of sub 10 times. On the blue stage walking up, we've got Daniel Evans, who made 7x7 finals yesterday. He's from the UK. And next to him is Stian Neistad from Norway, who was part of the Norway 5-a-side team.
They did really well. I really enjoyed the battle against Finland when they popped out the
Oh,
sunglasses.
yes. So if you didn't catch it yesterday, in the first round of the 5-a-side, we had Finland versus Norway. And Finland walked on wearing sunglasses, and then whenever Norway finished the solve, they put on their sunglasses. So
That was
by
so
the end
class.
of it, all 10 members of the head-to-head were wearing sunglasses, and they walked off looking very stylish.
Each of the Norwegians winning a match and then just putting on their sunglasses and smirking at the camera. Absolutely cool as a cucumber, each and every one of them.
They 5-0'd Finland as well.
They did. It was less impressive when they started putting on the sunglasses in the next round when they were losing most of the matches.
Yeah, in that case it was more to hide the tears than
Yeah.
to be savage. On the right side, Karina Grangenbach from Denmark. She's one of the fastest female cubers here as well. Almost sub 10, fortunately +2 out of it. Chris getting 708. Whoa! There were 2 708s yesterday in the first round. One of them by none other than your favorite, Kieran Behan. At least he's one of my favorites. I'm sure he is one of yours as well. Chris almost vomiting after he sees what algo I use for his CV case. What are you using then? You should show me again. It involved a U2 at the start then. Oh, that's much better, yeah. Nice RUD out. Yeah, ZBLL. This one. Yeah, exactly, yeah. $10.14 for Karina. Multitask. Should try this one.
A JA perm, or an L perm as some people know it as.
You remember this one?
And I just don't know what he just did. He did like an X2.
This is a very, very old
What?
algorithm.
You're such an old man.
I think it is the optimal one.
Can you go back to last one?
Oh yeah. Oh. Thank you. Teach me, Chris. Teach me. Oh, it has it has a button which is that. Ah. I messed it up. Alright, not bad, not bad. And then next. This is not right. Looks like this wave of groups is about to finish. The blue stage is empty already. Green stage is almost empty as well.
Next wave, aren't you?
No, I'm 100.
Yes.
40.
80 at a time. So we've got 161 here. So the next 80, you'll be in the fastest. You'll be on the red stage in the next.
Oh no.
Right. Anyway, I've got the
Busting
answer
out a
to the
7.
stat of the biggest improvement between the first two averages in 3x3 hour competition. First of all, done by absolute difference. We've got Brenton Reba, who first of all got a 7-minute 03 average, and then managed to decrease that to a 109 average by a second competition, which gives a difference of 354 seconds.
Yeah.
Group of 3x3 are the ones who will place between 80 and 160. So if you were between 141
This is
and
me.
160, completed orange.
Good luck.
141
Goodbye.
to
Thank you.
140 on green, 101 to 120 on blue, and 80 to 140 on red.
For the ratio stat, so we've got Andre Razvan Lionel, probably got that completely wrong. His first ever average was 255.32, and he then improved that to his second average of 18.63 seconds, which is a factor of 90 difference. Just to read through chat for a bit, yes, top 100 go through. So probably most of the people in this group are not going to go through, but the people on the red stage are likely to. And then pretty much almost certainly everyone in the next 4 groups will be going through because they'll be very fast. Will this be finished in time? I believe we're currently on schedule. We have been either on schedule or ahead of schedule for the whole weekend, so yes, I believe it probably will be finished in time. Timon sub 3 now. I don't think he's going to be getting close to a sub 3. He'd love another sub 4. I feel like now that he's gotten his first sub 4 that wasn't +2'd, then I think he's completely capable of getting loads more. Are you guys tired after 3 days of radio work? Yes. Yes, I have been quite tired after every day. At one point yesterday, just before 3 blind, I had to just take a break because it was getting a bit tiring. I had to just kind of relax for a bit, you know, but it's pretty chill for the most part. Do you have enough time to shower before the fast group of this round? Probably. Depends how quickly you shower. But there is an entire other group of 4 groups before we go through to the fast people. So if you judge roughly how long it's been since my group, so how long that I've been here for, then that's about how long that this group will probably take. Maybe a bit faster, because obviously these guys are going to be solving a bit faster, but it's only going to be a few seconds difference there. What do the winners get as prizes? I've not a clue. I've heard something that the very European champion might be getting, might be finding out about, maybe even, maybe be sharing it with us. We'll see. We'll see. What is the most jump of places in world ranking in every event? That's not exactly the easiest stat to do, and the reason is that it's quite difficult to determine what the world rank of someone was at a particular time. Well, it's not, but it's hard to determine what the world ranks of everyone were at that particular time. Sam and I once tried to write a query that would solve this, and I think I accidentally left the code running for 3 full days, and it still hadn't completed.
I think most likely it will be somebody who got a world record at their first competition. Maybe or somebody who got top 100 3x3.
It'll be someone who got their world record at their second competition, but they were really bad at their first one.
I guess. Well, I guess it depends what you classify. Like, if they haven't competed, are they the worst in the world, or do they not count?
I would say that they have to have at least competed twice.
Okay.
Judging on round 1, you'll need about 9.3-ish to make semis. That's probably about true. I think Erik was 100th exactly, so roughly whatever Erik gets will be what makes it through. Will Chris Mills be winning Rescramble? Rescramble is not a WCA official event. It is a Red Bull event, and Red Bull aren't currently having any events to do with Speedcubing, so if it were having it though, my money would be on him. I'd bet. Milan, yes, Milan is on the blue stage. You can see him in the camera. It's on the very left blue stage on the right. Just got a 12.11. He's obviously not happy with that. Timon, 3x3 world record single on average when? I definitely think the average world record is within the realms of possibility, but it only takes like 1 or 2 high 5s or low 6s to completely ruin the average. Like, as we saw yesterday after his 3.97, he then got a low 6 and then a high 5. And by that point, we already knew that he wasn't going to get world record average. So he needs to perform consistently for at least 4 of the 5 solves, and some would say it's probably quite unlikely that he's going to be doing that in the latter rounds of a Continental Championship, but we'll see, we'll see. And as for single, I think he's obviously capable of it. Obviously, Matty is capable of it as well. I think that I was quite blown away by his 308, so at the moment, I think that he's maybe got one of the best shots, or maybe I've forgotten his name from China when they start having competitions. That one. He's very, very speedy, and I bet that he's been practicing a lot, even though they've had no competitions in China recently. Has anyone gotten a world record on their first comp in the 21st century? Someone already pointed out 2003. There was also Samir Mahmood, who I can't remember what year it was. Do you remember, Chris? Maybe. He was a UK cuber. He rocked up, got world record 2x2 average. Refused to comment. Yeah, that is still his best 2x2 average. So, yep, it does happen. Hello, Blale. Blale said hi. No, he said hi to me. Are they reading YouTube chat? As far as I know, we don't have a YouTube chat still, because there were too many spammers and they were not sending particularly nice messages, and even their usernames were not particularly nice. And so the YouTube moderation is just not as good as the Twitch moderation, and so it's just a lot easier to get rid of it completely. So unfortunately, if you're watching on YouTube, we are also streaming this live on Twitch, and you can go over there if you want to leave comments, and hopefully we'll read them out. If this is something that takes your fancy as well, you could go to Twitch and use a pop-out chat window, which is what I'm currently looking at, and then you'll be able to watch it on YouTube with the pop-out chat window on Twitch, so that you can still comment. Is Chris there? Yes, Chris is there, but he's obviously competing in 3x3 soon, and so he's trying to get some last-minute practice. I wish him all the best. Chris Cubing says, my name is also Chris. I gather that from your username. Next comp, Farmy gets OH world record average and single, I'm calling it. Single, not so sure about, but the 6-second 3x3 OH singles seem to be standing for a long time, so world record average, definitely very possible though. I know that Patrick is quaking in his boots, just waiting for Farmy to take the world record off of him. Hey John Prediction, what's up with you? We're currently watching some decently fast 3x3 solvers. Not the fastest group, but I mean, they're faster than me because I was in the previous group. Got a challenge. I'm trying to get a sub 10 single until the end of the competition. I averaged sub 14.5. Well, you've got a few hours left. There's only one day left of the competition, so good luck with that one. Who do you think will win this competition for 3x3? I think that there's not a person in this venue who would realistically think that anyone other than Timon is going to win it. He is just extremely dominant at the moment, and it's quite amazing really, because normally 3x3 is one of the most contended spots. Remember last Euros, we really did not know who was going to win it. Mutz ended up taking the title. This one, he's just so far ahead of everyone else. There's still a chance that he locks up, maybe even pops. I don't know whether pops on his 3x3 are even possible, but I know that pops on Chris's 3x3 are possible because he swapped cubes with me yesterday and we didn't realise. So yeah, there's a chance he doesn't win it, but I think that most people will be saying that he has it comfortably in the bag. Yeah, Max Xiao and Patrick Ponce are probably the other two people who could win in terms of coming first place at this comp. But of course, both of them are American, and so they won't be able to take the title of European champion. Someone says Max isn't there. Max Park isn't here because of personal issues, but Max Xiao is. And of course, Max Xiao with the former fastest 3x3 single on camera, no longer after yesterday, so. What do you think 3x3 world record single will be before it plateaus? Well, it already plateaued for quite a while, and for quite a longer, I would say. So let's say 3.47, I guess. It depends how long of a plateau you're thinking. I think the eternal 3x3 world record will definitely be sub 3. I don't think it will ever get sub 2, and if it does ever get sub 2, I can't realistically see that being broken. Sorry, chat is going by so quickly that I'm struggling to keep up with it. Smallest competition ever, I might work on that in a second. How long ago was the last Euros? It was in 2018 in Madrid, Spain. And then, of course, COVID hit, and so we haven't been able to have one in 2020. Timon, Matty and Max Parker in a different league to everyone else. I've got to agree, though, as I mentioned earlier, Zhu Ruhang, or whatever his name is, from China, I definitely think that he's in a similar boat. He just hasn't got any competitions at the moment because China. Yep, the Continental Championships are every 2 years, and we alternate with the World Championships, which are also every 2 years. World Championships being on odd years and Continentals on even years. You missed Timon's 3.97 yesterday. Oh no, it was by far one of the highlights of the comp. If I've got to be honest, it has been my highlight of the comp. Yep, everyone could tell. Sub 4 would just be scrambling luck. Bit of both. Obviously, he was lucky that he got a PLL skip, which wasn't scramble luck. The scramble wasn't particularly great, to be fair. It was no one else was going to see that double X cross. It's just Timon is completely in a different league when it comes to his X cross solutions. I talked to him a bit about it yesterday after the comp, and he said that he just kind of was in a good mood. He was well rested. He was well prepared for it, and he just knocked out of the bag, really. He couldn't even remember what his solution was until we told him. Will you show Cubehead solves? Well, you might be able to see him currently on the rightmost blue stage. He's just walking away now. Looks like he's just completed his average. I'm not sure what he got, but he was on the small camera. unfortunately, he wasn't on the red stage, and so we didn't focus on him. Someone asked earlier what the smallest competition ever was. There was Easter FMC Campi 2019 in Helsinki, Finland, which had only 2 competitors. After that, there was China FM Shenyang 2011, which was 3 competitors. Also China FM Zhengzhou 2011, also 3 competitors. There was a big blind UBC 2019 in Canada, which was only 4 competitors. Fantabulous Minnesota competition 2015 with 6, a few more with 6, and then... So yeah, mostly FMC comps and blind comps.
The smallest competition that held 3x3?
Well, I think Fantabulous Minnesota 2015 might have been, but I can check that for you. Was wrong. The smallest competition that had 3x3 was another 6 competitor comp, Cuban Open 2016.
For the final group of 3x3, we have seed 80 to seed 1. Here in seed 61 to 80, sit on orange, or compete in orange. 41 to 60
Someone
on
asked,
green.
don't the WCA regulations say that the solve needs to be over a certain number of moves? Brackets, I think 18. 18 is very incorrect. The minimum number of moves for a 3x3 solve is only 2 moves. And Chris is about to compete, so good luck to Chris.
Thank you.
And regarding yesterday, once more, please don't sit on the stairs, sit on the seats, and if you're not a camera guy, don't sit between the spectators and the competitors. You have Zoom on your phone.
So yeah, minimum number of moves for a 3x3 is only 2, but realistically a 2-move scramble is so incredibly unlikely that a statistician or a probabilistic person would classify it as impossible. Actually, 18 would be an awful minimum move count because, well, first of all, FMC single would never be broken, and second of all, the majority of scrambles are 18 moves optimal. God's number is 20, but there are very few 20-move scrambles, and then a few more 90-move scrambles, and 18 is the most probable, and then it decreases from there. Hello, James.
Hello.
So we've got the fast people now, huh?
Yeah, we do. How did you do in your round, by the way?
Oh, I got 3 good times and 2 bad times. On one of the bad times, I had the fastest first 3 F12 pairs I've ever done, because my look ahead was really good, and I had to do my 4th F12 pair twice, which really messed with my head. And then I was off by a slice move that took me a long time to correct.
Yep.
But I did get a PLL skip, like we said just before the round.
Nice.
And I got a sub 10 on it.
Excellent.
How was your round, Erik? Eric's just joining us now.
I guess I decided not to do semifinals after all.
Oh no! Well, you were right on the edge, so...
Yeah, no, it was like a mid-9 rubbish, whatever.
There's still a chance.
Nah, I don't deserve. I had very sticky hands. I don't know really
Yeah,
what to
I've
do.
had that a few
Like
times.
cold but sticky.
Yeah, I have to wipe my hands quite a bit on my trousers just to get rid of the sweat before I start.
I had
Anyway.
a bit of a weird average. I had very, very good look ahead. I found my cross +1 in 4 of my solves, which is pretty rare for me. And my hands just couldn't keep up with my brain this time when it's normally the other way around.
Interesting, yeah.
So I got quite a lot of lockups, a couple of cube drops, ended with a low 11 average, which is
Not bad, not
pretty
bad.
much what I average.
Yeah.
So yeah, if I'd have maybe warmed up, if it was a bit later on in the day, could have been a sub 10 average maybe with how good my look ahead was going. But you win some, you lose some. It's the first round of the day. It's a majors. I was never going to make the semi-final anyway. I'm just happy to be here.
I'm quite happy to be here too. Someone asked, did I miss something sick from Timon? Well, if you weren't watching yesterday's video, we had 3x3 round 1. He got a 3.97, which is European record single, also the first sub 4 on camera. And we'll see whether we can get any cool times like that from him today. On the yellow stage, you can see Rob Yao solving, so we'll see what he gets, whilst the red stage probably still in the scrambling area.
And the green stage is getting underway as well, so this is the top 80.
Rob got
Getting started.
6.29.
Oh,
He looked very happy with that, unless he was upset because it was a +2. I'm not entirely sure, I can't see.
I cannot see it as well. Can you see it, Eric? Rob's cube.
629.
It looks solved. Is it solved?
It's super hard to see. Hold on. Looks solved.
Looks solved. So Rob with a 6.2 to
It's
start.
solved.
He leant back and did
He
like
did a little
bit
clap.
of. Oh, he did a clap.
He did a clap,
okay.
which is why I heard the clap even, which is
okay.
really unusual for Rob. Rob normally doesn't react at all to his solves.
Doesn't Do Yusheng have 447 have security footage? Yeah. So it's 347 and there is security footage. And so people have done the reconstruction from that security footage.
It's very
But
bad,
it is very low TPS and it is right in the background.
Chris Mills starting off with a 748.
He will not be happy with that.
Nope. Looks like we still got some slower people on the red stage. I think they're still finishing off the previous group. Maybe we started a little bit too quickly for them. In the meantime, on the blue stage, we've got a few well-known faces like Kevin Gerhardt, although his display isn't working currently.
Next to him, we've got Richard Delacoste. Also, over there, we've got Anthony Paterakis and Knut. And on the red stage, we've got Twan Dulimont about to start his solve. We obviously saw his crazy TPS and look ahead from yesterday. And next to him, Linus Loren from Finland, the current NR single holder.
And we've got Timon sitting down to do his first solve now. Obviously, he'll take quite a while to prepare, so it might be a little while before we get to see his solve.
There's Twan starting.
Matt's got a 6.61.
Twan with a couple of pauses.
Hesitations.
Seems like he's not warm yet. He's not got his brain functioning.
It is very early in the morning, to be fair, so not too surprising.
And something else to note that you might not be able to hear on stream is the closer and closer Timon gets to starting, the venue gets quieter and quieter. As he gets through his inspection, people start quietening down, and as he starts solving, people start getting very quiet.
And gasping.
ZBLL?
574, not a bad start.
He'll be disappointed with his ZB recognition on that one, I think. There was quite a big pause there.
Yeah,
Probably
maybe.
one of the trickier cases.
I did ask him yesterday, he does notice how quiet the venue gets when he's about to solve.
Yeah,
It doesn't
even
put him
through
off,
the
though, it does
defenders.
help him.
Oh, it does?
I think so.
That's quite interesting.
Actually, the one thing he did say was he was used to it from World's 2019 final, where
yes.
the entire venue will be silent during head-to-head,
Yes.
which is more common for head-to-head finals, but not for a waiting area like this. Seb Vire with a 723.
Rob looking pretty happy after his second solve. However, there was a faulty display yesterday, and it seems like the very end where he was solving has been the display has been removed and probably put back on the red stage, where Patrick is just about to get a 8.3.
That looked very fluid until the PLL, but it was still decently slow time for him. An 8.30 from Alexandre Carlier.
Meanwhile,
A 10.03
Chris Mills.
from George.
708.
708.
708?
Nice.
708.
Affirmative.
Wow, we're already up to 250 viewers.
What are you going to say about Chris Mills, Eric?
He was he did a 652 on his second solve with a nice fist pump.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, Twan doesn't do good on his second solve either.
Oh dear, he popped.
Timon.
No,
Twan.
in the top left.
Twan.
It's very unlucky to pop on 3x3. That's honestly, in my opinion, a symbol that you should really tighten your cube. To be honest, I don't think any 3x3 should be popping these days.
Yeah, I've done about 1,000 solves on my current 3x3, and I popped once, and I was extremely confused because all the most modern 3x3s just don't
Yeah,
pop.
my cube can't pop. I struggle to take an edge out. You got Timon warming up again for a solve. And
Canute
Juliet
got a-
Sebastian as well.
Canute got a 769 off on the blue stage. And both Vias are underway. Philip with a 574, so matching Timon's first attempt. And we've got Chris Mills starting on the blue stage, and Ben Barron getting a 777.
Seb with a 919. He's looking very tired right now. Alexandra Collier with a 722.
And right next to him, Kieran, unfortunately getting a 9.3. He'll be disappointed with that.
Chris
Chris
Mills,
with a 613. He's
Yes.
very happy with that.
Yeah.
He's giving the crowd a wave.
Someone inspecting now.
And again the same sort of thing. There was another LZB from what I saw. I can't quite see it on the screen. It's quite bright today. But it looked like another LZBLL, and at least for me, those cases are definitely the hardest set to recognize.
Right.
U and T are probably the easiest, and then H is quite
Ooh, I can see H being harder.
H is harder. However, there's the symmetry you get from H, and so there's actually
Okay,
fewer
true,
ZB
true.
cases for H.
Yeah.
And then pi and L I find very difficult to recognize, and I think that's also true for a lot of top solvers.
Right.
Max Shaw with a 548, George with an 875, Kim with a 655, and Twan with a 690, and Mutz with a 620. So there were a lot of solves going on at the same time. Oh, Philip Lewinsky with a 580 as well. So a lot of good times on this third scramble.
Anthony Paterakis gets
He gets a
Philip.
597 for Philip. That's now a
two
counting
fives,
5. Yeah.
14.6 for Anthony Patorakis.
Rasmus Detlefsen got a 705 over on the blue stage. And now we've got, who have we got? We've got
We've
Juliet,
got Kieran about to
Linus,
solve.
Alexandra.
Patrick did not go for his third yet, correct?
I don't think I've seen Patrick go for his third now.
So I've got 834, 841 for Patrick so far.
597 is the time that locked Philip World Championship title.
Oh, Alexandra Carle got a cube drop, 819.
There's Patrick on the front. Of
Kieran gets 732 on his third attempt.
and Chris Mills also getting ready for his fourth.
I think that was Przemysław Kalata with an 8.1.
Seb Vai with a 756.
And Chris Mills on the blue stage is starting his fourth solve, along with Kevin Gerhardt.
594, but it might be a
looks
plus
like a
two.
It's not a plus two.
Patrick.
Oh, it is, okay.
715 for
decent
Chris,
for Chris.
and 8.11 for Kevin Gerhardt.
Chris is
So I
looking very
think
good to get a sub-7 average here.
Enor is still on. If he gets his fastest time now, it'll be really close.
Chris's worst possible average is a 705. His best possible
okay.
average is a 660.
And the current NR is 673 for the
Marginal
UK.
improvement again, question mark.
Will he do it for? Would it be a fourth time he improves it by 0.01?
Philip
There's no way
Weyer
he
going
improves
for his
by
fourth.
0.01 again, surely. Someone waiting for another solve here.
Very good solve as well.
Philip
632.
Vai with a 632.
Anthony Paterakis getting a 789, and that's Alexander Torsten getting a, what is that, an 810?
Yep.
Yep. We obviously saw him doing extremely well for Sweden yesterday in the Rubik's Europe 5-a-side.
Canute with an 835.
Oh, Ben Barron gets the 759. That means he's got the 777 that we saw earlier.
Oh, that's who
Counting.
Ben Barron is.
Yes.
594 for Patrick. So Philip Weyer already has clocked in a worst possible average of 634.
Wow, that's
That must
really
place him
impressive.
in the top 3 of this round for sure.
Linus Lauren with a 726. Timon onto his fourth solve. Apem, 578. He's been very, very consistent.
That's very consistent, yeah.
That's only his third solve.
And
They've all been 5.7s, haven't they? Or
5.74, 5.84, 5.78.
Yeah, round about that then.
Yeah. And Philip Lewicki getting a 721, Alexander Collier 744, Shemashov Kaleta 868.
Svan going for his fourth.
And
Already
Max
has this
in the back 699.
18 count, 732.
Svan 732. So not a great average from him. His best possible is
Chris is
754, but that'll
starting
be
his fifth solve now.
safely through to the semi-final.
Come on, Chris. H-perp, 7.
No sub-7 average for Chris now.
7-0.
705. He'll be pretty happy with that.
Yeah, but he
that
doesn't
is
win
his
the bet
worst.
with Kieran.
That's his worst solve.
Oh,
525. Max
525. That was the world record when I started cubing.
That was the Colin Burns world record.
Yep.
Looks like we have an extra attempt. I'm not sure who that is, actually. But they are...
Looks like there's no delegate on the delegate seat, but hopefully they'll be able to get someone. Daniel Varlin is there, sorting it out.
Looks like he's just taken the DNF. I'm guessing he didn't start the timer.
I think it might have just been a solved cube maybe in the box. I'm not entirely sure.
So who is that competitor?
Hey, Chris, you got a 705 average. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I'm very happy with that.
It's not going to help you with the bet with Kieran though.
It's not. I'm going to have to get sub-7 in semis.
Oh,
Believe
Patrick
in
with a
me.
good time. 624. That is
How's
sub
everybody else
Mitch.
doing?
Patrick has a 751 average, if I'm not mistaken. Philip Wire has a worst possible average of 634.
Juliet with a lot of pauses there, getting an 833. Canute got a 15 off on the blue stage, but it looks like they're calling over a delegate, so I wonder if something went wrong with the timer there as well. And we've got Philip Lewicki, Linus Laurent, Valerio, all starting their last solves.
Simon on his fourth. Another A-perm.
Okay, so he's locked in a high 5 average.
He's happy with that. He's got another sub-6,
He's
which
been
he
so
didn't manage to get in round 1.
Yep. He's his best possible is 564 and his worst possible is 579. So it doesn't really matter what he gets on the last. He's going to win the round.
Let's see what Philip's average is. He messes up a little bit. 715.
And Mats Valk just about to start now as well.
Max Shaw got a 561 on his, I think, 5th attempt. Is he done? Oh no, he's got one more.
Mats on his last solve. Not very good, 801.
Bit of a lucky PLL there.
That means his average is 694. Not
Still
bad.
pretty good.
Pretty good.
Kieran's onto his last solve. It's going to be a 6. Yeah,
Van on his last
664.
solve, 709.
Sebastian getting a
That means that Chris beats him by
729.
0.04. We've got Patrick Iponki starting
Van
inspection now.
Doulemont getting a 709 as well.
Clocks in a 760 average of 5.
He will be very disappointed with that for certain.
789 from Patrick.
Juliet with a big pause before ZBLL struggling to recognize getting an 830.
Max Xiao's come up with his last solve. Don't know, but he's very happy with his 659.
I think,
Is that NR?
I was trying to figure out who that is, and I think
Looks
that
like
might be
he's not
Olaf
sure.
Kuzminski, the young Polish.
He's
Or
done some really good solves.
He's definitely happy with it though. He'll be definitely in the semi-finals. Max just starting inspection now. Looks like he's got a bit of awkward sunlight on his station actually, but hopefully it doesn't put him off.
yeah, it looks like it's just in front of the mat.
Yes, affirmative.
694. Pretty solid time there.
And again, Timon is the last of the bunch to finish his average.
Which means that everyone is still here watching him. Looks like Canute is also sitting down to his 5th solve on the blue stage.
And also Alexander Tostig, who was part of the Swedish team in the 5-a-side, which placed 3rd.
Again,
Very cool
this
that they
last
placed
solve
third.
will not really matter much for him, for his average, because his best possible is 564 and his worst possible is 579. So the last one is just for the fun of it. Maybe he can take some extra risks. Extra nice camera angle.
And this is the I call this the Faz special, doing throw up into the TZBLL on that specific OLL case.
Oh, I've heard about him talking about that actually.
Yes, so he's done it in multiple world records across 3x3, 4x4, and 5x5, and probably 6 and 7 that I haven't noticed as well.
So rather than doing the OLL case, he does a sexy F prime because he knows that it will give him a good ZBLL.
Yep, and Felix learned the full TZBLL set very, very early, realised he hated that OLL case, and so just turned all of them into throw off.
564 average.
ZB.
So far I've clocked in the averages of Timon with 564, Philip with a 634, and Mats has a 694 if I'm not mistaken. Obviously I didn't catch all of those times, so we'll have to wait for the full results of this second round of 3x3. And while everybody's storming back to the to the chill out area,
Next event is
we're moving on
2x2.
to 2x2.
So yes, the next event is 2x2,
On the first
but
overhead
the
with
semi-finals,
those
3x3,
200
the
and 101. If you're
that's
between
3.
176 and 200, complete in orange. If you're in 151,
Will start at
to
11:40 CEST. So if you want to see more fast solves, join us then.
150.
So, Oliver, do you have any more events left?
101.
No, I'm done now.
I am also done.
Fantastic.
Eric, what about you?
I expect to be done as well.
It is just commentating and watching from now on.
Now the fun can commence.
Whilst I would like Chris to join us on the stage, on the casting desk, I would also very much love to see him compete in the final. He is obviously not a favourite to win. He's very confident. He's got experience in the 2 at a time final, so he knows he has no pressure on himself.
And with a 705 average in the second round, that would definitely get him a spot in the finals, I'd reckon.
Yes, so if we go back to the latest major championship with the people we have here, we will be looking at Worlds 2019. And I don't know how many people remember what went on there, but the top 6 in the 3x3 final were all very, very closely matched. So Sung Hyuk Nam was 6th with 685. Felix was 5th with 684. 4th was Max with 683. 3rd, Sebastian Vire, here today with 681. And then in 2nd, we had Sean Patrick Villanueva from Philippines with 678. And the winner was Philip Vire with 674. And somebody mentioned in chat earlier, wasn't 597 the time Philip locked in the winning time with? Nearly. He got 597 on his 4th solve, and then he got 673 to lock in the victory last time.
Because of course his worst solve was the first of the average, which can often put you off, but sometimes actually make you stronger.
Yeah, I remember Euros 2008 on the first solve, Tomasz Zolnowski popping, and then pulling out 4 11s in a row.
And sometimes you just kind of solve like you've got no tomorrow. You're like, well, if I mess up any of these solves, it's going to be bad, and therefore I might as well go as fast as I can. And sometimes you can
Send
just
it.
knock out.
Just send it.
Yep,
Full
4 really good
send.
solves. That's definitely happened with me with a few PRs.
So for this WCA Rubik's European Championship 2022, I would expect that ranks 2 to 8 could be anyone's game. I think Timon has probably locked in the victory.
I'd agree
He
there.
seems very
Second
far
and third
ahead
place
of...
will be very contended then.
Yes.
Agreed.
There could be people that don't even make the final that could possibly get put into second place.
Of course, Philip being the current reigning world champion hasn't been performing too well in 3x3 at the moment, I think.
Philip?
Yeah.
He just got a 6:30 average.
Oh, he did?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm thinking of Sebastian, maybe.
Yes. But Sebastian, we know, performs generally quite badly throughout the day. Then he gets his little naps in, schlaft gut Bruder. And once they've got their sleep in throughout the day, during the earlier rounds, they turn up the performances for the final.
He's actually said that he doesn't nap as much recently. I did have a little talk with him about it. He said as soon as he enters a venue, he normally scopes out where he might be napping. And I reckon under the bleachers might be a somewhat good idea. But no, he says that he's been fairly awake so far this competition and hasn't been needing it.
We have some spotlight stations in the next round. Sun coming through, I guess.
It'd be very off-putting. I would definitely ask them to move to a different station if that were me.
Yes. Yeah, that's true. Although the competitor, I think that is Remy Estun. He doesn't care. He's in the slow group for 2x2. He's gonna whatever.
Well, if you're gonna do a one-look solve, it doesn't really matter that much, is it?
It'll put you off during inspection even. And the sunlight, the heat of it can be off-putting sometimes. I had
That's
that
also
at
very
a recent
true. That is right,
competition in the UK. After a power cut where our only light was the natural light, and the natural light was very low in the sky at the moment, at the time. So I had the sun bearing right on the back of my head, the glare from the cube. I had to try and block it out with my own shadow. And it made me really hot whilst I was doing it as well.
Yeah. So it is part of the regulations that says all competitors must compete in equal conditions. And so with the lighting like this, we have, seems like one on the red stage, one on the blue stage, and one on the yellow stage. Just
all
a
in the
little
exact
bit
same
unfortunate.
positions as each other as well.
Yes, just how the spacing worked. We have 4 stages, and there are 5 skylights with 2 on the edge. So the 3 middle skylights are shining these big blocks of light on the rightmost stage on all of them except the green one being right up against the wall over to our right.
Someone asked if Zayn and Hassan are identical twins. Does anyone know? I believe they're just brothers.
I think there are 3 Kanani brothers that compete regularly. I'm pretty sure they are just brothers.
Okay.
Speaking of these skylights, yesterday there was some rain. There was some water pouring into the venue.
They basically, apparently, most of the skylights closed at a certain point when they knew the rain was about to happen, but something went wrong with the mechanism with 2 of the skylights right next to our stream booth.
So apparently it was a fuse that burned through.
So when that actually happened, Callum was in the back, in the waiting area for one of the stations, just making sure everything was running fine, you know, doing your job as the main organizer. And somebody mentioned, oh hey, I think it's raining. Callum looked up towards us and saw the rain flooding in, let off a loud expletive apparently, and then ran.
Thankfully, the only people who got wet were the people who were idiots and decided to stand directly underneath it.
Yes, and we ended up blocking off the access to the upper bit where
Until
the rain
someone
was
came
coming
and cleared
in,
them up.
and then yes, it was mopped up. Who is older, Philip or Seb? You will have to ask them. I don't know, but it's going to be only by a few seconds because they are twins.
I think it's Seb
I
by
thought it was
8
Seb as
minutes.
well.
8
Yeah.
8 minutes. Okay.
I seem to remember Seb teasing Philip about it.
The younger brother.
Yeah. Shout out to WST for a good WCA live performance so far. I've heard that they've had to supercharge it at some point this weekend, just like they did last weekend with NAC, and they seem to be doing a really good job at getting those issues resolved as quickly as possible. So yeah, shout out to WST, the software team.
So somebody has just informed us that Leo Borromeo is competing at the moment, and in the 3x3 final at Negros Speedcubing Reopen, Leo got a 5.91 NR average.
Which is really cool. Did he have a sub-6 before?
I am not sure.
I'll look it up now.
Nope, I'll look it up now.
Meanwhile, I'm going to do what I should have done before the 3x3 round, namely go to this one.
He had a 592 average, so what was it?
591,
So
so
he
he
beat it by 0.01.
did the Chris Mill special.
Cool.
Beat your NR by 0.01.
Still lovely to see. Leo Borromeo is one of the fastest speedcubers in the world, so... Yeah, thank you, the 6th side. We already said that.
Do you know who that is?
I don't know.
That's James McDermott.
Oh, hello, James McDermott. I met you last Euros. We had tapas together.
We did, and that was when we found out that Kieran had never had potato salad.
Oh, it was also where we found out that Antoine Cantin's world record from the previous day was no longer going to be a world record because of some misscrambled stuff in America. It was very sad.
Jasper?
I was sat right next to him as he found out that he got ketoned.
It's been Kiri.
Been Kirby.
So for those just tuning in,
We've got some slow 2x2 solvers.
so we're filling time. Oh, now's a great time. We can shout out the data team. So they've told us they've had the stream on. I don't know if they've got the sound on right now. If they do, hi data team.
Hello. Ed
They've-
Hollingdale's been commenting every so often, trying to get me to do stats, and apparently I've almost always missed the request.
Well, you should be paying more attention.
Ed Hollingdale, shout me out in chat. So that I know
Oh,
you're
look, there he is.
Yeah.
So, hello data team. They've been doing an amazing job getting the results in super fast. I've been amazed by
Yep, they've been
how
pretty
quick
good.
we're like, oh, the round is finished. Let's check your results. And I swear,
Most
over
of the time it's
50% are just already in.
And they're prioritizing the faster cubers sometimes so we can see their results quicker. The other thing is they haven't put in any accidental world records, which you would think didn't need to be said, but apparently it does.
Data team says hi. Oh,
Stream team says hi back.
mutual affection between the organisation committees. So on the top left of your screen, I think that is Dominic Gorney, who is one of the favourites for Pyraminx, right behind Timon.
Sometimes we deliberately leave the faster cubers till last just to mess with people. I did notice for 6x6 yesterday, when we were trying to figure out if Celine Tran had come third, that Celine's average was put in third to last, followed by Kieran's second to last, followed by Timon's last. So we did notice that. Thankfully, it wasn't too much of a gap. I just had to refresh the page and then they were up. So yeah, Celine Tran is your bronze 6x6 winner. And Kieran, your silver. And gold is Timon for the WCA European Championship 2022 6x6 and 7x7 champion. At some point, James will stop speaking in the side of my ear so that it doesn't distract me from talking to the stream. LMAO, yes he can, but we love him for it.
You're just making people watch the stream to see the results instead of waiting for WCA Live. True.
I mean, yeah, the stream's the best place to watch the results, to be fair. You get to see it immediately rather than having to wait for the data team.
And of course, there's a few very, very keen individuals in chat that are watching WCA Live like hawks. The
Yep.
moment the result that is important to them comes in, they go, look, look.
Which is great, because we're not doing that.
Yeah, we are not doing that
So
at
as
all.
long as chat tells us, we can start announcing it, basically.
We're trying to pay attention to all of the people in front of us solving and also what chat is saying.
Well, unless it's the slow group, in which case.
Yeah.
That's Howie Aaron down there, I guess. I know him. Just updating the stream because we forgot to do that this morning. The competition. Most continental and world championships are 4 days. Least popular events on Thursday, and then some moderately popular events on Friday, then all of the popular events on Saturday, including maybe a few finals, and then Sunday will be round 2s, semi-finals and finals only. There'll be no round 1s on Sunday. Apparently the data team are double checking everything, usually within 10 minutes of everything being entered. That's what we love to see. You need a decently sized data team in order to do that, because at a UK competition where we've only got maybe 2 people doing data entry, double checking can be left for a couple of hours and then might take a while to find a mistake that we put in. But when you've got a large data team, you can get that done really quickly, and then yeah, hopefully there won't be too many mistakes left after the competition.
Yep, at our local competitions we do try and get all the double checking done during the day, but most often we get a little bit behind, and then there's maybe 3 or 4 of the last few groups that we need to check at home before we submit results.
Affirmative.
Will Worlds be a week-long competition? I can't ever see it being more than 4 days.
What they'll do is they'll increase the qualification times and, well, decrease them, I guess.
Yeah.
Make them harder or stricter, so that fewer people can qualify, and then there'll be fewer people that they have to compete. They might also reduce the size of rounds so that fewer people progress, but they will likely not be extending it to more than 4 days, and definitely not to a whole week, because people don't tend to have that much time to give for it.
So Oliver, what final are you most looking forward to today? If you could only watch one, which one would it be?
Are we excluding 3x3? Because that's the obvious answer.
Yeah, we'll exclude 3x3 because I think that's everyone's answer.
So, just to roll off the top of my head, we've got 2x2, which has the world record holder. We've got Cube, which has the world record holder. We've got one-handed, which has the world record holder, and none of those 3 are European. So, if we want to see good times, then one of those 3 probably. And if we want to see some European fast times, I'm not entirely sure yet, actually.
Something to note with the world record holders not being from Europe. In 2x2, the 2 previous world records by person,
Martin and Kevin,
yes, are both here.
they're both here.
Skewb, the previous 2 world record holders, are also here. One of which
Carter.
is European, yeah, Carter, and Poland.
I assumed it was Poland. Erik Akkersdijk isn't Polish, James. Why are you pointing at him?
Łukasz Baliga.
That's the one.
That's the one.
I didn't know he was here, to be fair. I haven't seen him yet. Or maybe I just don't know what he looks like.
You probably don't know what he looks like.
I reckon that's right.
I've seen him quite a lot. He's
Okay.
competed in a lot of events. He's a
okay,
very good all-rounder.
So, but 2x2 Cube, very quick events. I reckon 4x4 actually might be one of the most interesting. We've obviously got Sebastian Vaya, a former world record holder. We've also got Timon. He's been fairly good at 4x4, but it's definitely not his main event. But I mean, Timon's just fast at everything. Yeah, I reckon 4x4 will be my second most favourite final to watch. Unless we see some really, really amazing results in 2x2 or Cube. I just think that the results vary so much.
Yeah. I wasn't going to say it, what my favourite is, because they'd be like, oh, of course you like that event, it's your best event. I'm really excited to see the clock final. Not only because the favourite is UK, but also I think he has a very, very good chance of getting the European record, if not the world record as well.
I don't think so. I think that he will get very nervous. I think there's a good chance that he comes first, but I don't think that he'll get any records in this round.
Okay. But yeah, I'm excited to see the UK representation in the clock final.
That is Jacob Chambers we're on about, by the way, in case anyone wasn't aware, because we haven't said his name just yet.
Yes, and this is the first European Championships of the 5 I've attended where I didn't make the clock final. So this will be the first time I'm watching it.
Amazing.
Yes. So you got a 9.36. Very good. So you are right on the cusp again, Erik, to making it. You're right on the cusp again. with a 9.36 average of making the top 100.
Exactly. I don't know. I probably didn't make it, but it was kind of funny because in the first round I was number 100 in the first round of 3x3, and it's 100 that go to the semifinals. Now I'm improved with 0.01,
So
with an amazing 936. So let's see if the rest does better or worse.
you are currently 97th.
Yeah, but there's still many people.
There's 7 people left to be entered, and I know
they're from
2
the
or
fast
3 of
round.
them are from the fast round.
Yeah.
The others are not. So maybe they didn't show up in time. So there is a good chance. Oh, you've just been pushed down to 98.
Oh no.
So we've got 4 left to enter. Kurt Kasala, Chris Mills, Mika Smulders, and Oliver Stremelaar.
They're all
you're not gonna
faster,
make it.
except
think
It'll
for
be like 102nd, Eric.
Oh, 1 more got put in. You're 99th. Oh, there's 2 left. Carter and Mika.
yeah, but Mika is way faster and Carter as well.
Is Eric
Yeah.
about to lose out by 1 spot?
Yeah.
Oh no, look at all
It
these
looks
familiar
like
names
it.
just missing out.
No.
Daniel Egdal, Rita Bubendorf probably.
Rainier Shippers,
Sean
Sean
Moran.
Moran.
Can't we retroactively disqualify one of them?
Maybe. Depends whether there's an
Patty.
incident.
Oh, look at all these very, very, very
Refresh
familiar
the page,
names.
James.
It automatically refreshes, Oliver.
Just refresh it.
It automatically refreshes,
It
Oliver.
doesn't always just refresh.
Maybe it was too risky to try and equalize.
Someone said, was there anything
Oh, Eric, you're in
interesting?
100th now. There is only 1 person left
Yeah,
to go.
Mika
It's
is way
Mika
faster than me.
Smulders, but yeah, he is much faster. So it does seem like Eric, you're going to be 101st.
No.
He was 100th in round 1, so
With 9.37.
it was always going to be a tough one for Eric to make it through.
I mean, that's it's kind of a little bit of a BS because I'm way faster than this. but
Right.
Never mind. Never mind.
That's
There's
how it goes sometimes.
more time of commentating then.
Yeah. Are you done for the day after that then? Or
Yeah.
do you have more second rounds?
Yeah, no, I'm slow.
Okay. Did anything interesting happen in 3x3 round 2? Well,
Yes.
Timon got a mid-5 average.
Last group of
And
2x2
there were a couple of
round 2.
NRs from Richard Delacoste. He got a
Cool.
5.44 single NR and 6.7 NR average for Switzerland.
And he came 4th, so he's looking like that would have been 3rd in Europe, maybe in podium potential.
And he's already podiumed in 7x7 with double NR in that event too.
Yeah.
But the second and third place in 3x3, I would say, is very, very open. Our very
Ed
own
says,
Chris
I'm about
Mills
to press
in
enter
7th.
on our last scorecard. Sorry, Eric.
Is
And-
there a chance to still make it if someone decides to leave?
You just have to ask an organizer of the competition, who is standing right next to us.
101.
101st. Oh no, indeed.
That's
just a
okay.
reminder to chat, to stay hydrated,
Stay
especially as
hydrated,
a
indeed.
heat wave starts rolling over some of Europe.
Shall I list everyone who made it into the 3x3 semi-final?
Please don't.
No,
No? Oh, that's
I
a
don't
shame.
want to listen to you butcher 100 names. And even worse, I don't want to hear myself butcher any of those names. So James has admitted that he's tried to get his pronunciation on point for quite a few cultures, but
Yes.
he has admitted that his Polish is not up to scratch.
Definitely my weakest countries are Polish and Turkish. Turkish has some very unique pronunciations, and something else is the same letters in slightly different Indo-European languages are pronounced completely different ways.
You
And
might have noticed that James has been pronouncing the name Daniel completely differently depending on which competitor it is.
Yes,
For
so,
example,
in the UK, it's pronounced Daniel. In
like
Swedish,
Daniel Evans.
there is Daniel Valen, ish, and then in Denmark there is Daniel.
We also
you go.
have Daniel.
Daniel, yes.
Is that Netherlands?
Yeah.
And I've also seen some Spanish Daniels as well. So it's the same name, but pronounced in 5 different ways.
And to be honest with you, most of them will be used to just hearing one of those pronunciations in the waiting area when the name is called up. That's what yours is like.
The worst competition in that perspective for me was Worlds 11, when there were just the Thai judges trying to pronounce the European names. It was really hard. I think they tried to say Erik like Erik, Erik.
Anyone else like Timon's accent? To me, Timon, when he speaks English, slurs his words a lot and sounds like he's a little bit drunk, even though he doesn't drink.
That is actually true.
But I mean, it's a foreign language to him, so I'm not going to judge or anything.
He has mentioned to me that he actually speaks English more than he does Polish these days, because he hangs
Speaking
out
to so many
with
UK people and,
and American
Irish
people
as well.
And so he ends up speaking English more than he speaks Polish. And so sometimes he catches himself thinking in English and doesn't know the translation to Polish.
That's quite something.
There are definitely other people who've mentioned that before. Denny Mintsayev speaks quite a few languages. He's from the Chechen region of Russia, so he speaks Chechen, he speaks Russian, and he speaks English and
he's
fluently.
Japanese.
And he's very good at Japanese. He studied Japanese at university.
He moved to Japan at some point, or was going to, but might have been cut by COVID, I can't remember.
But he gave me one example where he was speaking to his parents in Chechen, and he could not remember the word for pen in Chechen, and so used the phrase writing device.
Wow. Anyway, we've just seen that 2x2 is underway. We saw
The fast group.
Zane with a 1.21. Not bad.
We're going to be seeing a lot of ones in this red stage.
Perhaps by Martin solving his stickered 2x2.
Oh,
Ooh, stickered.
Good. Well noticed.
Nope. Not a one, no.
Not a one. As mentioned yesterday, Zane has said he feels like 0.7 is a viable average on any scramble set. And so he'll be very disappointed with a 1.2.
But there are nerves involved as well with competing officially.
Of course.
We're seeing a lot of 3s and 2s in the red stage at the moment. Quite surprising.
I'm guessing there's very tough layers, or the easiest layers are going into difficult cases. I've just seen Jakob Gunnarsson. It looks like he's +2'd there, so 2.2 +2.
That's a very obvious +2 there. James, do you ever get people call you over as a delegate for a +2 that's like almost an entire move over?
No, but I get called over for +2s where it's basically solved. It might be 10 degrees out and they go, oh, this is a +2, and the competitor will say, no, it's not, silly, and they call me over.
Because I've only been a delegate for 2 competitions and I've had that being called over before.
I had this at the last competition.
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
For those that cannot
don't
see,
know what a +2 is.
it's literally 3 degrees off.
Yes.
Some people in chat might not know what a +2 is, by the way. It is a 2-second penalty. The most common form of it is for being only 1 move away, or more than 45 degrees on any cubic puzzle.
So the other day, I think you two went through all of the possible +2s.
3,
yes.
including Chris, but yeah.
3. Ah, yes, Chris was here.
It's possible to get a +16, but if you do, you will likely be disqualified.
Yes, for getting an intentionally bad result, which
Yep.
is against the regulations. Where is Zane? He is here. He's competing. He got 1.21 on the first solve.
He hasn't been brought up for a second solve yet.
Did Timon get anything good in 3x3? He got a 5.64 average with a 4.80 on the last solve.
So good, but not anything particularly amazing.
Martin doing a second attempt. Oh, looks like he's +2 as well. 1.72 +2 equals 3.72. Alexander Tosning getting this either CLL or EG wrong, getting a 4.2.
Anthony Patarakis with a 1.60.
And Rasmus in the back with a 184. There's a lot of variability. It's either a 1 or a 3 or
Yeah, this
4.
is why I didn't say 2x2 finals would be my favourite after 3x3.
I think Timon's slightly safetying / warming up. Yeah, Timon has mentioned that the event very first in the day is not where he performs well. And I mean, look at yesterday, 6 and 7 were the last 2 things, and he did insanely well in those.
Although 3x3 was only after one-handed, I believe.
That's true, but he doesn't compete in one-handed.
Well, there we go then. So he had all of one-handed to practice. I find it interesting he doesn't do one-handed at all, actually.
We've got George with a 2.87.
George isn't performing at his best in this competition for the most part, other than his PR average yesterday.
Yep, George doesn't practice as much as he used to. He's at university now, so a lot of his time is dedicated to his studies. But he is still a Rubik's ambassador and does a lot of work for Rubik's, which is great to see. When about will Pyraminx be? I can tell you,
I hardly knew her.
Pyraminx will be not the next event. The next event is one-handed.
Chocolate.
Zane with Dansk Schokolade.
Yep.
So the next event is one-handed semi-final, and immediately after that will be the Pyra semi-final. So one event to go after 2x2. Timon has an 11.8 official OH average. Yes, he does. However, he doesn't compete in it anymore. If you check his latest number of competitions, he never competes in one-handed. So he's certainly capable of performing very well with 11.8, but he doesn't really care about it. Is this Zane's first solve? No, this is Zane's second solve. He got a 1.21 on the first solve. And
Is there a solve face on that? You didn't even catch it?
I am not sure.
We'll have a close look at any of the other people doing their second attempt, see if there was a solve face. Doesn't look like it to me.
.09 3x3 official, 11.8 OH is a ratio that doesn't really suggest practicing one-handed. Yeah. Very true.
It's a very funny stat there.
Yeah, my ratio is about 1.7.
George, 153.
Oh, very
That's
nice.
one.
Anthony Padorakis,
yeah.
141.
Rasmus.
171.
Yeah,
Martin, 188.
Decent scramble, question mark.
almost certainly. Let's see what the blue stage is doing. Obviously, some of these people
I think it's always
have
tricky
a
talking
chance.
about the scrambles. while the
Especially in
round
a
is going.
short event, yes.
I mean,
They could be listening to us. Very unlikely,
obviously
I
they
don't
are
think
not
they're
allowed to,
are they? Yeah,
right?
of course.
against the regulations.
It would be, yeah.
Oh, Linus Laren with a 1:78. So the 2x2 final is top 20, and the red stage is ranked 1 to 25. So in theory, everyone on the red stage will make it, bar 5. However, there are some people on the blue stage who could easily take some spots away from those that were on the red stage. 2x2 is a very scramble dependent event. It depends on what you see, how you turn at the time, and even 1 or 2+2s can absolutely ruin an average for you. So I'm fully expecting some people who are here on the blue stage to sneak their way into the final.
Sticker cube for Alexandre.
Who has
Yes.
the lowest percentage of 3x3 solves out of all their solves, but there's lots of people who have not done 3x3.
How many
And that
Zane
would be
solves
0.
have there been? I've seen a 1.21 and I've seen a 1.00, but I haven't seen him back in a while.
And
He
he's
is
just sat
actually-
down now, so
And there he is.
I believe this is his
Back on
third
track.
solve.
I only see blue and red tables. Are there orange and green ones as well? Yes. So there is green on the right-hand side and orange/yellow/gold/saffron/mango,
Mango.
some variation of yellow on the left-hand side.
Thank you for the hand directions there, James. I am sure they'll appreciate that.
Yeah, you're welcome. That was for you,
Oh,
Oliver.
1-2-2 for Zane.
That's
But-
his worst time so far.
That is.
It's crazy.
Still got an applause, though.
But the camera people are focused on the red stage, as all of our fastest qualifiers are here, which is why you can't see them. So let's see what Anthony can do. I think this is his third or fourth solve. Magdalena Pabic with a 187 just off camera. 158 for Anthony.
not too shabby.
Jakob Gunnarsson with huge lockups, getting a 4.5. So Zane needs a counting 0.86 for world record. Now, 4 years ago, I would have said, yep, the world record's over. But Zane is incredible at 2x2, and so that is fully possible. What ratio means? So, you take your OH time and then divide it by your 3x3 time to get your ratio.
2H.
2H, two-handed time.
2H.
So for me, my OH average is 17.5 and my 3x3 average is just sub 10. So my ratio is about 1.7.
Oh, that's funny.
Seeing that we say OH and 2H and not 1H or TH.
No.
Okay.
My favorite way to say one-handed was when I went to Finnish Championships in 2016. And
Ooh, Martin with a 139, Rasmus with a 213.
Tommi Ronkainen, the delegate of Finland, was calling out for one-handed, and he said, "Oh."
That's great. I want to adopt that somehow.
Sounds like a Pokemon.
Oh.
It is a Pokemon.
And what else? Going to Italy when they asked for judges. Giudici.
That was in sync. I loved it.
I'm glad in Germany they don't say Schiedsrichter bitte.
In the UK, we do a stock phrase. Can we have some more judges, please?
Yep. And I got to say last competition, can we have some more competitors, please?
Yes,
because
we
not enough
did.
6x6 people handed in their cubes.
All of the judging stations were filled,
Yeah.
and all of the competitors were
Everyone
must have
dropped
been
out.
warming up. Oh yeah, a lot of people were
Yeah.
dropping out too.
I was one of them. That was very fun to say though.
Alexander Torsing with a 203 and Zane
Zane
with a 152.
and a head shake. And Chris Mills is back to the table.
How did that go for you?
About as expected. I just get frees and stuff.
Nice. Congrats. So, as the six-side in chat has mentioned, the best possible average and worst possible average for Zane is 1.14 to 1.32.
Which will win the round for sure.
Absolutely winning the round.
But winning a round isn't exactly special when you're guaranteed it basically anyway.
No. And looking at the times in this round from all the top competitors, I'm going to say the scrambles are quite challenging. And actually, something I've just noticed, the former world record holder, Kevin Gerhardt, is on the blue stage. He got a 208 on this fifth solve. So I did wonder where he was. But yeah, he was on the blue stage, so he missed out on the top 25 former world record holder. I'm guessing he hasn't been practicing 2x2 at all and has forgotten quite a lot of algs, or maybe he's just very rusty with one looking.
Let's see what Zane gets on
Zane
his
has
last
just been
solve.
put on camera for his last solve.
114.
So that's going to be the counting times of 114, 121, 122.
Cameraman coming in clutch, literally as soon as he starts his solve, gets the camera on him.
Yep. Cameramen are doing an excellent job.
Shout out to them. Of course, they are on their feet all day.
Yes.
They do not get a relief.
Having said that, I have seen Cake over at their AV area, so when they get 1 minute to have a break, they have been having cake.
They deserve it.
Absolutely. And on screen we've got Magdalena Tabish, an up-and-comer, a very, very talented all-rounder from Poland. She's going to be competing for titles in a number of events in the upcoming majors.
All-rounders in Poland? I thought they only did kiddie events.
What kind of cake are the commentators seeing? It is chocolate cake.
Chocolate.
Chocolate.
A final 172 for Anthony Paterakis.
Oh, this is a good one. Which competitor, for stats, which competitor has the most completed solves?
Francois Cortez.
I think it's Sebastian Aru.
It is.
I'll check.
I think it's. No. I think Sebastian Aru yesterday evening told me that Jan Bentlager overtook him.
Oh, that would make sense. Jan does compete a lot still. This is, in fact, his 200th competition. But can we get the most completed solves from each person, and then also the most completed solves for people at this competition?
Next event is 3x3
And
one-handed round
we'll get that
2.
to you.
We're going to go with seed 100 to 1. So everyone
No.
will receive a thing in this round.
The most solves of
And
people at this
76 to
competition.
100, completed orange. 51 to
Meanwhile,
75,
after 2x2, the stages are getting ready for the next event, which is the second round
The second hound.
the second round of 3x3x3. Oh,
Ho.
Well, I know that Francois used to have the record for this,
He
but
did.
obviously after his passing he hasn't been able to compete, and so lots of people have overtaken him. So we have got Jan Bentlager in first with 16,337 solves, followed by Sebastian Aru with just under 16,000. Then Bent Barat, Tobias Peter, Callum Helsjet.
Daniel Varga.
It's just Daniel. Okay,
Yep.
cool, right.
Hungarian, they pronounce it Daniel.
There's an accent, but no. Wojciech Szastanowski.
Shatanovsky.
Well, I'll do.
I'm sure.
Daniel Valem.
I'm sure.
Fabio Bini.
Casper in the data room
Cheers.
will be disappointed with my
Yeah.
pronunciation of Shatanovsky, but
And
close
then
enough.
in 10th place we have Erik Akkersdijk.
Hi Casper.
You are the last person with more than 10,000 solves.
those are rookie numbers.
And I am currently in
pump those
25th
up?
with 8,129, just ahead of Finn Ickler, who is sat in front of me right now.
High five, James. Thankfully no one saw that. What was the other one you asked for? At this
At this
competition?
competition. So obviously a number of
Solves
these.
performed at this competition.
No. Solves. Like most solves of people at this competition.
Yeah, so that's going to be Jan, Sebastian.
Of course,
and
it's going to be Jan, Sebastian, Callum, Daniel, Erik, Reto Bubendorf, Mats Valk, Przemysław Galski, Robert Yao, Clement Blanc, Tim Reynolds, Nico Ronkainen, and me in 13th, Finn in 14th. So
There's about half of them are here.
of the top 25, 14 of us are here.
Yeah. Basically, people who do a lot of solves tend to go to a lot of competitions, even still.
And people who do a lot of solves are also quite good all-rounders.
Because you don't just need to compete in every event, it helps to be able to progress to the next rounds of those events
Yes.
in order to get more solves. Which is why, even though I compete in every event at most competitions I go to, I am very far away from getting the most solves at a competition, because it tends to be that those competitions I do not make lots of finals.
So Erik is doing his usual post 3x3 round routine where he checks how many 708s there were in the round. And Rasmus Stubdetlersen got 2 708s on the first
I
and
think we
fifth
saw
solve.
one of them, didn't we?
We did. And also Anatoly Volongo got a 708 on the first solve as well.
So both Rasmus and Anatoly got a 708 on the first one. Rasmus also got the same time on his last one, and his average is also almost
Almost.
708.
Because his counting times were 708, 708 and 705.
Y'all are crazy. I've done 3,024, and I think it's NR. That was by James McDermott, right?
Yeah.
6 months, so I'll
So-
have a look.
He's gonna check. Clement and Tim in the data room are wondering if they can come up and get a prize for being mentioned in a stat. You can come up and get a high five.
They could have the prize of taking our rubbish down to the bin, which I
That's
seem to
true.
be doing every day.
But you could also have the prize of refilling our water.
That would be lovely. What am I looking for? Australia, right? Jada McNeil.
No.
First round.
New Zealand.
Oh, my bad.
Yes.
So Jada McNeil is top in Australia with 6,000.
Oh, they're coming. They're on their way.
They're here.
Literally running towards
Clement
us.
and Tim running. They want to collect their prizes.
I didn't realise just how close they were to us if they put the effort in.
Yes.
Thank you, guys.
Nice to see them out of their cage for a change.
They need any excuse to get out of the data dungeon.
So meanwhile, first the top 25 of one-handed are doing their solves. We're getting ready to see some excellent one-handed solving. Already saw a 13 from Philip Weyer. In the front we have Simon Kalhofer.
I can confirm that James McDermott has New Zealand NR for most number of souls.
So the big surprise of the first round of OH, I think, is the top three. The French obviously loving OH. Juliette Sebastien and Hugo Spitz are very well known for their OH solving. Juliette is the current ER holder,
I believe so.
I want to say, and Hugo Spitz is the reigning European champion. But ahead of those two, we have Viljo Ello, who got the Finnish national record with 10.92 in the first round, and Nicholas Archer from the UK, who got a 10.68 average, which is NR2 in the UK.
Someone asked who has the highest solves per comps ratio with a minimum of 10 comps. That is Kari Hittinen. Okay, from Finland. We have 3,340 solves in 31 competitions, giving them an average of 107 solves per competition.
Yep, another all-rounder from Europe.
Yep, and then we got another Norwegian, Andreas Jensen Forsgren with...
Jensen.
My bad, Jensen,
J's
good
are
point,
not pronounced
good point.
in the Nordic countries.
And that is 105. We've got Henry Gerber with 103 solves per
That is
competition.
Linus Lauren getting a 13.36. Very disappointed with that. And just off screen, Philip Weyer with a 13.35.
I didn't even realise that this was the fast group of OH, but it looks like they're doing it all in one.
It's all at once, yep. So we've got the top 25 on the red stage and the next 25 on the blue stage. We've got Vuka in the blue.
Thank you, James.
And we've got Max Shaw getting a 12.9 as well there.
I apologise for talking about other stuff when the fast people are competing in OH.
Yeah, meanwhile, we forgot to mention the 878, which Patrick did on his first solve. Patrick, obviously,
I missed that.
the world record holder, as
Yep,
you
missed that
probably all
completely.
know. Patrick Pons, that is. Patrick Hetko from Germany getting a 1272 on his first solve. Not bad. He didn't do that well in the first round, but I think he can make finals.
So I actually got told off yesterday during the 3x3 one-handed first round when I said, I'm not sure who that is competing. And the French contingent told me, that's Hugo, the reigning champion. And I was a little bit confused because it didn't look like Hugo. However, Hugo now has long hair, and in his WCA profile, he has a buzzed haircut.
Okay, I can see
Well,
that.
there's an excuse then, isn't there?
So Ben Barron starting with a 14.9, Tao Yu starting with 11.21.
Patrick is just warming up to solve now in the back. You can see him in the top right on the left.
Louis de Mendonça, the former UK national record holder, starting with a 12.0, and Joseph Briggs, the current UK national record holder, starting with a 10.7.
Patrick.
Oh, Patrick with the cube drop.
Still gets a
Unlucky.
13.
And
Smiled at the end of that.
that's how Karol Zakrzewski, sorry for that pronunciation, that was horrible, getting a 12.7, I think.
1283 for Twan Dullemont.
11.05 for someone I'm not sure what their
I
name is.
am not sure who that is.
But they look very happy with that solve. Philip Vire with a 11:59.
Lucky
Chris Mills in the
PLL.
back with a
I think that 11:05 was
13:55.
Magnus Lensch from Germany.
Juliet Sebastian gets a 9:80.
Nice.
Sub-10s are still pretty cool.
Absolutely. Henry Gerber on the blue stage getting 13:13. And now one-handed is an event with a lot of variation as well. A lot of people from this blue stage could make it into the finals.
How many go through, do you know?
It is 20 going through. So
Right.
again, in theory, the top 20 from the red stage will go through and 5 won't make it. But we've almost certainly already seen an upset in 2x2. Oh, Nicholas Archer starting with a 9:17 in the back row. 9. Super impressive. Before the pandemic, he averaged 15 in two-handed, and he came back afterwards, practicing a ton, and averages 10 in one-handed.
That is
He's one of
insane.
a few UK cubers who's just done that sort of thing. We got Max Xiao, got a 14+2 on the blue stage.
And this is Tao Yu on camera, Irish representative. Also a Ru user, getting 12.13.
Could call them a rouger.
No.
It felt awful as I said it.
And underway on the left here, we have Louis de Mendonça, and behind him, Elian Bejuec and Ben Barron. Ben Barron looks like he is about to stop competing in one-handed after the first couple of solves he's had.
Oof.
Louis with a 10.69.
I think it's a +2, James.
For Ben.
For Louis.
Ah,
That's what I got
no.
out. He looked upset with it, and I thought, why is he upset with the 10?
yes.
Yeah,
Joseph
it definitely was.
Briggs in the front, starting next to Juliet Sebastian.
Patrick Pons on his third solve did not drop his cube, but still not a good time for him.
It's a table slam for him there.
Very long second block for Joe, getting a 13.89. He's very disappointed. Tuan Dulmont in the back getting a 12.25. Chris Mills getting an 11.34.
And
Decent.
Patrick Hetko getting another 12. He is definitely one of the contenders to make it to the finals.
So is Kim from Norway getting a 12.1.
Yes, well spotted.
And Jakob Gunnarsson as well on the blue stage getting an 11.62.
Rob Yao solving with his right hand.
Yeah. Here's a,
Juliet with an 11.06. +2 maybe. Didn't look like it to me, but it looks quite close now.
Viljo Ello in the back with a 13.1.
I reckon
Karol
Juliet will be bringing
Zastrzelski
over a delegate to
with a
check.
12.5. And, oh, Carter Casala getting a 20.88. And next to him, Victor
Jeez.
Collin. Just finishing his solve now on PLL. Oh, with cube drop and 13.75 for Victor.
I'm not sure that 11 from Juliet was his +2 or
She
not.
looked a bit upset. I think that she knew that it was a +2, and I think the delegate nodded to her.
Simon Kalofa is going crazy. I think he has performed very, very badly in this round, and I think he might be out of contention for making it. On the blue stage, I can see Vukash Baliga getting an 11. There's lots of 11s I'm seeing on the blue stage, and one of these people could easily upset and make it into the final over people like Simon, unfortunately, who are
with a
performing bad.
10.46.
Nice. He'll be very happy with that.
That's good.
He doesn't really practice OH.
What is that?
Patrick Hetko with a 13.79 +2.
And that was Ugo on stream with a 13.6 that you saw, wearing a nice, nice patterned peach shirt. And in the top right, we've got Patrick Pont, and in the top left, we've got Chris Mills. $10.40 something, right?
I think that might have been Irish NR single then.
Excellent. Another one to add to the collection of hundreds he already got.
Indeed.
Chris with a 14 and Joseph with a 14 as well. They're both
of them
are
are happy with
very, very disappointed
Louis
with
with
that.
a 12.66. Looks like it's another +2. Have to ask him afterwards whether he did just get 2 +2s.
Philip Wired is not doing that great. He's done at least 2 13s and now a mixed 14.
So all those people saying that Ru users don't get +2s because of N-lose, they get DNFs. Well, we've just seen 2 +2s from Ru users.
Sounds to me like it would be a skill issue.
Can't argue with that, Eric.
We've got Shema Kaleta starting his solve in the back row behind Carter on camp right now. Sitting down next to Simon Kaloffer. And they're all starting their solves at the same time as Juliette Sebastien.
Now let's have a good look at Simon Kalhofer's solve, because I really like seeing him solve.
Yep, he is a ZZ user.
Solver.
Sorry,
ZZ.
ZZ. ZZ.
ZZ.
Juliette with an 8.69, that's a really good time.
That is the fastest solve of the round. Simon on his Zibelel.
13.38. And Kieran getting a 12.69 also on camera there. Nicholas Archer on the back starting his, I don't know what solve. We have unfortunately not seen enough of him, but we have seen him get a 9.1.
Some bad times here. Robert Yao 27, Kevin Gerhardt 21.
Oh, Nicholas locked up with only 3 moves left and gets a 12. He could have got another 9. Kevin Gerhardt off screen getting a 21. Antoine Dulemond just warming up, ready for a solve. Another fairly below average solve from Patrick, getting a 12.2. But again, it's one of the early rounds in the day. They were obviously going to be warming up for 3x3 as well. Some of them warming up for 2x2. So they haven't had time to really get into the swing of things for this event, I would say, for most of them.
Juliette getting ready for her last solve. Let's see if she can get a counting sub 10. That would be nice. That is your cube, James. It's crispy. I said James's cube is crispy. No sub 10 for Juliette, but still a very good solve. 11.91. We will see her back in the finals for sure. Now, in the middle of the blue stage, my buddy Patrick Hetko. I think he would make it to the finals if he does a good last one, but it doesn't look like to be a very good solve.
So someone's asking in the chat, in the sunlight spot, it might be a strat to move.
That is
absolutely correct. So, with the sunlight, it gives you a disadvantage because the lighting is not consistent in the round. The regulations state that all solves must be done in the same conditions, and if there is sunlight blaring down on one of the solving stations, you have the right to ask to move because the conditions are not the same.
Similar situation in 3x3 round 1. Some of the timers on the blue stage have no O-rings, so it is more likely for me to accidentally turn off or reset the timer, so I ask to move.
Chat, whilst we got a bit of downtime again, we asked the commentators earlier what event they were looking forward to most other than 3x3 finals. Which event are you looking forward to? Which finals are you looking forward to the most that isn't 3x3 finals?
And Eric, do you want to answer that question? Other than 3x3 finals,
Yes.
what final at the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 are you looking forward to the most?
That's a good question. I am excited for many finals. I'm looking forward to see Zane do well in Cube and 2x2, but I'm also looking forward to 4x4 exactly, especially because I think 4x4 is one of the events where Timon has the biggest chances of not winning
Yes.
because of Sebastian. Interested to see also how many parodies Sebastian is gonna get. He's usually complaining about them. And I always like blindfolded as well. Obviously the finals of North American Championships were insane, where they consistently memorized in 6 seconds. The level here is not as high as North American Championships, but it's still going to be very close, so the excitement is definitely there. And you could say that the longer the solve, the more excitement there is, because
There's more opportunity to make mistakes as well.
Yeah.
So the one-handed round is coming to a close. We still have a few more solves left on the gold stage. And then once that is finished, we will be moving on to the Pyraminx semi-final as well. The results for 2x2 are nearly in. And once those are in, I would assume the... Oh no, OH results are also coming in. So as the 2x2 results are finishing, the one-handed results are coming in. Good job, Data Dungeon. Round of applause for the Data Dungeon. The Data Dungeon. And it looks like, in one-handed that we just saw, I was right, Magnus Lench got the German NR OH average with 11.01.
Oh, congratulations.
Timer resets only seem to happen when the timer is plugged into something. It is true that timer resets can often be caused by I think it's the batteries moving around within the timer, and that can sometimes be disrupted by the cable that is attached to the display.
So Magnus Lench, he has a very impressive ratio of 1 to 2-handed. So for 3x3 2-handed, his average officially is 8.47. And now, with this second round of one-handed, he is pulling down that ratio even more. 11.01.
So let's check back on 2x2 and see how we are getting on. We are nearly finished with the data entry there. Just 10 more times to come in. I will keep an eye on that for you. I'm sure Ed Hollingdale will mention in the chat when 2x2 is fully entered. Won't you, Ed?
I haven't seen the actual data room since the setup day on Wednesday. Should we go and have a chat with them?
Go on then.
Oh, but I won't be able to hear when you're having a chat with stream. I
That's
will,
true.
because they'll be listening to the stream. I might just go say hi anyway. Talking about how they hadn't input a world record by accident, and then they do it for one-handed literally just now, but they've cleared it up immediately.
They have. They probably entered it, immediately noticed the world record notification, and said, whoops, let's delete that.
He will not have reception then.
How does that happen? Well, they were entering 2x2 results just now, and they've moved immediately onto one-handed because they have to print the scorecards for the subsequent rounds, right? And so what they've probably done is they've been entering one-handed, they've received 2x2 results, and they've just accidentally put one 2x2 result in the OH section by accident. But when you do enter a world record or a continental record, if I'm not mistaken, there is a warning that pops up saying, warning, warning, this is a world record. Is it correct? They probably entered the information, saw that it gave the warning, and they were like, oh, that's wrong. Pressed enter to put it all in, and then immediately removed it all. So Erik is just warming up, and he appears to be doing Roo.
Yeah, I'm overthinking everything I'm doing for 3x3 after horribly messing up the second round. How would you solve that, James? Nah, it was super long.
I am a talented Roo user. When I did practice OH Roo for a while, and I got down to averaging about 14 or 15, but it's been a while since then.
Next event is Pyraminx. If you place between 76 and 100, sit on orange, 51 to 75 on green, 26 to 50 on blue, and 1 to 25 on red.
So I was told that 2x2 results were in, but there appear to be 4 results still to go. Chris is just heading off to compete in Pyraminx. Good luck to you, Chris. Make the finals for the UK. Looks like they are closing the skylights above us, and 2 of them are making very, very loud creaking noises.
Staff, please come
If
help
only
judge.
there would be
We need
some
judges on all the stations.
The data team are not naming the anonymous, well-travelled French member of the data team who accidentally entered a 2x2 scorecard in OH. For the record, we blame the people on the stages who gave us the last few 2x2 scorecards mixed in with the OH runs. Ah yes, it's never the data team's fault, it's always the team leader's fault. $15.01 for Erik, practicing OH.
No, that was Roo.
Oh, I meant Roo.
It's not even one. Oh, not terrible. It is terrible.
I noticed that the data stream, the data guys, have their massive chocolate cake that they have. Where's our cake?
Yeah, where is our cake?
Where is our cake? Chat, can you order us some cake?
Could
We will send you the address of the,
go
venue.
fund me a cake for the stream, guys? Don't do that.
Papua New Guinea and Samoa are the only other oceanic countries with official results. Yes. And the Papua New Guinea competitors compete in Australia, as I think do the Samoans. But there are many other countries in Oceania. For example, Vanuatu, Tuvalu, Federated States of Micronesia, Marshall Islands, Solomon Islands, Fiji, etc. However, they are the Polynesian islands. They are quite far away from the mainland of New Zealand and Australia, and so with small populations. So they probably do not have big cubing communities. Fun fact, the .tv and Twitch TV stands for Tuvalu. Yes, so Tuvalu's, a lot of the Tuvalu GDP is due to them having the .tv domain.
A ridiculous amount of money just from the fact that people really want .tv in their name, but they can only do it by having a country code.
So we are underway with the Pyramids. Second round, we are watching the fastest group on screen. On the top left, we have Magdalena Habish.
Next to Dutch Robin Verstraeten.
Ah, Robin Verstraeten.
Robin
Yes.
Verstraeten, yes.
Yes.
Yes, this is Robin Verstraeten. He is very good at the pyramids.
Yes. 3.4 for Robin Verstraeten and 2.39 for Magdalena. And in the front row here, we have Dominic Gorney, who is one of the favourites for the podium. And we have just heard that the 2x2 results are all in, so we do know our finalists in 2x2. So let's have a quick look at those. We have a few non-Europeans, all from the United States. That's Zane Kanani, the current world record holder, Max Shaw. And everyone else is from the Europe. So the top three from Europe making it into the 2x2 final are Anthony Patrakis, Tanish Diman from Germany, and Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen from Denmark. But we also have Martin Egdal, Kevin Gerhardt, Mika Smulders, Diego Frey, Louis-Marie Ratto, Leo Lundqvist, Herman Vesselin Karland, William Jensen, Nicola Gertner, Linus Lauren, Elian Bejuek, Magdalena Pabish, Matteo De Witt, Nicholas
Sounds
Archer,
so Flemish.
and Norcraft.
De Witt.
De Witt.
De Witt.
De Witt. Well,
Matteo De Witt.
Netherlands, Luxembourg, Belgium, they're all the same region of Europe. They all sound similar.
I'm glad you got out of the EU. No, actually I'm quite sad.
I don't know what was Anthony Brooks' nationality when he got NAR. I am pretty sure he was under the US flag when he got that NAR. Start request if possible. How many people in this comp and ever have changed their nationality at some point? I know one has changed their nationality twice at this competition because Daniel Yakin is here. He started Ukraine, went to Israel, is now back competing for Ukraine.
Anthony Patarakis.
Yes, changed from Greece to Netherlands recently. Recently.
Can we
Yep,
also
I can
check?
do that one.
Can we also check how many people have changed their official name, or is that not something
Yep.
that we can check?
Yeah, we can check that.
I'll have to think about it, but I can do it.
I know at least two people. First and foremost, Callum James Goodyear,
Yes.
who added
thought you were gonna
James to
say-
his name.
First and
Nora
foremost, Nora
Akkersdijk.
Akkersdijk.
Yeah.
That's the second time where your wife hasn't been the first name on your mind.
That's right.
Fair enough.
Oh yes, Perry Ledane has changed her nationality from United States to Australia.
I'm supposed to be the one doing the stat here.
Well, you tell us the ones that we didn't think of then.
Oh yes, Leucard changed from France to Kosovo.
Yes, Kennedy Sehana's changed nationality. He's not at this competition, unfortunately. Let's see how Timon will do on his pyramid solve.
This being the Pyraminx semi-final, so the top 20 from this round will make it to the final. As always, it is the top 25 from the previous round on the red stage, so you would expect all but 5 from the red stage making it. However, there will certainly be some people from the blue stage that do make it. They do perform well. Maybe they also didn't perform well in the first round, and that is Dominic Gorney with 296. Oh, Timon with a 369, getting up +2 there. Just trying to do that last flick of the Pyraminx with that U index finger hook, and just it's slipping as he goes to stop the timer, and so it doesn't do the move. Name changes are not public. They are public. It shows on the profile.
Some of them are definitely public.
Yes, I think it's, for example, some name changes where it's just a change to a nickname. For example, Samuel Spendler from the UK changed to Sam Spendler, but that is not shown. However, Nora Christ shows as Nora Akkersdijk, formerly known as Nora Christ.
Yeah, so I seem to remember Sam from the results team talking about this, and there's something to do with there are updates to the database and there are fixes to the database. So an update will be there's now a new one that you can see, and a fix will be that they don't actually make a new one, they will change the old one. And so I think that gender changes are called fixes because it's a touchy area for some people.
Yep, and also name changes like Samuel to Sam, that's just a preference thing for a lot of people, whereas Nora Christ and Nora Akkersdijk is an official name change, your official documents will all change, so it makes sense to have an official marker of the name change on.
Okay, so
WCA.
we've got a few here. We've got Nora Christ turned to Nora Akkersdijk. We've got Rito Bubendorf switched from Switzerland to Finland. Didn't know that myself.
Yep.
We've got Anthony Paterakis from Greece to Netherlands, as I've mentioned. Tao Yu from China to Ireland has been mentioned. Wait, we didn't mention that, did we? Tao Yu changed from China to Ireland.
Yes, yes.
Isaac Lai Ying Chung changed from Canada to Singapore. Daniel Yakhind changed from
Ukraine to Israel and then back to Ukraine.
Yes, and also at some point, when he became Israel, removed his Cyrillic name and then added it back again.
Yes.
We've got
Tanish Diman changed from India to Germany. Mauro Maze Lopez added his
Ortega,
third name, which is
third
Mario
name.
Maze Ortega Lopez.
Lir Yukai, maybe, from France to Kosovo. Christoph Jadan from Russia to Germany. Maxim Onushkin from Russia to Netherlands. And finally, Perry Ledane from USA to Australia.
And that is all the name and
Country
nationality
changes.
changes.
Yep. Those are all stored in the database. Timon preparing for his next
Second
solve.
solve.
Second solve.
Yep.
I haven't been paying attention.
And I think this is Dominic ready for his third solve.
Martin as well.
And on the blue stage, we have Daniel Egdal and Harry Savage starting their solves too. Harry has a good chance to make the final. He, in fact, podiumed at the last European Championships.
He
in
did.
Pyraminx.
And in FMC, or did he not?
I cannot remember. So Timon gets a 267. He will not be happy with that. Oh, Dominic getting a 205 on his third solve, which Timon hasn't seen yet.
Harry Savage actually won FMC last time.
Oh, with the UK NR at the time.
Did we have FMC mean last time that we had Euros? I think so,
Yep,
yeah.
we did.
Was that, I believe that was the first time we've done that for a European Championship.
I'm going to manually check just to see now.
But yes, we had a lot of good UK representation for FMC at the last Euros, with Harry winning, Marcel Peters from Germany coming second, and Robert Yao coming third. But also, Ben Coppin, along with Marcel Peters, got the best single of the competition, both getting 20. So thank you everyone for joining us. We're now 3 hours into the stream and we have 300 viewers. So I'm hoping by the time we hit 4 hours into the stream, we might have 400 viewers. This is Jason Harley on stream at the moment. He has the UK national record average with 2.7x.
The first European Championship with an FMC mean, not just one FMC attempt, was here in Denmark in 2014.
Ah, okay, cool.
Very nice.
Well, at least, haven't checked the rest of them. 2012 didn't have one, and 2014 to now all have them.
Oh, 2.70 for the UK NR.
Thank you, Chuck.
Question to you, James.
Yes,
Speaking about format changes,
yes.
what do you think of the fact that blindfolded is getting so close to each other now, and it's still decided on the best single?
I think that's correct for blindfolded.
Yep, it completely changes the meta if you start taking means into account for blindfolded. People will be a lot slower and it'll be a lot less exciting to watch. The meta of blindfolded at the moment is go as fast as you can for maybe 2 solves, and then if it's not the final round and you've got 2 DNFs, you probably want to go a bit slower on the 3rd solve to try and get into the next round. I think the entire thing would be completely changed if means were what decided who won and who went through.
I mean, the fastest people are fast enough for it to make it an average of 5. They can even be an F1, so they can still take some risk. Would be
And then
a bit
the
better
people on the slow end are gonna struggle to have more solves in. But
Yeah,
we
that's
can still
right.
do average of 5 with a cumulative time limit of 10 minutes to
Sure.
still allow that. But
We've got Timon and Magdalena, the two of the Polish representatives, starting their solve. Magdalena with 270, that's a very good time. And this is Timon's 3rd solve. Oh,
solution looks to be quite short, but big lock up.
it was a big pause, I think, going into last 4
it
edges.
looked like he tried to start doing the wrong AUG and then realised that it was the wrong one and had to try and communicate between his brain and his fingers to do the correct one.
Yes, so Timon has mentioned he does try to one look every pyramid solve to the point where it seems like what happened
Timer
was
issue maybe?
no. So what it sounds like is the person sat next to him stopped the timer very aggressively, and so it made the table jump, and so he's just getting an extra solve for being distracted, which is entirely reasonable.
Fair enough, he did it whilst the solve was still going, which is textbook.
Yes.
If you want to get an extra because someone has distracted you, ask for it straight away and not after you finish the solve, because that means if you were to do it after the solve, you would be able to determine whether it was a good time or not, and therefore you could maybe ask for an extra if it was a bad time and not ask for one if it's a good time, and that just gives you an advantage that you should be able to have.
And speaking of extras, it looks like we have, I'm not sure who that is, but on the left stage, there was a 0.71, but I think they stopped it with their wrists whilst they were solving.
That's unfortunate.
Pyramix is one of the events where you're picking up, doing around 10 moves, and then continuing the solve. It looks like they're replacing the timer, so it looks
Interesting.
he's going to get an extra attempt.
Only time I've ever stopped the timer early during a solve was one time during OH. Because it's quite common to keep your right hand on the timer when you solve with your left hand. I just caught it with my wrist.
Jules Desjardins getting it 2 flat. Jules with a ton of experience with Pyramix at majors.
Am I right in thinking he was a former world record holder in Pyramix?
I don't think he's ever had world record, but I'm very certain he's had European record.
I can confirm he has had 3 continental records in Pyramids and no wild cards.
Yes. Dominic Gorney, just off camera, getting a 2.19. Timon's average so far has been fairly poor by his standards. 3.69 due to a +2, 2.3, and then a 3.1 because of a incorrect one look. But that was much smoother, much better.
Results of the first round would indicate that you would need about a 3-minute 23.
3-minute 23 in pyramids?
3 second 23 to make it to the finals. Because
Really?
that is the time of Magnus Søndergaard Bjørn.
Oh, yes.
Could you imagine the upset if someone didn't make it to Pyramids finals?
Oh, he's already made it.
Okay.
Yeah.
He's already got a 2.7.
But still, could you imagine what the upset would be?
That would be very, very crazy. There's a lot of people inspecting right now on both the blue and red stages. Harry Savage with a 494, and I think that means he is out. I'm pretty sure that is another terrible time in the average. So Harry Savage will not be able to defend his podium position. Linus Laren looking very disappointed with a 3.2. Looks like there is a lot of failure in this round. I've been seeing a lot of 5s and 6s from both the blue and the red stage. So it is going to be very, very difficult to say who goes through. And yeah, look, a 9 on the red stage. You would think the red stage would be all getting 2s and 3s, but
Even I can get faster than that on Pyramids. It's my worst event.
likewise.
Let's see if Jules can cope with the pressure. It just doesn't look to be a great scramble, does it?
No, I think the set of scrambles is pretty bad. Timon's obviously struggling to do well, and so is Dominic Gorney, who are the 2 best. I saw Jason get a 2.3 on one of the solves, but I haven't seen any of the rest. Richard Madden getting a 5.3 on the blue stage. Another set of stat requests, this time from Ed Hollingdale.
All the way from Australia.
What is the total count of continental records set by people registered for this competition? 2, what is the percent of all ERs that were ever set by people at this competition? And 3, which events have the highest percent of continental records set by people here today?
And the last one again.
Which events have the highest percent of continental records set by people here today?
Okay.
Seems like he has got all of these in his brain box, and he's going to work away. And Timon is just getting ready for his last solve. Simon Callum just finished his 5th and got a 2.99. I've also seen him get a 3. Linus Laren, very disappointing, getting a 4.4, so he might not be making the final either.
Looks to be like a 4-tip scramble, this last one.
Oh yes, it's definitely a very bad scramble when Timon one looks it and gets a 3.
Obviously the chances per tip of being solved or not solved is 33% for every stage of those. So you have a 33% of a solved tip chance per tip, obviously.
Yes.
Then 4 times.
However, it's not quite that because of the 6 move limit for pyramids. So it will change it slightly, but I'm not good enough at math to know what that is. But it's close enough to that. And coming up next, we are already up to the 3x3 semi-final. This is the last semi-final of the competition.
And it is one of the most exciting rounds to me because there will be so many people dropping out, being like a favorite to make it to the finals, and then crashing because of the nerves.
Yes.
And other people that do extremely well for their own general mean, and then suddenly making it. So let's see who those lucky few are and who are the unlucky ones are.
Yes, but then after 3x3, we do have the best final coming up first. Lunch.
No, no.
Lunch is the best event at every competition, and
Everyone agrees,
you do it on
everyone agrees.
every day of the competition as well.
Well, unless you're at Wakefield Open 2022, where lunch round 1 was cancelled.
Yes.
And we were hoping that we would make it through to lunch round 2, but lunch round 2 was also cancelled. I like that joke, James.
Lunch being an event, obviously the best joke of the day on every competition.
Yes. When will lunch become best of 3?
So Edward Harlingdale, that was awful, I'm sorry. The number of CRs.
Edward Hollingdale.
That's the one, that's
Yeah.
really good, okay. The number of ERs set by people at this competition is 207. The number of total ERs ever set is 566, therefore the percent of ERs set by people at this competition is 36.6%.
That's quite impressive.
About over a third of all European records were set by people at this competition. I honestly thought it would be a bit higher.
Agreed.
All the best
That does
people in
make
Europe are
sense.
here, but
However, we have seen people come and go in the community. People do start cubing. They get really good after 2 or 3 years.
yeah,
maybe
the
break
really
an
old
ER.
cubers, well, some of them are here, obviously still, like Erik, but there are a lot of them who don't compete anymore.
Yeah, for example, where is Lars Vandenberg?
Yeah,
The
Daniel
next
Shepherd,
event
this is the
semi-finals
first.
in 3x3. A quick note.
Stefan Pochmann.
Top
Yes.
16
Yeah, this is Daniel's
Europeans
first major he has
will
missed
proceed to
since
the finals.
Euros
Started cubing.
2010.
They're not European, but faster than the 16th.
And
European.
he is
While
on a nice holiday
also
in Iceland at the moment,
proceed to the
in another
finals.
Nordic country, but not
For the
here
Europeans,
today.
You just need to be top 16 European to proceed.
That's a shame. Daniel Shepherd, obviously 4 blind and
There are
5 blind
100
world record
people in the
holder.
Yeah, and
semifinals.
clock European record holder, clock world
Yep.
champion.
Got world champion. So, yeah,
If you place
big up
between
UK.
76 and 100,
But
completed
he
in
is no
orange,
longer
51
that
to
interested in
75
cubing.
in green, 26
Good luck,
to 50
Christoph.
on blue, and 1 to 25 on red.
I am going
Christopher
to
Mills.
have a quick break before the round starts, and I'll see you in a bit.
Well, as we see, this is 3x3 semis, and we are going to be starting off straight away with the fastest people on the red stage. Yeah. James.
Thomas. No,
Thank
this
you,
one's full.
James. Waterboy.
James Molloy, the water carrier.
So,
of
who's
the
hyped to
classes.
see Timon do another 5 solves for the day?
All right.
I also, Ed, a quick thing to note on that stat that I just gave, I did ignore
Staff, we
world
need
records
judges
that were
for
not
the 3x3
ERs.
semifinals. Please come help.
Also, I didn't do the third part of the start, but now we're doing 3x3 round 3 and I want to pay
Red is
attention.
full, but we still need judges on orange, green, and 1 more on blue.
So 3x3 is now getting underway on the red stage. So we've got Rasmus on the right of the camera.
We have Patrick, we have Richard, Kim, and Twan all starting their souls.
Oh, Rasmus with a 689, pretty good from him.
902 for Kim Rajola. 838 for Twan. And Patrick doing his first solve.
Oh,
it
Patrick
dropped
with
the
a cube
again.
drop.
766.
It looked like it was going to be a low 5 from him actually. Might have even been PR, but he messed up. Alexandra Carlier with an 8.1. Harry Savage in the back. He seems to have been given the solve cube because he's just gone back into the waiting area.
Richard Delacoste solving. PLL 778. Magdalena Pabish, 815. On the far right, we have Max Shao getting ready for his solve. And also our boy Chris.
Anthony Patoakis with a 6.89. Xiao with an 8.39. Looks like he maybe messed up during F12 a bit. Philip Wiki is about to start on the camera. Chris Mills with a 7.56. Timon now coming up to prepare for his first solve.
On the blue stage, Juliette going for her first solve. PLL at, oh, is that a plus? I think that's a +2. That's an 839 then.
676 from Philip Lewicki. It's 2 contention for Juliette this comp, as far as I've seen. Mads Vogt starting now.
Sebastian Y with an unsighted solve, no display. Ooh, not a good time for Mats. Oh, 1161. It's another +2.
Timon just inspecting now.
And Twan inspecting its second solve.
.470 as a first solve from Timon.
Not too shabby. Twan with a 638 on his second solve. That's much better. Started with an 838. In the front we have Philip Wire, current world champion, starting his
in
first.
the top left as well, from Ireland.
$729. Anthony Patarakis, second solve, 684.
That is a counting 689 now from him.
You'll be happy with that.
Harry Savage with a 735. Philip Lewicki with a 7 flat. Danish Chocolate. Alexandra Carlier with a 708.
Very nice. Now let's see if Mats can salvage
730.
his first solve, where he had an 11 due to a +2. 765. There we go.
From Mats.
That's much better. Max Shao starting inspection on his second solve. 8:39 for his first. Also Kim Roger Hoyland for his second solve. He started off with a 9.
720 in the back. And Max with a 590.
Nice.
Decent solve from him. Patrick starting inspection now. Timon is readying himself.
684 for Kim. As Tuan solves his third cube.
Richard Delacrosse gets a 658.
687. Is that a
637 from Patrick. Timon just inspecting now.
On the left side, Ben Barron. Solving on white.
619 from Timon. No applause at all for him there. For the Vire now starting the solve in the top right back left. Gets a 666, pretty good. Anthony Patorakis gets a 719, he looks proud of that one. Lots of cheers for him there, I think that his average is on for a good one. Got Mats Volk in the front, just off camera.
Mats is a very risky average because he started off with an 11.
749 for him. We got Chris Mills in the back and Alexander Kali in the front. Rasmus also is solving now. Rasmus gets a 692, that's pretty good for him.
Yeah, fist bump.
I think
Meanwhile,
that's counting as well.
Chris Mills, 708.
Nice. Don't know whether he's pointing to the UK contingent or us, but Alexander Kali with a 658.
Very nice. Applause from the French fans.
715 from Philip Lewicki. Just noticed Sebastian Vire on the blue stage.
Oh, Sebastian not doing well.
926.
Was that his? What that is that his fancy 5 Gen apron?
Patrick readying for a solve in the back, but it's just off camera. Not many people solving on the right stage at the moment.
On the right side, Mika Smulders. He was the last result to be entered into the
Carter
second
with
round.
a 781 plus
640.
2. Patrick with a 567, decent. Kim warming up for his third solve in the front left. Gary Savage on camera now.
Some small mistakes.
741 for Harry.
Still okay.
Kim starting inspection now. We've got Philip in the back that we might just get a no, we're probably going to get commander of Richard Delacrosse. Gets a 782. Philip got a 664.
What did Philip get?
A 664, which I just put in.
All right.
And
And Kim Roger
666 now.
Hoyland with a 698. Anthony Patorakis with his first chance to secure this good average.
I tell you with an 8.37.
While Tvan solves his fourth cube. 6.5 something. 4. 706 for Max Shao. I think I've missed one of his solves.
I'm not sure, to be honest. Looks like Kieran just got a +2. Canute looks very happy with this solve, but we can't see what his timer display is.
Good solve for Anthony again, 702, very happy, and that means that he makes finals.
Oh, a 742 lockup from Sebastian. I don't think he's going to make the finals, perhaps. Tomorrow just starting now.
Worst possible average for Anthony is a 703.
520.
That has been Timon's third solve. Let's see if Chris can
Matsvold and Patrick inspecting right now.
There we go. Yes, Chris Mills on the right side. Oh, Mats with a 931.
Another +2 for Matsvold.
Means that
and
he
a
will
756 for Patrick Ponce.
That means that Mats will not make finals. 726
Rasmus gets a 723.
726 for Chris, giving him an average between 718 and 734.
Not the best, but pretty good.
Might make him to the finals. 631 for Philip.
We've got the beautiful specimen of Harry Savage starting inspection in the back left. Ooh, Philip with a 631. You might have already said that. I might have, yep.
Better say it twice.
Ooh, 666 from Harry.
Van de Le Mans for his fifth solve. He needs a good one. PLL skip saves today. 575.
Anthony Patarakis waiting for his fifth solve.
I believe that secures Tvan for an average of 660, although I'm not really sure if one of his solves was a +2 or not.
Anthony Patarakis has a very consistent average so far. He will get anywhere between the 692 and the 703. Oh, and the 463 from Richard Delacoste. The 640 from Anthony. He's very happy with that. That will get him his 6.92 average from Anthony Patarakis.
Exactly.
That's sub-7, of course.
That secures his final spot.
Lots of applause for Richard's score just there.
That means two of my countrymen has gotten to the finals, I think, with both Tvan and Anthony. Unfortunately, Mats not making it.
Everyone just getting slightly quieter for Timon solve here.
792 for Sebastian Weyer. I don't think he will make it to the finals.
Rasmus gets a 786, I believe. So
hello everyone, I'm back.
Didn't end up his average with the best of times. Just waiting for Timon's
Tim Roger
fourth
Hoyland
solve.
with it 623.
Timon is inspecting.
As well as...
His display went off, but it looked like a high 4 or a low 5. Oh, 505, yeah.
Low 5.
Giving him a best possible average of 498.
Wow, that's going to be a lot of pressure going into the last solve.
So he's got to equalize his 4.7.
Who's your madam? Oh, Richard Delacoste.
Patrick with a 758 on his last solve.
Patrick getting a 717 average.
Chris is consistently a low 7 for this round, so he'll definitely make final.
Let's see what
we think
Philip
Sebastian
does.
Weyer might be out of the run list based on he was on the blue stage, but he didn't
But it
do
looks
very
like
well.
Philip might make it. This is a decent solve. J-Perm 689.
689, decent.
Ooh, Chris got a
659.
So that's locked in, what, low 7 average for Chris?
718, I believe.
Yeah. Again, he'll be very happy with that. He'll have like a decent seed.
He just wanted to make it to finals, so.
Tao Yu with a 967, and that's Vukas Baliga with a 583. And we've got Timon and Richard sitting down next to each other for their 5th solves.
Timon's best possible average, we believe, is
498.
which is world record.
So he needs 473 for a sub 5 average.
Yes.
So 499.
This could be
tied
an
world
amazing
record.
moment, so I'm not going to scream into the mic.
I'll do it instead.
Kim Roger Hoyland also starting his last solve.
So he needs a sub 5 for world record. Timon does.
Good solve for Kim.
720, and he big fist pump from Kim.
691, that makes him advance to the finals.
Yeah,
Richard
and that's
Delicas.
a good rank as well.
Richard Delicas starting his last solve with, he already had a 462 getting his last solve.
Ooh, good TPS for the end there. That gives him a 735 average. That'll be safely through as well.
Now Timon for his last solve.
And this could very well be a world record. He needs sub 5 for a world record average. We've got both camera angles. The venue's completely silent. Oh, that's really close. What is it? Timon, look at the display.
I believe that was a 508.
And what was the time?
Which
I
makes
think it was a very low 5.
I think it's 508, making the average of 511.
Display!
Oh, here we go. 522. Okay.
Oh,
so it's still a very, very good average. That is
516.
If I'm not mistaken, that is the 3rd fastest average ever done.
I think you might be correct there. If not, it will only be beaten by his own average. Yes.
Hello.
Hello, Chris Mills. How did you do?
I did very good.
Well
Low 7 average, which I'm pretty sure locks me a place in the final.
We're fairly certain you're in the finals. High five, Chris.
Five.
So in fact, that was the 4th fastest average ever. So Timon obviously, so Max with the world record
I was
508.
right, it was to Timon.
Timon 509, and when Timon got that 3.75 plus 2, that average was 5.15. So this is 5.16, giving him the 4th fastest average, which means Max has the fastest average, and Timon has the next 4 averages.
I was chatting to Timon in the waiting area, and he was saying he's not feeling it, and he just wants to make it to the next round, and then he gets that.
What?
Yeah, he's saying, oh,
Who is
he
this
gets
person?
he gets the 4, walks down, and I look at him, I'm like, oh, what do you get? He shakes his head and goes, I'm not feeling it. After getting a 4.
470.
But I believe Harry Savage also is going to make it to the final.
Oh, really?
Oh, really?
Yes,
I saw that he
he's
was
got a
getting
mid
some good
7
times, I wasn't
average, so
entirely
it's going to be a bit close. Did we see what he got in his last?
I wasn't
we
for
haven't
most
been
of it.
tracking his results,
But
unfortunately.
yeah, he did
There are so many
really
people
well.
with so many times to track. We believe that we've got around 9 of the
Do you
people.
have my average?
Yes,
We
it
do.
is 7.18, I think.
718. Nice.
Yeah.
That's another 1 sub NR2.
Yep, and that is that's a good ranking as well. That will probably be top 10 into the final.
Yes, I'm very
West, is
excited.
it only top 10 in the finals?
No, it's top
Kieran, how'd you do?
16 Europeans
okay.
that make it into final.
718.
So ooh, so we just
Kieran.
heard news from Kit that he maybe +2 out of the final, counting
That is
7.2,
extremely
7.3,
There were
8.7.
Saw Mats Volk with 2 +2s,
There were
which
so
were probably
many.
+2 in my
Kieran,
finals
it's
as well.
779.
You're right,
Yeah.
I think.
765 last round and more nerves, but I've heard a lot of people around, so.
Yep, so
Yeah.
Kieran's going to be very close. Obviously, there's that 5.16 average from Kieran
Which
coming, from Timon coming in.
Which is now
So
being
the best
confirmed.
solve of that round was by Richard Delacoste.
Yes.
463
With a
Swiss
460.
national record.
And he actually got the single of 5:44 in the last round, so just in this competition he has broken so many national records and dropped the 3x3 single a huge amount.
So after lunch we have clock final, Scube final, square 1 final, Megamix final, OH final, 5x5 final, Pyramix final, blindfolded final, 2x3 final,
2x3
final. And then
I would say whatever you're planning to do for the rest of the day, just cancel it.
yeah, we're going to
Yeah.
be here all
Just
day.
cancel it.
Well, we might have a little lunch break now, but
To all cubers above the age 40, if you want to join a picture, go to the main entrance during the next 5 minutes.
40 or 14?
4-0.
That's you, right, James?
Not you, unfortunately.
I just got another shoulder slap.
This is why you get the lead.
I actually thought she said 14.
It did sound like 14, but no, it is the senior cubers are arranging a picture, so that is all the senior cubers over the age of 40. They're going to head into the main hall now and take a picture together, which is nice.
So I think we're going to have a lunch break now.
Indeed, we are. The best final of the day is happening in a second.
Yep. Make sure to stay hydrated, get lots of water, and check back later for even more advice on how to better your life.
Sorry if that was unclear. It was the main entrance. Cubers over 40, main entrance, the next 5 minutes.
So, for me, I've got my lunch already behind me. So I would like to wait for all of these 3x3 results to come in so we can let you know exactly what happened and who is making the final. Then, once we know all of that, we will a little lunch break.
Yes, Chris Mills. His result is clocked in 7:18.
So, notably, the NRs we mentioned Richard Delacoste, but there is also another NR that has come in from that round, from Oscar Pettersson from Iceland, getting a 6.29 single, which is very, very impressive. Unfortunately, he won't be making the final, but you can still be proud of the national record, alas.
Yeah, results are dropping in very quickly. Patrick Pons beating Chris Mills by 0.01.
And something to remember for the 3x3 final must be at least 60 Europeans. So currently on WCA Live, you'll see the 60 green bars for the people proceeding. However, once all the results are in, the data team will check who from this list is a non-European and then add that many spaces to the end to make sure we have the 16 Europeans into the final.
That's right. So for example, right now we have Max Shao in place number 2, Patrick Pons number 6, and Zain Kanani in spot number 13. That would mean that we would add 3 spots to the final. And in that case, there would be 19 people in the finals. But not all results have been clocked in yet, so let's see who will make it and who won't.
Somebody asked in the chat, Israel count as EU? Yes, they do. Israel is part of the EU in the WCA. Yeah, part of Europe in the WCA, and that is due to the historically culturally
Yesterday
Asia.
yesterday during dinner, we had the question come up: which continental record would Jamaica get?
North America.
North America.
I can tell you that for certain.
Thank you.
So all of the Caribbean islands and all of Central America down to Panama all count as North American countries.
What about Turkey?
Turkey counts as Europe.
Right. Even though most
Russia also counts as Europe.
even though most of the country is not within Europe.
That's true. So for the purposes of politics and trade and all of that stuff, with Istanbul, half of it is based on the continent of Europe and half of it is based on the continent of Asia. They decided they are more culturally similar to Europe as a country than Asia, and so have decided to be more politically, trade, etc. aligned with Europe, and so we followed that, and Turkey is part of Europe, and it is the same for Russia.
So if a Russian from Vladivostok goes to the Asian Championships and breaks a record, it could be a European record.
That's correct.
Thank you.
And so, yeah, there are, in the very, very eastern regions of Russia, they even have borders with North Korea, for example. And so, even though they might only be a couple of hour flight from Vladivostok, even though they might only have an hour flight from Vladivostok to Seoul, Korea, if they were going to the World Championships, they would get European records, even though they are right next door. So the results are still coming in. We have just reached 80 of the results on the round. We still have another 20 to go.
And Kiran currently at spot number 21, even though there are 3 people from the United States above him. I think that's safe to say that Kiran unfortunately did not make the finals.
So somebody's asking Lebanon probably next. Lebanon counts for Asia. Azerbaijan, Armenia, and Georgia are Europe in the WCA. Oh yes, so when I was curating the country list, I noticed that Trinidad and Tobago, despite being North America by almost every South America, in the WCA, 9 countries in the WCA, but Trinidad was listed. Interestingly enough, Trinidad, physically, the island of Trinidad is part of the South American peninsula. However, they trade with the Caribbean and the rest of North America. Historically have been part of North America along with the rest of the Caribbean islands and Central America. So yes, Jamaica, all of the Caribbean islands, Central America, part of North America, and then... Oh, my mic's going funny. Oh no.
Yeah, just grab the handheld maybe.
Yeah.
So people who might make it to the finals, I mean, not all results have been entered yet. We're still waiting for 5 of them, but currently Harry Savage would still make it to the finals, as well as Alexandre Caillet and Linus Lauren.
Someone just said that Philip Lewicki got a sub-7 average. That's not true. He got
That
a
is-
706 average.
Exactly.
Still really good for him.
Sorry for the mic cutting out. I have temporarily switched to the handheld mic, and I might just take the batteries out of this and just put them back in and try and reset it. But yeah, so what I was mentioning when whilst I was cutting out was that Trinidad was originally part of South America in the WCA, even though they are historically, trade, political-wise, more North American along with the rest of the Caribbean. Very simply. So I've got a question in chat for me. Hard decision time. Do I stay up for finals? And there is only one answer to this.
Hard decision.
Yes, it's a very easy decision. Actually.
Excuse me that I want to interrupt you, James, but it looks like all of the results of the third round of 3x3 have been put in.
Ooh.
Within the top 16, there are 3 from the United States. That means that we will add 3 competitors from Europe. That means that Alexandre Caillet will be added, Linus
Yes.
Lauren will be added, Zain Kanani will not be added because he's United States, and then Yanis Costin-Cele from Romania will also make it to the
I
finals.
think the way it works in this case is we can't leave Zayn out. So Alexandre and Linus will be added, and Zayn will be added.
That's
But
interesting.
because we still don't have 16 Europeans, Giannis will be added. So it is likely that we will have a 20-person final. And I would expect that all 4 US competitors will compete first, followed by all the Europeans in order.
Yeah, that
I
will
would
almost
like-
certainly be how it works.
I would like that as well, because if we had 4, then there's 2 proper head-to-head battles going on,
Yes.
and not one of them solving on their own, which would, I think, be quite a disadvantage.
So who are we
Yes.
going to see out of the Americans head-to-head then?
So the first matchup of the Americans will be Zayn Kanani versus Patrick Ponce, who didn't perform very well in this round.
Patrick not in the top 2 US.
Indeed, and he did come second at North American Champs last weekend,
Yep.
so we will expect to see hopefully something good from him. And then the second matchup will be Philip Lewicki versus Max Shaw. And Philip Lewicki does indeed have a 6.98 average.
What's going on there then?
So I wonder if there was they finished data entering, and have gone through double checking,
Nope, I
realised a
just
small
looked
mistake.
at the first round because I am silly.
That is silly. But
It
so those
looks
will
like,
be, and Philip will be versus Max Shaw.
It looks like one of the finalists of 2019 Worlds
And 17.
and 17, Juliette Sébastien, unfortunately did not make it to the finals by 0.01 seconds
Wow,
for the
0.01.
average.
That is very, very unfortunate.
So let's look at the European sets here.
So the first pairing will be Yanis Costin-Cele from Romania versus Linus Lauren from Finland. The next matchup will be Alexandre Caillet from France, who has been in many head-to-head finals before, versus Harry Savage from the UK. A bit of a surprise entry, I would say.
Big up UK!
Big up UK. So Harry has got a very good average here, 7.38. I think it's maybe his PR. If not, it is very, very close. So Harry will be competing. Our next matchup will be Richard Delacoste versus Kevin Gerhardt, Switzerland against Germany. The next two will be Łukasz Baliga from Poland versus Knut Skog Haraldsson from Norway. Then next will be Chris Mills from the UK, the national record holder, versus Rasmus Stud Detlefsen from Denmark. Then we will have Sebastian Weyer versus Kim Roger Hoyland Larsen from Norway. Lots of Norwegian representation in this final. Then our penultimate matchup will be Anthony Patarakis versus Philip Weyer. And then in the final matchup, we have Twan Dulemond versus Timon Koloshinsky.
I can imagine Twan preferring to be one battle earlier, but hey, he did really well. Kudos to him.
Yes. And so notably, you may have realized that there is no Mats Volk. The reigning European champion did not make the final.
That means the curse is returning.
Yes. And also, Sebastian Weyer also did not make the final. He podiumed at the last major championship, Worlds 2019. He is not in... Oh, wait.
No,
I'm silly.
He is.
I am very silly. Yeah. I even mentioned him by name. My fault. But yeah. Mats Volk not being able to defend his title. Another amazing result from this round is Alexander Torsting from Sweden getting the national record single of 5.47. We did mention we should look out for him, as he will be surely a record holder and somebody to watch out for future, and he's already got a national record at this competition. When I say the last major, I mean the last major that Europeans can get podium positions in. Yes, Icelandic NR also happened. Oskar Pettersson, we mentioned that earlier. He got 6.29. Oh, wow. What a set of matchups. We've got a lot of young talent in here. And also a lot of experience in here as well.
I'm happy to see one of the Danes making it to the finals. Rasmus Stud Detlefsen from Denmark, like I said, because the home crowd always needs someone to cheer for.
Yes.
It was the same in Paris when Alexandre Callier made it to the finals.
Yes, and he had a lot of support, and it started excellently for him with a 5 on the first solve, which he was very surprised about. But yeah, Alexander Callier always looks super chill when he's solving, and I'm sure that'll be
He's a nice
no
turning style.
different. But I think here at the caster desk, we're going to take a 10-minute break for lunch, as clock is starting in 10 minutes from now. And so we will get some lunch in, get some food in, get some water in, and we'll be back to cheer on all the competitors in all the remaining finals. So we will see you soon.
Bye-bye.
back, move back. Quick, over there, quick. If you're not staff, I'm going to move out these rows.
Callum, he has done it.
Quick, go up. Close to full left. Close to full left.
Welcome back everyone, and let's go for the finals of Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022. Our first final will be clock. Please all clock solvers go behind the stations. One to 10 behind the blue stage, 11 to 20 behind the red stage. Like yesterday for 6x6 and 7x7, all the finals will be in fixed spots so that you can follow easily the competitors.
have noticed, we're going to be starting the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 clock final soon. Up names as they did for 6 and 7 yesterday, so we don't have to read them out. Yes, they decided that blue would be stage number 1 for the finals. I'm not entirely sure why. I guess it makes a bit more sense to have the best people going from left to right, but yep, that's correct, because throughout the entire comp we've had the best people on the red stage, other than for finals where we've had it on the blue stage.
Teams 4 and 5, please come judge the finals. Team 4 and 5, except if you're qualified for clock.
Yes, we are back now, and we have also told the cameraman to focus on the blue stage. Have people done souls already? I don't believe they've started, although we have seen some people get their clocks now. Nico with a 740. Mateo with a 615. We've got a cameraman going over to the top 2 seeds right now. So 5:38. And a 4:23, good start from Jacob. Did a little fist bump in the air, he's obviously happy with it. Yeah, I saw that he was on seat number 1. But Patrick Dwyer with a 724. Ed Scully with a... Ed Scully? It is Scully with a 664. Nico also keys quite slight inspection now on his second solve. A very slow flip from Nico there. 7:23. A 6:20 from Matteo, he looks upset with that. Could be. It's hard for us to tell up here whether the clock solves are DNFs or not. Jacob just starting his inspection on his second solve. Very fast flip from him. 476, not the best that he could do probably. Uh, 9:46 from the 6th seed. Elleby with a 5:67. Pretty good. Oh, sorry, a 5:51 from Matteo with a fist bump. That's pretty good. James just informed me that his mic was not on because he was eating. And so I assumed his commentary was going through, but it wasn't. Magdalena with a 6:53. Does Jacob normally wear a defenders for clock? Okay, fair enough. An 8:12 from Oliver Paley from Estonia. Jamie Calzado Gomez just getting his second solve now. Second? Third? Probably third. We're lucky. Five. Looks like Ed's about to do his third solve.
He's just waiting for the issue to be fixed with the station next to him.
Which is well within his right. Oh, it looks like a clock hadn't quite knocked into place, so the official decision to bang it on a table and see whether it aligns or not.
So this is Ed Scully on the screen.
Long first face there.
Yeah, it was very slow for him.
Oof,
I asked him how he felt
8:69.
before the round, and he said, nervous, I feel. in that exact
He also
intonation.
became Yoda for a second then. The clock wouldn't just reveal itself, I think. Jacob there, did they get a start?
I am not sure.
It's there now. In the former scramble by pins. And the 441, that is good from Jacob.
Great continuation
He's
for
very
his
happy with
average.
that.
Yeah,
He's managing to calm his nerves a bit, which is great.
yeah. You can see, well, you can't see, the camera turned off, but he took a huge sigh of relief off
Yeah.
that solve. I'm going to guess that there was maybe no lucky cases on that solve.
But he still did pretty well on it then.
Yes, yes, absolutely.
He's got a big smile on his face. I think he knows that he's in a really good chance of winning this.
So Jacob's times so far are 4:23, 4:76 and 4:41, and I have not seen a sub 5 from any other competitor.
Looks like Jamie got a 5:43.
So Ed Scully is getting ready right behind Lucas Newland there. So Lucas obviously...
Oh, it looks like the clock fell over, so Ed's going to
gonna
be
be an
receiving
extra.
an extra. It wouldn't come out of the cover again, interestingly.
Yeah,
I think there's a few of them are getting stuck within the cover.
so notably Lucas on screen right now is from Canada, so even no matter how well he does, he won't be able to get a podium here. But
Oh, a 393 from Jacob.
so 393 for Jacob, that's almost certainly done it.
I think that has
will-
done it. That's his fourth solve, so
Yeah, Jacob will be European champion.
he has not bottled a single solve yet.
and I think he can still get European record average. Oh no, not European record average, but NR average.
Our average is currently
3.95. It's very fast. I completely forgot about that.
Yep,
But
but
the current
the
national
an-
record is 4.19. And so far he has 423, 441, and 393 counting. So it's likely he'll need probably the fastest time. I'm not sure if he can get NR. Maybe he could tie it if he gets his fastest time now. Somebody in chat's going to need to do the math for us there.
Mateo with an 8:11. He knows that he's out the running now.
4.19 best possible average, yeah. So he'd be able to tie national record.
Interesting.
But,
And so he just needs a, what was he just get? 393?
393, yes.
For him.
Which, and even though it's national record, it is third in the world.
Oh, of course. It's incredible.
And on the top left, we've got Mikko Ronkainen. He is
He should hopefully have no nerves for this last solve as well. He's guaranteed the win. That's what he was nervous about. So
Yep.
there's a good chance that we see him get a really good time. He could
Tied
also just
NR
completely
still
mess up.
counts as NR. Yes.
.22 from Ed Scully. That extra did not put him off at all. Might have even been a good scramble on the extra.
Yes, and we're
We're just
it
about to
looks like
see
it's-
Jacob's final solve.
And it looks like, again, in the back, next to Ed, we've got Anders Bragen from Norway, and he's got the same thing as before. Maybe it's like slightly misaligned.
Something's up with his clock, I reckon.
Ah, Jacob,
Oh, okay.
huge
Yep.
mess up.
Ignore everything I said about
8:26.
Jacob's last solve then.
But it's still a mid four average, and so
He's won it by far.
he's won it by a
By a
huge
long
margin,
shot.
Yeah. So congratulations, Jacob. That is European Championship title for you. And I honestly could not tell you who came second or third.
And he's going to get a hug from his mate, Dansk. Looks like his 5:52 did count in the end.
And so Jacob has just come up to the... yeah, sure. So
we are joined here by the clock WCA European Championship 22 champion. Hello, Jacob.
Hi.
Do you seem out of breath?
What's your immediate thoughts?
I was so nervous going into that round. I was almost crying.
You didn't look it, to be honest with you. You solved cool as a cucumber until that last solve.
I think with the, I don't know. I think I was really nervous going into solve 1.
Okay.
And I got a 4.23.
Yeah.
After that got rid of the nerves because I knew, okay, if I can do that on one solve, I can do it on the others as well.
Yep, that's a really good mindset.
And Ed with a 7.21 on his last solve.
I could feel the nerves in my turning, but it didn't seem to affect it. So I just didn't stop turning. And then it was going into the 4th solve. I thought, okay, anything could happen here.
Yep.
And we were really worried that you were going to bottle it in the last 2 solves, but your 4th was really good.
Yeah, I did not expect that to be a 3. It felt like maybe a mid-4 or something. So seeing a 3.9, I was like, okay,
I'll take
that.
Yeah, and we were looking around and we saw you had 3 4s and nobody else had any other 4s. I don't know if you...
I don't think anyone got a 4.
I don't think anyone else got a 4. I didn't see any 4s across the entire thing. So
that's how dominant you were.
We were like, oh yeah, it seems like you've pretty much locked it in. So Chris has just turned up.
Our interview's being interrupted by lots of people trying to hug him from the UK. Big up UK.
Wait, how did other people do? I saw some of Heine's, but I didn't see.
We're actually really not sure. There were on the blue stage there was a lot of mid 5s, and then on the red stage there was a lot of 6s and low 7s.
Yeah, okay.
So
anything could happen.
I really think
but I think his
podium is like really open.
We'll have to wait for the results to come in to know who came second and third.
So we saw after your 3rd solve, when you got that 3rd 4, you took a huge sigh of relief afterwards. Was that like trying to get rid of the nerves, ready for the 4th solve because you know you'd already had like 3 decent times?
It was just I think I just remember thinking after that 3rd solve because I was like, okay, I've done it 3 times. I knew I needed just one more 4 or something to guarantee it. And as well, it's a small thing because the time was 4.417.
Yeah.
It was the same. It's the same as exact same from last solve with my first 10 hour average.
Oh wow! Okay.
So it was like quite calming to get a time that I had before. But it was my PR single for 2 years, so it was quite nice to get that again. In the final.
And going into the last solve, obviously you knew you already had like a very good average. What was your mindset going into there? Did the nerves like go because you knew you had a good average?
It was pretty much. I had no nerves going into it, and I just didn't turn well.
Okay.
It was no nerves. It was just me being stupid.
Fair enough. All right. Thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations once again.
Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah.
That was Jacob Chambers, our clock European champion. What was his average? Mid 4. Astonishing average. And what a win. Incredible that you managed to hold his nerve so well.
Final. Thank you, everybody. Before moving on, just a quick announcement to people sitting in the middle. Row 1 to 6, we would like to reserve these rows for the staff of the competition because they did such a hard work to make sure the competition ran. The least we can do to thank them is to reserve them good spots for the finals. So please, all people in rows 1 to 6 on the middle part of the bleachers, please keep these seats for the staff. Thank you very much.
Disappointed I missed that, but I was very hungry.
And we will now continue the Rubik WCA European Championship 2022 with Cube. From seat 11 to 20, please come to the red stage. Simon Callum from the United States. Yanis Kosticele from Romania. Harry Save from the United Kingdom. Linus Lauren from Finland. Magdalena Fabis from Poland. Fabio Schwan from the United Kingdom. Martin Edel from Denmark. Daniel Edel from Denmark. Kevin Gerard from Germany. Ben Sekiac from Hungary. Manuel Prieto de Anton from Spain. This is now top 10, so this will be on the blue stage. So Manuel on the blue stage. Cesare Mack from Poland. Uro Kinnunen from Finland. Elias Malmgren from Belgium. George Scully from the United Kingdom.
Hey!
From Poland.
Oh, I'm still on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the people in chat who heard that scream. I thought my microphone was not on.
Carter Bukala from the United States. And finally at the top spot, Zayn Kanani from the United States.
That's okay, we can be a little bit biased, right? No shame in cheering for your fellow countrymen.
There it is.
Have 15 results in, and the top 3 Europeans are still Jacob, Przemysław, and Mateo. That hasn't changed, but we still have 5 more results to come in. Ed Scully, Hubert Hanusiak, the ER holder, Piotr Olszewski, and Timo Nok-Nivela. So the first scrambles are coming out for Scube now.
Oh, looked like there was a... No, never mind.
I'm going to guess they were not scrambled.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. So Jacob has taken the top spot. In second place, we have Hubert Hanusiak with a 5.92 average. And in third place is Przemysław Rogalski taking third. So this is, I don't know if you just heard those screams in the background. That is the Polish crew behind the screen, behind the stage, cheering because Hubert and Przemysław have locked in second and third on the podium for Poland.
Not bad, not bad.
And the first solves for the Scube final at the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 have begun. Anthony Lafourcade starting with a 284.
So I guess maybe the Polish fans will have more to cheer for, because in first place for Europe in the second round came Michał Krasowski. So he must be one of the favorites to win Scube, together with his countryman Łukasz Burlinga. Continuing the top 3 of the second round, we have Anthony Lafourcade from France and James York, countryman George Coley from the UK.
Oh yes. So Manuel Prieto de Anton started with a 4.82.
Zayn Kanani starting off with a 203. Carter Kakala, 273. Both of them placed higher than Michał Krasowski. Obviously, both of them are not a contingent to make it to the podium.
So something to note that I have just noticed is George Scully and Manuel Prieto de Anton have swapped positions. I wonder if George asked to be in the back row and Manuel was like, yeah, I'm okay being in the front row. I've got a lot of Spanish support. And so they've just swapped places.
That might help with his nerves.
Here's Anthony Lafourcade with a second solve.
Ooh,
2.6.
okay.
Yep, that's okay. So that's a 2.6 and a 2.84 from Anthony Lafourcade.
I just overheard Jacob Chambers say that despite his amazing performance in clock finals, he has just lost his PR streak.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
So it turns out he needed that last solve to beat another sub 4 in order to get it.
And on the front stage, we have Michał Krasowski and Carter Kasala both warming up for the Square 1 final, which is coming up right after this.
Zane Kanani for a second solve. Ah, sub 2, here we go. 182. Zane got a 204 average in the second round. Let's see if he can improve on that.
$222 for Vukas Mariga. And we've got George on the screen now, the 6th seed coming into the final. 262 from George. That's a very, very good start.
Small fist pump from James next to me.
So the top 3 averages for Europeans from the last round was 2.56, 2.68 and 2.87. So we will be looking for results around that mark.
Looks like a
221 plus 2, or is
Nope,
it DNF?
just a plus 2.
Plus 2.
Yep.
421 then for Kartik Callum.
And a 306 for Michal Kosowski. And we've got Anthony Lafourcade.
I think it was. I think I just saw him do 2 moves to undo it.
Oh,
Oh,
that is unfortunate. But yeah, Anthony Lafourcade starting his 3rd solve. So he has 2.6, 2.84. And let's see what he gets here.
206.
206 for Anthony. And I think I'm fairly certain he's the first person who's got the 3rd scramble. So if Anthony can get a 206, we'll be looking for a lot of 1s on the 3rd solve.
Yep. Zane 168 on that 3rd scramble. Any idea what's left, James? Which seems to be an issue. Maybe a cube swap?
Yeah, that looks likely.
A cube swap. The fastest time so far.
Five is Uko Kinnunen in the back row. And then it's Molloy getting 4. Oh, Michal Kosowski just got a good time. Good fist pump from him, but the display is not showing. And we've got Anthony Lafourcade starting his 4th attempt. Ooh, a 345. That's not counting at the moment, so it's not completely over for him. Zane with
solution.
A 201. That's very, very good.
Here we have George on screen.
Manuel. Oh, Manuel locking up a lot. Still gets a 2.89, but I'm not sure if that's going to be good enough for the podium at this point.
Oh, George making a mistake there. Only a 6. Another sub 2.
Ooh, 1.96 from Woodhall. So he's doing very well in the back.
Woodhall Kinnunen. I'm not sure the solvers in front of him are aware of his times.
No, surely not. And I don't know where the Finns are. They were behind us, but I think a lot of them might be warming up because they have a lot of specialists in Finland. You'll see a different Finn in every final, almost.
Yeah, and
I see a couple of them in front of us, but they're busy filming instead of applauding.
We'll even have a first because it will be the first time a Finn has made it to the head-to-head 3x3 finals.
Yes. So Michal Krasowski with a 275 and Zane with a 216.
Yeah, not the best average for Zane.
Vukash starting his solve. 275 of Vukash, that's really good.
Nice fist pump. Still sub 2 for Zane, but obviously we all know he can do even better.
He is indeed. That is the most true statement I have seen in the chat, other than everything is a cube.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
3.13 for Urho, 407 for Michal.
I'm not sure what the rest of his times were.
Michal or Urho?
Urho.
Well, we got the 155, 196, 313. So there's a big range of possible averages.
Yeah. Maybe he has one. Or maybe
there's a good chance he's won, actually.
Or there's a counting time, which is not very good.
Yeah.
Oh, Urho got a 6, apparently.
Oh, and a 7.
Oh, that is unfortunate.
So in the back row, Cesare Ma got another 2. So I think Cesare might have done really well. George congratulating him as well, saying, I think you've got it. And here's George. Ooh, 324. Looks good to me.
Looks to be okay.
Yeah, it's good.
Trainee delegate from Germany, Annika Stein.
Annika Stein, yes.
She confirms that it is indeed solved. There's no time penalty to be added.
This was Cube Final. Once again, remind you that the rows 1 to 6 in the middle are reserved for staff only. Please not sit there if you are not a staff member. We will now move on to square one. Seed 20 to 11, please come to the red stage. Magdalena Pawlis from Poland.
Magda seems to be in every fight, isn't she?
I know, especially the side events and the shorter events. She is very, very dominant, and she's still really new. The next European Championship, you can be so certain you'll see her in more and more finals.
Hanna Evert from Sweden. Lukas Rubik from Poland. Hassan Kanani from the United States. And Rasmus Detlefsen from Denmark.
So Rasmus on the second stage, even as a former world record holder.
Pietro Mazza from Italy. Fabio Schwan from the United Kingdom. Johan Millier from Switzerland. Carter Fukala from the United States. Charlie Starr from the United Kingdom. Patrick Pons from the United States. Martin Edel from Denmark. Alessandro Recci from Italy.
Huge shit from the Italians.
From Poland. And Zakrat Maxio from the United States.
Jules Desjardins introducing all of the finalists on these red and blue stages. It's time for Squan. James next to me has been cheering for his countrymen, but the Netherlands also has 2 finalists with Vincent Chan and Tijmen van der Rey. And we know for a fact that Alessandro Ricci will improve on the ER because he has promised this to me after the first round.
Yep, it was not, oh yeah, I think I can do well, I think I can do well. It was a promise. From the previous round of Square One, there were 2 national records, both Swifts by Laura Mellier, 7:44 single and 8:73 average. She is in the back row, but we are getting underway with Fabio Schwann with the first serve. He has recently been practicing Square One and learnt CSP. Ooh, good start from Fabio, 7:22.
On the right side, Max Schau. He won the first round convincingly with a 5.65 average.
Oh, that was a huge pause before PBL.
Only a 6.78 for him.
Only.
With
Is that shield kite? That is a good question. I haven't been able to watch any inspections just yet. Patrick with a 7.35. And Martin Egdal starting his first attempt. Looks like a 4-slice cube-shaped solution.
Would it also be a 4-slice cube-shaped solution with the other parity case?
For the ones that are 3 or 4 slices or 5 slices, it's usually true that the length of cube shape is the same for both parities.
Okay.
When it's 1 or 2 moves, that's when it's like 1 or 2 or 5 or 6 moves, because you have to go.
That's interesting.
Oh, Hassan Kanani with a 5.44.
Fastest time of the final so far.
And we've got both Alessandro Ricci and Charlie Stark underway. Charlie, obviously the former world record holder for both single and average. Oh, Alessandro DNFs. There's an M2 out, so Alessandro starts with a DNF. That's terrible for the Team Italy supporters.
Still, it's not impossible to come back from that.
Absolutely not.
We've seen many instances where people do very well in finals, even after messing up the first one.
Yes. Oh, Fabio got a 7.34 on solve 2, so that's counting already. And Charlie started with a 10.79, which is not very good. Carter starting with a 12.12, seems like he did have parity there. But wow, really explosive start from Mikela there, getting that 5.20. And 2 low 7s for Fabio. That he could definitely be the dark horse in this race, especially with Alessandro DNFing his first solve.
Yeah, that's true.
We've got Patrick starting his second solve now.
Many moves.
On the top right, we've got Laura Mellier.
Doesn't look to be a good solve for her.
No, she's looking very, very shaky. So a 13.4 from Laura.
Shout out to the scramblers because Max Schau is going again. It seems like they're doing a very good job.
Yeah.
Always hard to find good Square One scramblers at tournaments.
Well, that's a very long OBL. Oh, he got parity, traced wrong. Oof. Even though he's maybe he's the final.
Yeah, it's still a big normal tournament for him.
Yeah, and I mean, look at the crowd. The bleachers behind us are full of people watching.
There's at least 12 rows of people in front of us and then more behind us. 6.85.
Martin Egdal with a 10.6.
6.85 for Hassan Kanani.
Oh, 6.22 from Michal Krasovsky.
Yeah,
definitely in the lead.
He's definitely doing good.
And we've got Charlie inspecting his second solve. I think he's tracing this one. He says he knows about 30% of CSP.
On the red stage, Tijmen van der Rey doing his, I think, second solve. I'm not really sure.
Big lockups for Charlie. Oh no, more lockups for Charlie.
Oh.
Gets a 9.87 and slams the table.
Double fist table slam.
Yeah, that's going to be Charlie out of the running for the podium place.
No, Diamond van der Rey messed up his solve, 13:44.
What time does Michal have? He has a 5:27 and a 6:22 so far. Patrick is now starting his third solve, and Alessandro Ricci starting his second. Alessandro is very nervous. He's shaking a huge amount. Oh, that's an 8:36, and that's counting. However, for the Italian followers, Pietro Mazza got a 7:71 in the back, so there's still a chance that Italy could be on the podium.
Do you know what his first time was?
I do not know, I'm afraid.
Maybe chat can help us.
But I can tell you that Fabio's 2 times so far are 7:22 and 7:34. 22:34. Patrick so far has a 7, 8 and 12, but obviously he is a US citizen, so will not be able to podium at this event. And Hassan Kanani on the red stage is doing very well also, getting a 5 and a 6 so far. He's on to his third solve.
Also a bit shaky.
Yeah. Oh, a 6:47. Wow, he's doing very well. But the person to watch right now is Michal Krasovsky, 5:27, 6:22, and Max has misrecognized PBL again. That's an 8.98. That's counting for Max.
And Fabio with a 1081, he will not be happy.
Michal Krasovsky with a counting at 5:96 and 6:22. He is absolutely in the lead. Fabio gets a 1081 on the third. Charlie gets a 786 on the third. And Martin's out of it. He's done. He's got an 1144, so that's a counting 10 and 11 for Martin, if I'm not mistaken.
Let's see if Alessandro can come back from this. 791 on his third solve. That means he has a 838 counting already.
What are you doing? Oh, you don't need import range in all of these boxes. And import range imports everything.
Patrick with only a 1209.
Piotr Tomata with an 856.
Yeah, why not? 2 good souls, maybe 2 6s, 2 5s, who knows? Yeah. I mean, at some point you just have to adjust your goals and still at least make the best out of what is already on the table. Only human. Yeah, Timon with a 7. His previous solve was an 823, I believe. But he also has. Yeah, he needs another good one then, because I know for a fact that he's done 2 bad solves as well. Now let's see if he can get European record. 716. So his worst possible average is a 645, I believe. 6:24 for Alessandro, I believe. Not happy about that, obviously. Hassan Kanani with an issue. Raised his hand, needs some assistance from a delegate. 7:45 for Fabio. sub 1 minute, that is. I'm not sure he's aware of that. Wow. Now, Michael for his last solve. Fast turning, bit shaky. Let's see what he gets. 682. That's 633. Alessandro Ricci locking in a 7:51 average, I think. This is going to be close with Fabio then, depending on what he does on his last solve. Max Shaw with a 666. $10.32 on the last solve of Charlie. No! 10.02. So that means that he has an 8.27 average.
This was square one final. Thank you, everybody. Now we want to mega names. Seat 20 to 11
So
on the red stage.
Timon with
On the left from
7.
Spain.
Oh, but Alessandro beat him.
Kanani from the United
So that means
States.
Timon might be
Celine
third.
Tran from Norway. Ben Baron from Israel. Jakob Benasson from Sweden.
So Timon only had the 13.44 as his bad solve. I thought he had another one, but I was mistaken there.
Rainer Schippers from the Netherlands.
That's also a national record for the Netherlands with 767.
And on seat 1 to 10 on the blue stage, Igor Tarazov from Ukraine, Gabriel Novotny from Hungary, Juliette Sébastien from France, Martin Edel from Denmark, Magdalena Pavic from Poland, Shane Moran from the United Kingdom, Philippe Lavitier from the United States, Kevin Gerd from Germany, Jan Zisch from Poland, and Isaac Lai Chung from Singapore.
Lots of Singaporean fans apparently here.
That was an exciting square one round.
Hey Chris, definitely. UK might still have, yeah, I mean, they can be very happy with Fabio.
Yeah, Fabio had a very good shot at NR going into the last solve, and he had a good start to the solve, but sadly couldn't convert the good time as he got a bit nervous towards the end.
So while we are still waiting for the final results of square one, we are going further with the competition because now it's time for the finals of the best event, I think, in the Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022, which is obviously the Megamix final.
Obviously.
Best event.
Ooh,
Prettiest
Michał
puzzles.
Kozłowski was a 6:33 CR. I did not know that. European record.
Chris not listening in on the stream before.
No.
But I mean, we can see that the amazement is obviously well deserved.
Tjeerd Vandery from the Netherlands with a 767 Dutch national record average as well. I think that might have a shot of a European podium, right?
So Max Schau's average ended up being at
Which is
7:47.
quite for him. He's going to be reasonably disappointed. I'm not sure. Yeah, there's not even winning overall, which we definitely expected from Max. Katie has laid out her UK flag on the red stage and is starting her first solve now. Wow. .31 for Isaac. His last round, he got a 30.01 PR single and a 34.52 average. So a 31 is a really solid start from him. 38 for Sean Moran. That is crazy. And 42 for Katie Davies.
It looks like all of the results of the podium candidates for Square One have been put in, and we have confirmation that Michal Kozlowski is the European champion for Square One.
And second place?
In second place, Alessandro Ricci from Italy, and I'm personally very happy about this because Tijmen van der Rey from the Netherlands has come in third with 7:67 with a new national record.
Very impressive. Congratulations to all our Square One competitors. That is Tijmen reacting right now with his Dutch friends. .36.2 for Philip Lewicki and a 36.3 for Kevin Gerhardt. Pretty good times from these guys. Philip got his first sub-37 average in the last round of Mega, which placed him fourth in the round.
Nier Schipper starting off with a 46.38, sandbagging as usual, but now it's time to throw out the sandbags and
Juliette
see what he's made of.
With a 48 and Magdalena with a 37. Isaac is about to start his second solve. He started very strongly. George Scully is doing a warm-up solve, I believe. And a 26 single, right? That was only a couple of weeks ago, which was just a week after Leandro Martin Lopez got the first sub-30 average for Megaminx, which was new world record. So, yeah, 2 weekends and 2 sub-30 averages. Isaac with a slower second solve, probably still reasonably decent for him. Sean Moran, our nation's favourite, starting his second solve. He started with a 38, which is not too bad. Around that is probably what we're looking at for a European podium. He got a 37 average in the last round, which was the third fastest European. So I think that's his goal for this competition. And he's already got a really good single as well with a 30.1 in the first round. This solve's looking pretty good. Looks like he's on to last layer now at around 29. Here come the shakes though. But he's aiming for like 36s, 37s.
Lots of shakes indeed. Oof.
Oh, and a 38. That's not too bad. That's not too bad.
It's amazing considering the amount he is shaking.
His last layer was quite slow, so he's going to be a little bit disappointed. But 238s, he's still in the running for a podium.
Definitely.
Magdalena started with a 37, and I know Juliette started with a 40-something. So it's gonna. I think the third place is going to be between Sean and Magdalena. Also, we have Janzi, who had a 35 just then. So he is the favourite European to win. And Kevin Gerhardt got a German national record in the last round as well. So he's probably a bit higher up than we'd expect him to be. So maybe he'll do a little bit worse than Sean and Magdalena.
Ah, who knows? Maybe he can confirm it and improve even further.
Yes.
He has been practicing a lot, he's told me.
In the 7th seed, we have Martin, who got the Danish national record of 38.28 average and a 34 single in the last round. So he's about a bit out of place as well. But in this final, we have 4 women, which is great to see.
Yeah, Magdalena clocking in another 38.
Okay, so she's doing probably about half a second better than Sean at the moment. Kevin Gerhardt with a 37, so it's really close between these 3. I'm not sure what Kevin got in his first.
That's a good question.
Maybe Twitch chat, let's see.
$39 for Isaac on his 3rd solve.
Okay, so that's counting, but still 39 is pretty good. I think Janzi has got a 35. I'm not quite sure what else he's had. Maybe he's only had the 1 solve so far. Sean Moran starting his 3rd solve. He has 238 so far, which is pretty decent. It's really close between him, Kevin, and Magdalena. Those are the 3 people trying to fight over those 2nd and 3rd spots, because I'm pretty sure Jan is quite likely to take the win. This looks like quite a good solve for Sean. Onto his last side, I believe, and now onto last layer. This is really good for him, as long as he holds his nerve doing the PLL. Oh, and he's really locked up. Oh, and he's popped!
Oh,
no, Sean.
Oh, and it's under the foot of a judge.
Oh, this is very disappointing. Oh, he's going to be... That's not going to put him in a good mood. But it's not over yet. This will just be his worst solve. He has to go over to the foot of Philip Lewicki's judge to retrieve that piece. Lucky Philip wasn't solving, otherwise that would be quite distracting. I think he put in an edge in the wrong place. Can we have some hearts in the chat for Sean, please? Definitely needs the support right now. That was going to be quite a good solve as well. That was looking like a 34-35. So that's very disappointing. He's not looking, he's not happy with that at all.
Shout out from the Seagulls.
Yes, Seagulls are listening in our very exciting competition.
They have been joining us throughout the whole
37
competition.
for Juliette.
Ah.
So not going too bad. I'm not sure what else she's got. I know she had a 40 something, like 44. 10 something. 105.
Rainier with a 39. That's much better than his previous solve.
35 for Philip Lewicki, which is a very good solve. Alright, send some prayers out to Sean Moran, as he's now in a very nerve-wracking situation where he's got over a minute time. So, yeah, it's going to be very nerve-wracking for him, because he's just got to do the best as he can and try not to get a poor counting time.
So I am back. My microphone should be on now.
Magdalena onto her 3rd solve, I believe, maybe 2nd. I know she's had a 37. Not sure what else she's had.
Magdalena's had also a 38.1.
Okay.
So
we're trying to do our best to track the results. I think Tim Reynolds down sitting in the staff area is giving us a hand.
And also Ed Hollingdale.
And Edward Hollingdale.
Let's go, Isaac.
Kevin Gerhardt nearing the end of his 3rd solve. He's
pause for the
2nd right now, a 38. So far it's looking like Janzi is going to take the win, with Kevin Gerhardt in 3rd and Magdalena in 4th. But we're only 3 solves in and 2 for some people, so we're not sure. Magdalena also just got a 54. So her and Sean are in very similar situations, where they both have 2 okay times and in a really bad time. Sean has started his fourth solve, looking smooth at the start. The shakes have not kicked in yet. For those who know Sean, they know that when he gets to this last layer, he's always very nervous. That's a 32 for Jørgensen. That's going to guarantee him the European win.
His worst possible average is 41.26, so it's definitely not guaranteed just yet.
No, that was the worst solve.
Ah, yes, yes, yes.
32 for Sean, let's go! So Sean in a very good position now. With a good solve, but also a bad solve. If he just gets a 35, 36, something like that on the last, he's going to be into a very good shot for the podium. Philip Lewicki nearing the end of his fourth solve. He has had a 36 and 44 and a 55, and now just getting a 39.
Isaac coming up to the
43
end
for
of his
Juliet,
fourth
so
solve.
I believe Juliet is now out of the running for the podium. 35 for Isaac, so I think he's definitely not won yet. It's going to be pretty close between him and Jan for the overall winner.
Yep, the nature of Megaminx, it's a long event. There's a lot of places where you can make mistakes.
Yes.
So obviously if you do, for the people in this final, if you do a very good solve, you can get 30 or even maybe just sub 30. But if you make a few mistakes, then it goes all the way up above 40. So,
Magdalena onto her fourth solve. She has a 37, 38, and a 54. So in terms of counting solves, she's currently a second above Sean. Sean's just got that really good 32.
Kevin Gerhardt on his fourth solve. Looks to be on last layer.
He currently has a counting 37 and 38, and he's just counted a 36. So Sean's going to need a really good, probably like a 34 to be able to go ahead of Kevin, but I think he's going to be more worried about doing better than Magdalena, who just got a 36. So she has a counting 37. Sean is starting his fifth and final solve to beat Magdalena, who, well, Magdalena has a 54, so Sean's going to be wanting to get around 36, 37 to make it as hard as possible for Magdalena to beat him. But he's going to have to get a really good time, like a low 30, to overtake Kevin. But this solve's looking pretty good. Onto his last layer. And PLL, come on, Sean. Let's go! And a 34! Wow! Magdalena's going to need a really good time. I don't even know if it's possible. Sean's average is a 37.23.
and the best possible for Magdalena is 37.5.
That's it. Sean takes the podium. Wow. Oh, that's so exciting. I'm so happy for him.
So
he did
stoked about
so
that.
well. He got the over 1 minute time on his third, and then came back and got a 32 and a 34. Oh, that was exciting. Kevin Gerhardt's worst possible is slower than Sean's average. So if Kevin gets slower than a 38 on this solve, Sean could get second. We'll try and get Sean up here to have a chat with him, because I'm really excited to see what he's going to say. Sean Moran, let's get him up here. I'm going to go give him a hug, big hug.
Currently in the lead, we have Jørgensen with a 36.03 average. In third place, Sean Moran, 37.23.
In second, you mean?
In second, excuse me.
But we are still waiting for Magdalena's last solve. She has just started, and also Kevin Gerhardt's last solve.
He's getting, he's taking some time to get ready, as he should.
We still don't know what position they're taking at. Just waiting for these last 3 times to come in.
Magdalena with a 34.20.
That makes her average 37.50, which is
37, it's slower
behind
than
Sean.
Kevin on his last solve, he's PLL 36
flat. So that will put him into second, surely?
Yeah.
Yes, it does. So the current podium stands as Jan Zich, Kevin Gerhardt, and Sean Moran.
This was Megamix final. Thank you, everybody.
That was a super close final as well.
Yeah, wow. A lot of ups and downs from everyone. Both Magdalena and Sean getting that really bad time on the third solve. But big props to Jan Zich and Kevin Gerhardt for keeping it together and locking in those podium places, and Sean for clutching it out on the last 2 solves.
It was Pete for France. Germany for France. Philippe Weyer from Germany. Krzysztof Kaleta from Poland. Sharon Behan from Ireland. Patrick Pons from the United States. And Karol Zaklewski from Poland. And seat 10-1 on the blue stage. Joseph Briggs from the United Kingdom. Valerio Locatelli from Italy. Luis Mendoza from the United Kingdom. Rizzo Elo from Finland. Jakob Gunnarsson from Sweden. Bill Salamis Gonzalez from Spain. Knut Skaug Haraldsen from Norway. Nicholas Archer from the United Kingdom. Magnus Lenz from Germany. And at the top spot, Juliette Sébastien from France.
Okay, so I'm here with Sean Moran, who just placed 3rd in Europe at the Mega Minx Finals at the 2022 Rubik's WCA European Championship. How are you feeling, Sean? How was that round?
I can't lie, I'm speechless. First 2 solves, I had 38 in 38, which, considering nerves, I was like, could be worse. And then solve 3, I kind of looked at the timer. I was on OL PL at 29, so I kind of thought it might be good. Then I popped. I don't know what happened there. And things happen. I got a 105 on that, looking for the pieces. And then I clutched it with a 32 and a 34.
Yeah, that was incredible. The moment I saw you get that pop, I was like, oh, I don't know how he's going to handle the nerves, knowing that he's got that 105 in there. But seeing you get a 32 and a 34 was incredible. So really good job. Any final thoughts?
As far as I know, I think Jan won and Kevin came second.
Yes.
So obviously, congrats to both of them. They're both class people. I've spoken to them a ton throughout this weekend. Lovely guys. And obviously, congrats to everyone else in the finals, Magdalena, Philip, Patrick, Katie, etc.
Yeah, awesome. Thanks for having the chat, and well done.
Thank you.
We are having the first cubes come out for one-handed right now. And just saying congratulations to Sean once again, but we are now getting underway with one-handed.
Hello guys, I'm back.
Hello,
OJ.
Oliver.
I've been just working on a sheet where we can show you what people are getting in the finals of 3x3. So stay tuned for that.
UK are representing hard in this round. We have 4 UK competitors. Very exciting.
Good for us.
Yes, that is pretty good for us.
And lots of people inspecting their first solves. We will try our best, along with Eric, OJ, myself, Ed Hollingdale, and Tim Reynolds, to get as many of the times in as possible. Yes! 8:06 for Nicholas Archer. That's NR single.
Wow.
964.
Nicholas Archer. What a start.
Wow, wow, wow.
On the biggest stage that you could imagine as well. 10.54 from Magnus.
Louis de Mendonça with a 7:15. He just beat Nicholas's national record.
Oh my god.
What?
Louis with a 7:15.
Oh my god.
Crazy.
Let's go,
That is... So Nicholas just got the UKNR of 8:06, and on the same scramble, Louis goes and gets a
taking it back.
7.15.
Louis, the previous NR holder for one-handed.
What a great start from Nicholas and Louis.
The UK is stomping. Even Joseph Briggs started with a 10, which is really good.
Yep. So Nicholas is now getting his second solve. Let's see if he can count this 8.
So much going on at the same time. It's incredible.
Yeah. Joseph Briggs with a 12:15. Nicholas starting his second solve. Incredible start, 8.0.
Bit lucky for Nicholas there. On to CMLL.
Definitely not a great solve for him.
Another
11.8, that's not bad.
11.81 for Nicholas.
Juliet on her second solve. She started with a 9. Another 9.
Another 9 for Juliet. That's very, very good start. 2 sub-10s.
Counting 9.64 for Juliet then.
I'm very proud to be British right now. De Mendonça on his second solve, looking pretty smooth. On to LSE, and that's an 11.15. That's good.
We've got Canute onto his second solve now.
9.5.
9.55. Was that a 6-move last layer?
Let's go.
He will certainly take the 6-move last layers when he gets them. And Jakob Gunnarsson getting a 12.26. He's a bit disappointed with that.
Patrick Ponce is actually on the red stage because he didn't do that well last round.
So far he's doing solid with 2 10s.
Yeah. Not the best, but not too bad. So Viljo Ilo from Finland finishing up one of his solves with a 11.
So a 9.36 from Abri Gaye on the 20 seed. So Abri's now has a counting 10.06.
Wow.
And he's the 20th.
And a 9.54
yes,
for
9.54
Joseph
from
Briggs.
Joseph.
It is raining sub-10s literally here.
Yeah, this is what you call
And a
people...
9.88 for Nicholas Archer. That's counting.
Yep, that is a counting 9 from Nicholas. But Juliet does have the fastest counting time at the moment with a 9.64. So it's a very, very close race at the top with Abri in third with a counting 10.06 so far. And very, very, very close behind Joseph Briggs with a counting 10.38.
This is so exciting.
Now Juliet on her third solve.
She looks like she's turning very smoothly. But that looks
Onto
like
a
quite a
ZBLL.
long solution.
Oui, oui, from the French crowd. 10.9 is solid. Louis de Mendonça is starting his third solve. Currently has a 7 and an 11.
7-11.
That is one of the grocery stores here in
Unfortunately, a
Denmark.
16.09 for Jakob Gunnarsson.
And for Louis, we have not a great time. He's going to be counting that 11. Still a 12.1.
12.19 is very respectable.
Joseph Briggs has got his fourth solve now.
Unfortunately, BL Salmon Gonzalez, sorry, his display is off, so we can't see how he's doing.
I saw an 11. I'm not really sure.
Villo with a 12.2
And
in the back row.
11.0 for Joseph Briggs. That's good.
Oh, that's
good.
very close. Yeah, no, it's good for Canute. 11.51.
11.05 for Nicholas Archer as well. Nicholas Archer's worst possible average is 10.91. I think that's going to be a podium for Europe, even if he gets a terrible solve on his last. What a round so far.
And just so people know, Ugo Spitz also, the reigning champion, has a counting 10.8 and 11.3 so far. So this is incredibly close.
Juliette about to start her fourth solve. She has 2 9s and a high 10. So she's going to need to get something like in the low 11 to make a win. Well, not a win, likely. She's quite far in the lead at the moment.
Oh,
and a slow solve for her.
Jacob Gunnarsson doing a 22 after a 16.
11.36 for Julia. Actually, well recovered. So
yeah,
that her worst possible average is 10.65, which
best
is the
possible average 10.02. So no sub 10 for her, but still a very, very good time. But we've got Nicholas Archer starting his 5th solve. What can he do here? Oh, he had a 6 mover. Oh.
Let's go. 11.3. So that is slightly better than his worst possible average with a 10.76.
That's really good quality
not
there.
a win. Juliette, his worst possible average is better than that, but I think we can safely say that's going to be on the European podium.
I don't think we can safely say that
say?
with what's going on the other stage as well.
True, true. Joseph Briggs with his 5th solve, his final one. And he's going to get an 11.8. That's pretty good.
That locks in his average as 11.1, which
that
might
could be a podium as well.
There's a lot of people who could beat that. Still left to go.
Louis' best possible average is a 10.16 because of that low 7.
Hugo gets
so he could take the lead.
Gets a 12.87 on the 4th. So Canute still has one more solve to go. His best possible is 10.82, worst possible 11.92. So he's another one that could sneak into that podium position.
Patrick got a 10.8 average. He's not European, so we're not too worried about what he's getting. Juliette on her last solve now. And she gets an 11.8. But I think she's still going to take the win. 10.65.
Juliette is in first at the moment with a 10.65.
She doesn't know her placement, asks.
Currently in second place, we have Nicholas Archer with 10.76, and currently in third is Joseph Briggs, but we still have a few more times to come in.
Both Hugo Spitz, Apris Gala, and also Louis de Mondonça could take the win.
It's still
and
very
Canute.
close.
And Canute as well, because of the 9.5. So it's all still up in the air. Louis does not look like he's going to get the win. With a disappointing
Louis
last
with a
solve.
14.04 on the last one. So that's a 12.46 average for Louis, which is not bad by any means. But that won't be a podium for him in this event.
Apris Gala on his last solve.
Hugo Spitz gets a 10.82
Apris Gala with a 10.17.
Oh, Abigale, 10.17.
That's a 10.61. So he takes the win.
Canute takes a 9.
Apris takes the win.
Oh my god.
And Canute?
He has no idea. Abris is currently in the lead with a 10.61. Second place is Julien Sebastian with 10.65. And currently in third place is
Nicholas Archer.
20th in the finals.
Nicholas Archer takes third.
Nicholas Archer is taking third with 10.76.
Apris Gala just went from 20th to first. We had...
How is that possible? Amazing.
We had 5 sub-11 averages. 6. Wow.
What a quality final.
And we thought Apris Gala's 6.99 European single was lucky. But he's just proven that he can get amazing times in a high-pressure situation. From 20th to first.
Let's now move on to 5x5.
Wow.
On the red stage, seat
Let's
20
not
to
move on to
11.
5x5
Tim
yet. This is
Barker from
so
Norway.
exciting. We just need a break for it. We
Max
still
from
need
the
to figure out what
United
has
States.
just happened here.
Twan Gilman from the Netherlands.
What did I watch?
Mateusz Sulik from
This was the
Poland.
most ridiculous finals
Kevin
I've ever
Gala
seen.
from Germany. Philipp Bayer from Germany. Alexandre Carlier from France. Céline Tran from Norway. Matt Vaughn from the Netherlands. Paul Mavey from the United States. And on the blue stage, seat 10 to 1. Harry Randers Persson from the United States. Abdelak Kadour from France. Jin-Seo Hong from the Republic of Korea. Eddie J from the United Kingdom. Olivencia Gonzalez from Spain. Richard Delacoste from Switzerland. Patrick Pont from the United States. Sebastian Weyer from Germany. Sharon Bierman from Ireland. And on the third spot, as usual, Timon Kolafinski from Poland.
So after this very, very fast one-handed finals, I hope we can relax a little bit more because 5x5 is a little bit of a slower event. It's not going to be less exciting though, especially with Kieran and Timon in spot number 1 and 2.
So just to quickly recap that insane OH final that has not sunk into my brain yet.
Yeah, what on earth was that?
From seed 20, Abby Gayer coming out with the win with a 10.61 average. The first seed, Juliette Sebastian, getting 10.65, coming in second. And in third place from the UK, Nicholas Archer. But also, Louis de Mendonça on the back row in the first solve, getting a 7.15, which is 8th in the world.
Also, UK national records that was only just broken literally seconds earlier by Nicholas Archer.
Yes.
He went straight from an 8 to a low 7 as the Louis way.
They all improved so much compared to the second round. It's incredible. So the best average in the second round was only a 10.92 from Juliette. In second place, Magnus Lensch from Germany with 11.01. But then there were so many sub-11 averages in the finals. Moving on to 5x5 then.
Yes.
In the second round, Timon Kolozinski took the lead with a 5-second gap to number 2 seed Kieran Behan from Ireland. Timon with a 40.42 average, Kieran having a 45.19. So I think it's safe to say that Timon is by far the favorite to win this finals. But behind Timon, I think it's going to be really, really close because Kieran with 45, Sebastian Weyer with 47, Patrick Pons also with 47, obviously not entitled for one of the podium places. And then Richard Delacoste also with a 47 average in the second round. So it's going to be very, very close this finals. Let's see if Kieran will do very well. I think he's the one that has the most potential to make it a little bit harder for Timon to win.
Yep. And Timon has said that 5x5 is probably his next best chance of getting a world record after 3x3 and Pyramids. So this is definitely one of his favorite events.
Sounds like some Hungarians just found out that they have a European champion in their midst.
Yep, there it is. It's in WCA Live now.
And we've got the first few souls coming in. And Patrick Ponce gets a 51, Ellie J gets a 56, Jin So Hong gets a 47, Selena 49, Philip Weyer 55.
Caribbean 47.
47.46 is that?
4-5.
4-5. And Timon is now starting his first solve as well. And on your screen you also have Edo Olivencia Gonzalez.
Big pause there for Eder Olivencia Gonzalez. James is much better than I am.
My Spanish pronunciation is also not really up to scratch. It's been a while since I've studied it. But we try in the caster desk.
Yeah, that's maybe not even going to be a
Timon's on
sub
3x3 stage.
Ooh, that's going to be a really good solve.
Yeah, it's going to be sub 40 surely.
Yeah, that's a great start from Timon.
39.05.
39.05. And Sebastian Vaya is barely even sub 1 with a 59 on the first solve.
Patrick Pons, one of the first competitors to start the second solve.
Just waving to the competitors now, not distracting them at all.
No. It'll probably keep their mind off it. I mean, even though they know we're up here casting them and they've got huge cameras in their faces, it's probably a nice little distractant to find a face you know in the crowd of 1,000 in these bleachers.
Yeah, of course. It keeps your mind off the daunting results that are about to come.
He's on one.
Patrick Ponce with a 47.
47.16. He'll be pretty pleased with that.
Richard Delacoste with a 46.
Paul Marvey over on the red stage with a 58.5225. I'm sorry. Numbers are difficult.
While Kieran is hiding his cube under the table, Timon is getting ready for his second solve. Let's see if we can see a little bit more when he is solving.
And we've got Sebastian Vaya receiving his cube now as well. Not bad from Kieran, 49.71. He'll be looking to get mid 45s. Well, that's parity out for Timon. So if his 3x3 stage is good, this should be another sub 40.
Are we tight?
Yes, it is. 39.87.
Two sub 40s from Timon. There's a point in 39.
Yep, and as a reminder, the current European record is held by Timon with 39.9.
So starting off pretty well then.
Eder Olivencia Gonzalez from Spain, doing his 3x3 part now.
Sebastian would come back in the second 44.28. He
Yeah,
really
well,
needs to make sure that 59 does not count.
56.87.
We've got Richard Delacoste underway with his third solve. .46.54 for Richard Delacoste there, and Patrick with a 47.44.
Sebastian's display is off. Hopefully we can get that sorted. But somehow I doubt it's going to be sorted before his next solve.
Yep, so we might miss out on the time he gets.
I'm going to join in with Kieran's solve. He's about 11 seconds in now.
And Timon is mid-inspection, so we'll see him solving. I think Sebastian might be keeping his display off whilst he's warming up, just to inform the viewers that this is not an official attempt.
Oh, perhaps.
Yeah, he's doing 4-4 right now.
If he is. Yep, that was correct.
Yep. It's quite a common occurrence.
I've never seen it, but I quite like the idea.
I like that he does it.
40.64 from Kieran.
That's very, very good. He'll be
That's
happy with
nice.
that. Oh, wait, is Timon on 3x3 stage?
He is.
Oh,
Last
no.
layer. No.
Yeah, really bad at all
That is
case.
a bad 3x3 phase for him.
Yeah, that was very, very... Do you have Sebastian Wyatt solving at the moment? And Ada over on the left stage has started his third solve as well. Thank you everyone for tuning into this Rubik WCA European Championship 2022. Glad to see there's over 400 of you in chat. Share the stream with all your friends, your parents, your pets.
Your dog walker, apparently.
Your dog walker.
Your dog walker.
The other people waiting for the bus next to you.
And this is going to be a counting solve from Sebastian Wyatt, a 57.4. And
Double face palm.
I think that's going to take him out of the running for the podium.
Ooh, he's not going to be happy about that one.
Oh, Eder Olivencia Gonzalez with another solve above 1 minute.
Yeah, but big shake of the head from Ada there.
Still waiting for Kieran and Timon's fourth scramble.
Which Patrick Ponce is just starting now. That's a 47.09 for Ellie on the screen. And next to him, Jin So Hong, 20 seconds into his solve.
Richard Delacosta on the left side, he's in the middle of his fourth solve. He has done 2 46s already and a 48, I believe. So if he can follow up with another mid 40, that puts him right into the contention for a podium place.
Yeah, unfortunately we did miss Richard's first solve. He got the cube very, very
So 3x3,
early.
it's going to be over 50. 50, 23, barely.
So if anyone knows what Richard got on his first solve, I don't know if it was caught on camera. It would be appreciated if you could post it in the chat. The last OH final ties second for most sub-10s in a round. Wow. Very impressive. Patrick gets a 47.5.
Meanwhile, Kieran on his fourth solve.
And Timon also starting his fourth solve. So Timon had a very bad 3x3 stage in the last attempt. And on your screen now we have Arirandas Persson. 39 from Kieran.
That is very good for Kieran.
That makes that 40.6 that he got counting.
That must secure him a second place.
I believe so. His team was definitely on 3x3 stage.
Another low solve.
Oh,
Kilo.
42.84.
Not too shabby.
So Timon's worst possible average is 42.01 and Kieran's best possible average is 42.5.
So no ER today from him in this event.
Yeah, but it does lock Timon in for the win. So that means he has taken the championship title in both 5x5, 6x6 and 7x7 so far.
Yes, he has taken it in both of those events.
Yes, with many more opportunities to come.
I'm getting a little bit of a deja vu, James. Are you too? Do you remember 2019 Worlds, where Max Park almost won all of the events?
Yes.
Also, Felix Zemdex 2011 winning almost all of the events,
Yes.
except for the 3x3 finals.
So
now holding his own cube up to be run.
Timon helping out his judge there.
Come on, Leon, you're better than that.
Meanwhile, Eder Olivencia Gonzalez on his fourth solve.
And Elleby on his fifth at the moment. He's got a pretty poor average going for him. He's got a 56, 54, 53, and 47.
Much better solve for Eder here. Hit it with 50, 87. That's his best solve so far.
And Ellie finishes with a 54.4. That locks in a 53.91 average for him.
And Kieran is starting his last and final solve. Fifth and final solve.
Fifth and final. So his best possible average is 42.5.
Is Richard solving with the display off? Or is that a warm-up solve?
No, this
I think
is a
it
real
is official
solve.
solve.
Yes, unfortunately Richard's screen is indeed off. And we've got Patrick's fifth.
Kieran finishing up his last solve.
Looks
not the
quite
best.
slow.
It's not the best.
I don't think he's on, and now he's on.
No, that's
49,
almost
45.
his slowest solve.
That is a 45.85 average for Kieran.
So Richard Delacoste finishes his average. I hope they will.
Clement Vallo is on the case to get the display going.
I think he is also in the same sheet we're working in. Oh, it's a 49.20. That gives him a 48.24 average.
If we have got the first correct, which we are not sure about.
Timon just starting his last solve now. Remember that he can't get a sub 40 average at this point.
But he also can't not win.
Yes, he is one.
So Sebastian Wyatt gets his fifth solve underway. And Patrick finishes with a 5.10. That's a 48.35 average for Patrick. Yes,
40.22 for Timon.
40.98 average, so sub 41. He'll be very, very happy with that. Sebastian Weier's best possible average is a 49, so he is, well, depending on what Richard Delacoste gets, he could very possibly make it into the podium positions.
Huh. But only if he does very well. He's finishing up his 3x3 stage. Not the best solve.
51.45 for Sebastian Weier, so that's a 51.77 average for him. So Abdi in the back row got a 51.74 average. So if I'm not mistaken, the podium is Timon, Kieran, Richard, because I don't, but let's see, I'm just going to test something. Richard's average at worst can be 48.66, so Richard has locked in third place, securing another European Championship podium after he got third place in 7x7 as well.
Well done,
another
well done.
championship podium for Kieran.
Yes. So 5 and 7, the podium was Timon, Kieran, Richard, and then for 6x6 it was Kieran, Silvertran.
Yep.
Mats Vogt finishing his average with a 46, giving him a 49.81 average.
48.24 average for Richard, so... no. So this is from J-Tiger. I see you're reading the sheet as well. We didn't quite get the first solve for Richard. We're not exactly sure what it is. I know it's a high 48, and that's about it. So we're not certain it's 48.24, but at worst it's 48.66.
Yeah, we're trying our best to capture every time that we see on the displays, but we can often miss them.
Well, we still have a few more finals to go, and this one is going to be extremely tricky to track along with. This is the Pyraminx final.
It's going to be so fast.
There's going to be a lot of 1 and 2 second solves, especially on the blue stage.
Especially if they reset their timer quickly afterwards, it's going to be hard to capture all of that.
Yep, so we will do our best to follow along. We'll do our best to get all the times for you in the chat and keep you following along, but we cannot make any guarantees.
Now we've got the time. I'm quickly filling up my water bottle. it's a good reminder to stay hydrated.
Stay hydrated, yeah.
Can you fill up mine as well, please, Eric? Thank you.
Mine's okay.
OJ has not been drinking enough water. That's why he still has plenty of water remaining.
I actually didn't have that much left. I probably should have just drank a load and then tossed it to him, but oh well. And the cameraman just did a flip.
He did indeed.
People were saying he was doing some tricks yesterday, but I didn't think he was going to actually do a flip.
Somebody's asking, where are we at in the venue? Well, if you see the red shirted man standing up in front of the camera, we are just to the left of said camera.
Yep. So the camera that does the wide angle shot is to my right.
Probably about 2.5 meters, 3 meters away.
We're up on the first balcony of the stairs. There are stairs in front of us and there are also stairs behind us with plenty of seats.
Yes.
The behind us was empty for most of the weekend, but it is still about a third full, would you say? Maybe a quarter full?
Yeah.
Maybe
and
not
in
even that.
front of us, it is very, very
Yeah, in
packed.
front of us, almost every seat is packed out. The only ones that aren't are the staff seats, which are obviously reserved.
So somebody's asking who is speaking. My name is James Molloy. I'm a delegate from the UK, and we also have Oliver Weeks, who is a trainee delegate from the UK.
Also known as OJ, to basically anyone in the UK.
Yep, and somebody who's just gone to get us a drink of water to keep us hydrated is Erik Akkersdijk.
He's the 708 guy.
A very familiar name in the community. So we are still just around 400 people watching. Remember to share the stream for this Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022.
We're also joined with Christopher Mills from the UK, who is also a...
Hello.
Oh, wait, no, he's not a delegate.
I'm not a delegate.
He's just fast. So it says, damn him. He's in the row.
We've had quite a few.
We've had
breaks.
plenty of... James Molloy and orange juice. What is your favourite type of cheese?
Boring and say cheddar.
That is very...
Not even mature cheddar, mild cheddar.
Yeah, I like a mild cheddar.
I'm a big fan of a strong red Leicester.
Oh, I'm sorry for getting you to order very mild cheese then for our sandwiches. Double Gloucester would be my pick if we went for mature, just because it's where I'm from.
What did I miss after square one? You
A
missed
lot.
yeah, where do we start? So after square one, we had a very, very close, thank you, Eric, a very close mixed final. We also had an extremely close one-handed final, and then we had not that eventful 5x5, quite a predictable one, but I would really recommend get into that VOD, rewatch one-handed and 5x5 final and Mega Mix finals. They were very worth it.
After we finish everything.
After we finish today, yes, of course. Props to you for keeping us informed for the past 4 days. It's even come to watch live, and you guys have made it worth watching. Thank you very, very much for joining us. We're happy to do this. It's a lot of fun, and
there'll be more.
There's more to come.
We'll probably commentate, or James will probably commentate any comp that he's at, a major comp.
Maybe. I've thought about going back to doing the live announcement at competition, but I was asked to do the stream here, so I said yes.
Well, you've done a great job, James. You picked a great team.
On blue, we have Jules Desjardins.
Yeah, that is true. Timon will be on the red stage because he only qualified in 11th after last round.
Piotr Ossowski, Marcus Kamen, Diego Alfonso, Simon Callum, Dominic Garni, Jakob Kipser, and finally Andres Rodriguez Hallen.
Will we see Timon on cam? We have just asked the camera operators to try and focus on Timon where they can. Also, they know that he's very fast, so they'll understand that.
Something quite surprising is there were 4 Polish people who were faster than Timon in the last round of Pyramix, but Timon is still definitely the favourite to win it. He's had the most experience in these high-pressure finals for Pyraminx and other events as well. And he also has the fastest average officially out of everybody in this round.
Would be hilarious if Timon gets world record average now.
Which is 166, currently held by Jasper Murray from New Zealand. A good friend of mine.
we have the favourite underway, Timon Kolozinski, and also the number 1, Hallen.
Bit of a loggy one though. 184.
121 for Simon Callum, 184 for Timon. Oh, we should be filling in this spreadsheet.
270.
You need to fill in 5 and 6.
There's a 1.39 from Jakub.
So we will to track every time we see.
It might be a bit difficult to commentate at the same time, but we'll give it our go.
Nope.
First scramble, probably a good one then, huh?
Yeah, let's see what Dominic. He's probably second favourite behind Timon for the title.
He's solving just now on the white stick experiments.
174.
So we have one Brit in this final, Edward Burgess, who doesn't currently have the national record average, but he did start with a 270, which is the national record average for UK.
Yep, so he could very much take that record away from Jason Harley, who is the current holder, who unfortunately did not make this final.
To start his second solve, he started pretty swiftly with a 184, although we've had a 152, a 169, a 164, a 139, a 174, even a 121 in the first solve.
That was
quite
Simon
an easy scramble.
Callum, who is the former world record holder before Jasper took it off of him.
Very speedy man. Timon about to do his second solve.
Timon locking up.
310 for Timon.
Oh, and Simon Callum plus 2ing.
466 for him. Looks like the second scramble is a bit harder.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Timon locking up on that last U prime, and Simon Callum just plus 2ing it outright.
Diego Alfonso with a 2.47. We are all doing our best to type all of these times into a spreadsheet so we can let you know what the average is as quickly as possible, and if they've got a shot for world record, national record, etc., and who's looking like they're going to win it. We've got a great team of people, us at the stream table, and Tim Reynolds, and also Ed Hollingdale as well.
And Dominic Gorney is receiving his second scramble now.
Yes.
And the there's only been 6 twos. Looks like Jakub Drobny has the fastest time on the second scramble so far with a 2:33.
Marcus Kamen with a
Magdalena
2:72.
Pabish just got a 2.16 on the second, which is the fastest time we've seen so far on that scramble.
She is currently in the lead with a 152 and a 216.
This is definitely an event where Poland could very easily take a clean sweep of the podium. A lot of Pyraminx talent.
And one of the only events that Timon is competing in, and could also not be the fastest Polish person.
Dominic with a 362.
Ooh. He had a good start and for second solve, which is looking quite like a common occurrence in this one. Edward Burgess got a 269 on the second. I did not see that, so he's on track for UKNR.
Ooh, Simon Callum plus 2s again.
He's going to be out in the running for a good average now with a counting 4. 254 for Diego Alfonso. He's not doing too bad. We're not quite sure what you got.
Another 184 for Timon.
Solid.
And Andres with a 226. Staying nice and consistent, but not quite as good as a few of the other competitors like Timon and Magda.
Marcus Kamen about to do his third solve. Currently has a 1.6 and a 2.7. He is a US competitor, so he's not going to be in the running for the European podium. 175 for Marcus Kamen. Looking like the third scramble might be pretty good. Well, we've seen it.
218 for Magda. That's now a 216 and a 218 that's counting.
She is definitely in the lead.
On the screen.
It's going to come down. It's going to come down to how easy these last few scrambles are, because you do like the meaner three of the first three. Magdalena is in the lead, but out of fastest counting times, Marcus Kamen, and then out of European competitors, I think Timon Koloshinsky's got the fastest counting time so far. So I think in contention for the European champion spot is Magdalena and Timon. Those are the favourites to win it at this point.
Dominic Gorney is starting his third solve now. He's got a wide variety. He's got a 1.7 and a 3.6. So let's see how he can do on this third solve. Diego Alfonso on the fourth solve, getting a 321.
And a 318.
And that 318 is counting for Dominic. He's not going to be too pleased with that. And with Andres,
62 for
with him getting that's a counting three.
Counting three chocolate.
So yeah, definitely the favourites are Timon and Magdalena. Timon is taking his time before starting his fourth solve. And a 198 for Jakub Hipsa from Poland. He's looking really strong. A 165 for Timon.
That counts. Two counting 184s.
Wow. His current best possible average is 178, which would be his second fastest average. And a 198 for Magdalena. This is so close. It's coming down to the last solve. Jakub, Magdalena and Timon are all in the running for the winning spot.
Magdalena's BPA is 1.89. Her worst possible average is 2.11.
If everybody gets their worst solve out of these three poles, Magdalena will take the win. So it's really going to come down to how good this scramble is.
And Dominic Gorney is still waiting for his fourth, but we've obviously seen quite a few ones already. And Dominic is the second-ranked Polish person, so we would expect a great time from him on this fourth solve right here. Andres getting a 2.2 on his last. That locks in a 2.49 average.
Here comes Jakub Hipsa with his last solve. His best possible average is 181 with a worst possible of 223. Hold on to your hats because this is going to come down to the wire. He's doing inspection now.
175.
Jakub with a 225.
So Jakub's average is 209. That's really, really good, but it's beatable by multiple other people at this in here so far. Timon Koloshinsky and Magda could both knock him off the top spot.
Diego, no. We don't know his first time.
Edward Burgess with a 333, finishing off with a 315 average.
Simon Callum gets a 207 on the last.
Timon has received his last cube.
Timon's starting his last solve now.
The current world record podium is 5.99 from NA Champs just last weekend, which is very beatable right now. It all comes down to what Magdalena and Timon get. 209 is the winning average.
Dominic's BPA is 175.
No,
Oh,
it's
wait,
not.
no. Oh, wait, no. Oh, his best possible average is 222. I misread it.
So Timon's best possible is a 178, and Magdalena's is 189. But Magdalena has already locked in a podium. Solve. Oh, and she's messed up. So she's going to get her worst possible, which is a 211. So that's going to lock in a European podium. So she's going to be pretty happy with that. If Timon gets his best possible, that's also going to be the world record podium. The last solve does not look that great. Currently, the fastest we've seen on it is a 218. Timon is finally starting his last solve, taking the time to compose himself.
Dominic gets a 2.58 plus 2.
And Timon is your European champion. That secures it, a 193 average, and not the world record podium, but that is Wow,
That
that
is
was
sub-2.
so tight. That is Poland 1-2-3. Timon Koleszyński coming in first with a 193 average. Jakub Hipsa coming in second with a 209, and Magdalena Pavic coming in third with a 2.11 average.
So Timon is
What a
now
final.
officially your WCA Rubik's European Championship 2022 winner of 5, 6, 7 and Pero.
Wow.
Will there be more?
That's 4 out of 4 for the events he's competing
Will there
in.
be more? Who's to say?
High fives all round. He's stoked. Sub 2 in a major final like this is very impressive, and the scrambles didn't look too good.
We've got a train of people all going in to give him a high five.
He should be
Honestly, I'm
charging for
surprised
these.
that They haven't been told to go away from the stations yet.
Yeah, there are no more souls remaining in the round, so he's
try
not
and-
distracting anyone.
We'll try and get him up here to have a quick chat before we start the next event, which is free blind.
Well, yeah, we're going to have to be quiet for that, aren't we? The massive crowd of people.
So as mentioned at the start, this is one of the events that Poland could sweep, and they did indeed sweep it.
So I'm here with Timon Koleszyński, who's just finished his Pyraminx round. How did it go, and what are your thoughts?
Well, so first solve, it was quite an easy scramble. I heard the crowd going absolutely wild after everyone doing their first solve, so I was like, well, okay, I should probably get something good here. I locked up quite a bit. It was a 1.8, so I knew, you know, like, usually people make a lot of mistakes in a single average, so that one mistake probably isn't gonna cost me the win if I'm trying to win, but you know, next solve, it was an okay scramble, and I got a 3 because I locked up really badly again. At that point, I thought, okay, well, this is very unlikely that I can win or even podium at this point. Because, you know, I thought everyone else would get a good time on that as well, since I knew I could have. And then, yeah, the rest of the average, I just did everything, like, perfectly, basically. I could not imagine, like, those last 3 solves going any better, so that was crazy.
Nice.
Especially on the last one, like, throughout all of inspection, I thought, like, okay, the one solution that I found is so hard to execute under pressure. Like, there's no way. There's no way. And I got a 211. Like, I don't think I locked up once.
Wow.
It was nuts.
Well, good job. You won with a 193 average. In second place was a fellow Pole, Jakub, who got a 209. And in third place was Magdalena with a 211. So a full Polish podium. And I think this is the second fastest Pyraminx podium in the world. And your 4th win at the European Championships here in Copenhagen so far. So congratulations. Any final thoughts?
Well, congrats to Magda and Jakub on getting PB averages. That's pretty cool to get that in the European final. That's it. Thanks
Awesome.
for the interview.
Well, good luck for the rest of the competition.
Thank you, Chris. Come on, commentator, don't be shy. Don't be shy. Sorry.
This
say.
was Pyraminx final.
Oh, sorry, we got interrupted by
to 3x3 blindfolded. As usual, in blindfolded, this requires a lot of concentration. So please be completely silent. We don't want to hear a single noise coming from you guys. Thank you very much. So on the red side, seat 20 to 11. Adam Marcellus Kelly from the United States. Harry Savit from the United Kingdom. Ben Barrett from Israel. Timo Mikela from Finland. Mikela from Poland. Daniel Anger Havensen from Denmark. Oliver Fritz from Germany. Lorenzo Mauro from Italy. Noah Kraft from Germany. And Arthur Gassin from France. And seat 10 to 1 on the blue stage. Kamil Przybylski from Poland. Ralstos Opoka from Poland. Wojciech Rogosinski from Poland. Christoph Weber from Poland. Jan Haber from Germany. Daniel Wallim from Sweden. Alvin Baran from Poland. Ben Stokes from the United Kingdom. Martin Edel from Denmark. And at the top spot, Jakob Gunnarsson from Sweden. A reminder to all competitors, please look only forward, do not look on your neighbors. Thank you. And
so we're going to have some more commentary from the freeline finals.
Yep. It's just going to be the two of us, Oliver and myself, James Warren,
Just
because
two of us.
we are sat next to each other, so we can hear each other speak and interact.
Of course, the rest of the venue's been even quieter than we are at the moment, which is pretty good.
Yes, I do. The only thing I'm slightly worried about is when people start finishing and there are a few people left.
Yeah, true.
I hope the venue will stay
Hopefully
quiet
people
for
don't,
everyone.
hopefully people don't just leave as well. That will cause a lot of noise.
Yes, indeed. So, looks like everyone is getting ready, and the first solves are soon to begin. Jakob Gunnarsson has received his puzzle as seed 1.
He's starting now. Second now.
And just off to the side, Radamil Barra is now on your screen. And Arthur Kassar and Dornier Valin have both received their puzzles as well. Ooh, so that's a DNF for Jakob. So, obviously it being the final, there is no need to safety an attempt, so all 3 solves will be full speed ahead for everyone. Radamil Baran also starts with a DNF.
2 twisted corners.
Dornier Valin over on the left, one of the most animated memorizers.
He started doing it during the Rubik's 5-a-side as well. It was quite fun.
Martin Egdal with a 8-second memo, but always very lucky.
Daniel with a 23 success.
It's a 23.19, that's Marcin Kowalczyk's former world record time.
Wow. 23.96 from Martin, not quite first place yet.
And Ben DNFs as well. So a lot of DNFs to start. And you might be wondering, oh, how do people applaud for their friends? Compared to other rounds, this has to be silent. So in the blind community, the deaf community, they use, they raise their arms and do jazz hands to signify applause.
Yeah, because that's sign language for applause. And so when we're watching Food Blind, we do little jazz hands. Just to say, well done to the competitor. Christoph Morau with a 27 DNF. Looks like a few edges of the corners. Looks like Jakob Gunnarsson's cube is ready for him. He's just getting himself ready for the solve.
Very impressed so far with the room staying perfectly silent. The loudest thing in the room is the fan on the projector right next to us. Stokes is starting his second attempt.
Jakob Gunnarson with a 2051.
I don't know if it was a DNF though.
I'm not entirely sure.
Ben Stokes on the second attempt.
Oh, yeah. Lost his memo. Daniel Valby with a 6-second memo, 7-second memo. Daniel's going full speed ahead with this solve. Oh, the 1992 there is crazy. Lots of jazz hands. I'd not be surprised if that won. That solve right there. Just forgot everything, it seems. Martin's got a cube in front of him, he's just doing a practice solve beforehand.
Dodge Boba, who won multi. And on the top left is Vladimir Barron.
Seems to have forgotten his memory there. Remembered it was our success. No, it was off by 2 corners again. Ben with a 9-second memory.
Martin looks like he's locking up.
Oh, Martin with a
does get the success. Does get the success.
That's currently placing him second.
And Ben does get a success. He gets a 25 second.
That might be enough. No, wait.
Daniel Valby has received his third scramble as well.
Jakob Gunnarson with another DNF.
Oh no, Jakob tripled, I think. He's going to be so disappointed with that after winning the second round.
Starting his third solve now, this could be a really good move.
And already having the 19 is going to take a lot of pressure off. 9-second memo.
It's DNF by I think 3 edges.
Yeah, it looks like 3 edges. Yep, that was a DNF indeed. Artigas with 8-second memo. Let's see what he can get. Vladimir Barron on his third attempt as well.
Arthur with a 25.4.
With a 24 flat on the last one, does not improve.
he's pausing early. He's very, very shaky.
Krzysztof with a 20.88. Just hands for Krzysztof. Harry Savage at 24. I went 124. Oh dear. 128. Still a dear. Yeah, Bubba third, surely.
Martin Egdal.
Yeah, very close between second and third there. And Daniel Vallen gets the first place with a sub 20 time.
Yep. 5.84 and in fact 25.84. So he is well out of play.
We've just got one person solving now and one person left to solve, and then we'll be able to make noise again. People are still staying quiet, which is really good to see. Whether he'll get a huge cheer, like an out loud cheer, if he gets a success here. That'd be pretty funny. Oh, unlucky.
And I think that is everyone.
There we go, there's the claps. And we are back. Hello.
Thank you, Henrik, for starting the applause.
Someone had to do it.
Our 3x3 blindfolded final.
This was 3x3 blindfolded. Let's now move on to
WCA
2x2.
Rubik's European Olympic 2022.
3x3x3 blindfolded final. With Daniel Vallen as your European champion.
Yeah, so that means he has now taken 2 wins. He got 4 blind on Friday and 3 blind today.
On Thursday.
Matteo De Witt from the Netherlands.
Yes.
Magdalena Pani from Poland. Elion Miguel from France. Linus Loven from Finland. Mikela from France. William Jørgensen from Sweden. Elleby Callum from Norway. And Max Yo from the United States.
This is 2x2.
Seed 10-1. Leo Lickfish
3
from
finals
Sweden.
left. The 2x2, the 4x4, and of course the 3x3 finals.
From France.
2x2, one of the fastest events that we have, obviously.
How many sub ones do you think we're going to see?
Martin Edel from Denmark.
So with 20 competitors,
I think we're going to see 3, and they'll all be from Zane.
From Germany. Anthony Batteraki from the Netherlands.
it's very depending on the score, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm going to say 7.
7 sub ones.
Yeah, I'm going to say there's going to be a very good scramble among them, and several people are going to do it.
So, for those in the chat wondering who is keeping track of the spreadsheet, Oliver, myself, Eric, Tim Reynolds, and Ed Hollingdale are keeping track.
This is going to be hard.
And Tim just sent me a message saying, this is going to suck.
Yeah.
This is the fastest event of the day.
So if we're not saying much in the commentary booth, it's because we are frantically writing times down before they get reset and we lose them.
It will probably take a while, even after the round is finished, until we know what's what.
And the other thing is, we have no idea who's going to podium. Obviously, Zane is expected to win, being the world record holder, having a bunch of the fastest averages. But anyone in this final could be on the podium, just like one-handed.
Because, of course, Zane cannot win as the European champion because he is not European.
But us three up on the desk, keeping track of 2 people each. So we have 1 table each, and then Tim and Ed are going to do their best to fill in the rest.
So
We're
to give you
probably not going to get many of the people on the red stage, but we will try our best to get everyone from the blue stage.
To give you an indication of how fast all of these finalists are, the slowest competitor to make it to the finals is Noah Kraft from Germany. He has a best official average of 181.
Wow.
So all of these competitors are well equipped to do a sub-2 average. So it's really anyone's game. I'm going to say there's going to be a few competitors messing up twice, giving them a very bad solve counting.
And to mention, there are multiple world record holders in 2x2 in this round.
Can you imagine what would happen if there was a 4-mover right now?
Oh my god, the place would
The venue would
explode.
erupt.
And I'm sure we would see a world record.
Absolutely.
Maciej Czapieski's 0.49 has stood for a number of years now. It is the
the
oldest
longest.
standing world record.
The oldest standing current world record.
168 for Erasmus.
260 cube drop from Martin.
297 cube drop for Kevin.
172 for Tanish. 171 for Max Shaw. 189 Matteo De Witt.
168 for Rasmus?
159 for Leo Lundqvist.
133
from Anthony. And now we see Zane, who will look through probably about 10 to 15 solutions before choosing one, and that is not an exaggeration.
Wow.
0.89.
Number one?
That is number one.
Nope,
it looks
they
to be
gave
good.
him a thumbs up, that is good.
Less than 45 degrees off.
That's the first sub-1 of the competition, I believe.
It is. It is. Yeah, Erik predicted 7 sub-1s.
Yeah, there's going to be 6 more.
I predicted I predicted 3 all from Zane.
6 more all from Zane, right?
Yeah, exactly. No, I'm going to say Anthony also does a few. Of course, Anthony is the favorite, I think, to win it.
2 flat from Nicholas Archer back there.
And
Very
163
nice.
from Louis-Marie Ratter. And Rasmus receiving his second scramble, as is Martin Egdal.
Martin Egdal and Rasmus Deadliften, obviously the home favorites here in Denmark.
Yeah, and they are the top 2 ranked in Denmark.
Yeah.
Ooh, 155 from Rasmus. That's a really good start from him. 169, 155. And Kevin Gerhardt's about to do his second solve. Oh, locks
Zane
up
is just
223.
receiving the second scramble now. Martin with a 186. Let's see what Zane can get.
And Tanish Diman also inspecting.
Wow, 109 from Zane. That is counting.
Zane letting me down for a sub-1.
Tinash did not start the timer, so he gets a DNF.
That's happened a lot of this competition,
That is
isn't it?
unfortunate.
Yeah, so something interesting is I'm actually very surprised there's a lot of people failing to start the timer, because the Gen 5 timers, which a lot of countries are using now, actually take a longer time to activate than the Gen 4s.
So you think they'd be used to a longer time?
Possibly, yeah, but again, it's the competition nerves. You've done your inspection, you just want to get into your solve as fast as possible, and if you take your hand off 0.01 seconds too early, the timer won't start.
It's unfortunate. Anthony starting his second solve very soon.
We should also mention Matteo De Witt, also from the Netherlands.
1.49.
Wow, that's a really good start from Anthony too.
So Matteo De Witt has also done 2 sub-1s now, 2 sub-2s in a row.
And so has Diego Freire, 163 and 172. Rasmus
Still
got a
anyone's game.
154, I think, on that third scramble that I just caught in time.
Kevin Gerhardt
Zane
on his
receiving
third.
his third scramble just now.
.188 for Kevin.
And Tinash Diman.
Martin starting his third.
138 from Zane.
That looked like a lot of moves.
He did a shake of the head there.
Oh, Diman had a corner twist.
No.
So he got a 280.
Matteo with another sub-2, 169. I guess it's going to be like the other finals so far. Super, super close.
Yes.
1.59 from Mikela on the red stage.
So he's got two counting 1.7s now. And Erasmus just receiving his 4th scramble. And we've got some people in the 4x4 final warming up for that as well, that we can see off camera.
Anthony starting his second solve now. The venue is quieting down a bit for him.
Oh, fails to one leg.
Now Anthony getting ready for his next solve. That will be solve number 3.
And Zane with the 4th scramble now.
Kevin Gerhardt 201.
142.
Yeah.
Wow.
He's happy with that.
Looks to be very good. I think he has basically 2 match points now.
Yeah.
Zane on his 4th solve.
201 for Kevin Gerhardt as well.
And now Martin for his
Wow,
4th.
122 for Zane.
So the best possible average Zane can get is 107.
Which is not world record.
Oh yeah, it's 104.
102.
102 now. Oh, I forget how crazy he is.
Yep.
Martin 181.
And Rasmus about to receive his 5th.
Even if he got a 107, it would only be his 7th best average.
I missed Tanish's 4th solve, I'm afraid. He reset the timer immediately after it happened.
Matteo de Wit for his 4th solve. He has 3 sub-2s already, and he 235.
Rasmus gets a 212, finishing with a 179 average, which isn't too bad, but...
So Matteo's worst possible average is a 198. That's gonna be up there in contention for a podium spot, maybe.
I reckon this was the last chance to see a world record at this competition. I don't think it'll happen now.
Yeah, 4x4 is a very, very tough. Oh, he inspected quick. He found something.
Oh! 127.
Kevin Gerhardt with another 201. Finishing his average, which is 208.
Anthony Patrakis going on to his 4th solve.
Has a 119 average from Zane.
Pretty good. That's pretty good.
It's alright.
It's not slow specifically.
Depends who you're asking.
So Anthony Patrakis on the right side. He has basically 2 match points. Either he has to do well on this solve
Tanish
or
with
the next.
220, getting a probably a mid-2 average, so he's going to be out.
Also Martin Egdal for his last solve. 145.
145.
And 137 for Martin. Martin has a
That is
198 average.
145 is Anthony's worst possible average.
So both Martin and Matteo de Wit have a 198 average.
Oh, who has the best single?
Who has the best single?
168. 81. It's actually Matteo de Wit.
Wow.
So
I did not see that coming.
And Anthony doesn't know it, but
Anthony doesn't know it.
He's European champion.
He is the Rubik
I think
WCA
he's
European
getting right
champion
now.
of 2x2.
He's getting told right now. Wait, did Rasmus...
Oh, Linus Lorraine got a 154 on the last one.
Rasmus has a 179 average.
Yes.
So that means that Matteo is maybe 3rd.
With Martin missing on single.
Ouch.
Let's see
Wait,
what...
Linus Lauren's times in the spreadsheet are not correct. It shows his last time is 3:16, but I can see his last time is 1:54. So there is a good chance that Linus could have podiumed as well.
Oh.
We've actually inserted these times just a little bit wrong.
We'll have to figure out maybe after the round what has happened here.
Yeah.
We won't know for sure until
we
all
know
the official
we
times
know
are put
Zane
in.
found a really good solution on the last one, but locked up massively. So let's see what Anthony can do here. If he does a clean. Oh, that's a lot
Many
of
moves.
moves.
And he messed it up.
one looked incorrectly.
Wow.
That's still a 145 average. He immediately looked over at the Dutch crowd, and he put a finger up.
That means he has defended his title.
He has indeed.
That doesn't happen a lot.
And he's getting a big hug from the other Dutch competitors.
Let's now continue to the last final of the Rubik WCA
Diego
Championship.
got it 174 in the back stage.
That means that Matteo is only fourth.
Best case scenario, Matteo is fourth, but yeah, we are not sure if Lena's podiumed.
On the red side, 20, Abdelkader from France.
All right, let me see if I can get a hold of Anthony.
Yeah.
Oliver Fritz from Germany. Kevin Gallard from Germany. Krzysztof Kaleta from Poland. Rasmus de Klessen from Denmark. Juan Demons from Netherlands. Juliette Sebastien from France. Jinseo Hong from the Republic of Korea. And Olivier Gonzalez from Spain. And seeds 10 to 1 on the blue side. Martin Edel from Denmark. Lukas Rodiga from Poland. LJ from the United Kingdom. Matsio from the United States. Ari Anders Persson from the United States. Richard Delator from Switzerland. Sharon Bierman from Ireland. Patrick Pons from the United States. Simon Kolasinski from Poland. And at the top spot, Sebastian Bayer from Germany.
So I would say this is the only event in Team Oncologency's arsenal where he is under the most threat from a competitor.
Well, we thought that was mixed. A lot of people did, but he still managed to win just.
I think you misunderstood what I said, or misheard me. I said this is the event where he is most likely to not win from the outset. In Pyraminx, he was expected to win.
A lot of people thought he might not Pyraminx.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I think I felt like Pyraminx and 3x3 are like the biggest locks for Team.
Well, it was very close.
It did. Yeah. And
Sebastian Bayer, though, performing too well today, in my opinion.
No, he hasn't. But something to keep in mind is 4x4 is extremely parity dependent.
Yes, and obviously has lots of parities.
He always has. He's always complaining about the amount of parities he's getting. But who knows? Maybe today it will be different. There have been averages with only one parity, so maybe this is one of them. So unfortunately, I couldn't get a hold of Anthony. He was very emotional, which I can totally understand. So let's give him a time to sort his emotions and celebrate.
Is he competing in the 3x3 final?
He is.
Yeah, so he'll probably also want to warm up for that because this is the last event at the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 before the main event, the 3x3 final. But we are fully underway here. We have Richard Delacoste underway, as is Kieran Behan, and Sebastian Bayer is warming up. Never mind. We also have Ali Anders Persson underway as well, who has come up with an interesting way for OLL parity avoidance.
Won't you just explain to us about that, James?
So OLL parity avoidance means that during inspection, they do a certain trace of the pieces to know whether they have OLL parity or not. And the way to change the way you have parity is to do an odd number of quarter slices, or an even number of quarter slices.
That is inner slices we're talking about.
Yes, inner slices on the 4x4. So, whether you have odd or even parity depends on how many quarter slices you do, and you can change that during your third last center. You solve it in a slightly different way to add an extra quarter turn, and hopefully that means you get no OLL parity.
Well, we don't currently have a camera on Sebastian Bayer, but he is just finishing up his solve now.
Yep, PLL up 19,
20.52.
No parity for Sebastian. And Timon's recognised ZBLL and no PLL parity, but it's still a 23.97.
Yeah, we're just making sure that we can see Sebastian's next solve. The camera guy will hopefully hear. Yep, he's nodding, so we will definitely be able to see Sebastian's next solve. Camera guy's so used to seeing Timon as the best solver of each group that they are basically always recording him.
Yes.
And of course...
It's never wrong to film Timon.
No, true. But as we say, definitely need to be seen sad for this round. Got Ellie J on the top right of your screens and Martin Egdal on the top left.
And Richard Delacoste has just received his puzzle just in front of Martin Ida there, completing his first solve. And Vukash Baliga also finishing his first solve next to Martin. Unfortunately, the camera is in the way of the timer, so I cannot quite see it. It is a 26.95. Thank you, Ed.
Richard Delacoste probably has received the same scramble again. Yeah, looks like it.
And Ari Randers Persson is starting his second solve as well. He needs to psych himself.
Now let's see this OLL parity avoidance. You'll see him counting some pieces at the start of his solve, or
Yes.
in the inspection phase.
So the old way of doing OLL parity avoidance is tracing every single piece, which in 15 seconds is a very difficult task. But he has found an alternative way to do it. So you can see him looking all around the puzzle, number of edges, a certain subset of pieces. I think he only needs to go through about half the pieces. It takes him about 8 or 9 seconds. And so not only does he need to trace every piece, but whilst solving his centres, he needs to track every quarter turn he does and count them in his head as he goes. It is a very difficult task doing OLR parity avoidance, but once you've gone past your centres, then it's
one with the
should be easy enough.
It's a downhill road. Obviously, it doesn't prevent him from getting PLL parity. And he's getting this.
He got the same time.
He has a 24.78 again.
Yeah, PLL parity avoidance, not quite as easy. Not that OLL parity avoidance is easy.
Sebastian solving his second cube.
Oh, he's on to 3x3 stage. He has OLL parity at low 18.
He has OLL parity.
PLL parity as well.
Yes.
Oh, and a pop.
Oh, no.
That's very sad.
26.89.
Still a 20. How can you get double PLL parity, a pop, and still do a 26?
That is a very Sebastian Vire move.
As far as the solve to get a pop on, it would be the one you get double parity, because then it's almost always going to be your slowest anyway.
Right. So in an average of 5, maybe we should explain this to the viewers who don't watch Speedcubing that much. So we have 5 attempts, and out of these 5 attempts, they will strike the best and the worst solve, so they will not count. They will take the average of the middle 3 times, and that will be your final result.
And so when you do 4x4, you're going to get a certain number of parities, and it varies wildly each time. It's 50% whether you get OLL parity, 50% whether you get PLL parity. Simple as that. Unless you're Arianda's person and you do OLL parity. But in these kind of finals, all you're hoping for is no parity, no parity, no parity. But if you get double parity, everything else might as well go wrong at the same time, because when you do double parity, that's going to be the solve that ends up not counting. And so let's hope for Sebastian's sake he doesn't get any more double parity.
Still, if your name is Sebastian Wire, you're very capable of doing sub-20 solves with OLL parity.
That's very, very true. And it's a 28.64 for Kieran. Richard Delcoste is warming up on a 5x5.
Yeah, he got the wrong scramble. Basically, no, he got the same scramble twice. So he notified the delegates and he will receive the correct scramble. That means he will be behind on the other solvers.
So for those who don't know, each of these people within this group, from the blue stage to the red stage, will receive the same 5 scrambles as each other. And each of those 5 scrambles will be different to each other. But of course he received the same scramble as he did on the second solve twice, and so or on his first, sorry, and so he'll be getting a new scramble.
Yes, and for very experienced solvers, finding something like that isn't too difficult at all because you see the same patterns, the same start of the solve, and as a result you go, oh, I recognize this, and then you inspect a bit more into the solve and you go, oh, it's the same.
Yeah.
Put your hand up, call over a delegate. During inspection, you immediately stop your attempt, and they'll deal with it.
So yeah, Sebastian with a 24.26 and a shake of a head. Timon looks like he just locked up a bit on his solve. He gets a 24 as well.
And Ari has done a very fast solve as well with a 21.48. That OLL parity avoidance paying off.
Yes, and just a reminder to everyone, this is the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022, and so Ari, Patrick, Max, and Jinso are the non-European competitors in this final, and so they can't get a place on the podium.
They could still very well break any record they want.
Yes, they're more than entitled to do that.
Except for the European record, obviously.
That's true.
Now Richard Delacoste is doing his second solve after having given the correct scramble.
And Kieran is just going towards the end of his third solve, and he did have OLL parity and PLL parity.
As well as Richard Delacoste doing his OLL parity. No PLL parity? No, he does have PLL parity. 29.62 plus 2, I believe.
Max Xiao got exactly Mitch on their 3x3 warm-up solve.
Very nice.
Completely irrelevant, but...
Sebastian Wyatt is inspecting for his fourth solve now, and unfortunately I think his phone camera is going to be exactly in the way.
Hopefully the cameraman will notice and he will move the camera.
Oh, we can still see more of the solve than when Kieran hides his cube under the table.
That is very true.
That means he has one counting 20-second solve.
That is the first sub 20 of the round. Can't remember whether there were any in round 1 or 2.
I think there was. Patrick getting a lot of parity again. This is not the solve he wanted to have, 33.63.
Meanwhile, Ari's starting his fourth solve.
And Timon also starting his fourth solve.
I think after Timon's solve we will be able to predict a little bit about the outcome of these finals. Or at least have a good prediction. 24.71.
24.7.
And Timon with a 20.6.
So this is still going to be close.
Oh, looks.
Plus 2, yeah.
So after 4 solves, let's compare the top 2 contenders, Sebastian Wire and Timon Kolozinski. Sebastian Wire will get an average between 21.56 and 23.92, and Timon will get an average between 23.13 and 24.76. That means that it's still anyone's game.
It depends on what Sebastian gets on this solve, and then possibly also, what Timon gets on.
Theoretically, Ari can still be in that mix as well, even though he's not entitled for a podium. So Ari's best average is a 23.66. A nice fifth time for Kieran with a 21.
Looking like a clean solve from Seb.
Sebastian with a 22.28. That gives him a 22.35 average and gives him the win, I think.
Him as the winner.
No, we don't know exactly what the average... Oh, no, yeah.
But it was the worst time.
Yeah. So, yeah, that average is correct. For. Yeah. So 22.35 for Sebastian Wire. That is a really good time.
That means that Sebastian Wire will be our Rubik's WCA European Champion 2022 for 4x4, and Timon will not be getting another gold in this.
Yep, so unfortunately Timon can't get the clean sweep of all the big cubes, but getting 5, 6 and 7 will be huge for him. And Erik
We're
is
just going to try and catch Sebastian.
Yep.
For an interview.
But he might want to have a warm-up for the 3x3 final, as he also did make it.
Well, finals are in quite a while because we're going to have some stage set up first, and then we're going to get everything sorted.
OLL parity and a lock-up for Timon. 27.23. So that gives him a 24.76 average.
Guarantees him a second. Who's coming third then?
So third place looks like it could be Kieran or Richard, depending on Kieran's worst possible is 28.00.
And Richard Delacoste's best is 27.87. So if Richard gets his best and Kieran gets his worst, then Richard will take it.
And looking at the rest of the times, Oliver Fritz's best possible average is 27.87 as well as Richard
Kieran's last time. He was supposed to be taking care of Kieran's times.
That was me. I was busy
trying
watching.
to enter my times.
I was busy watching Timon and Sebastian Via.
Richard
23.
gets 23.69.
So that's a 27.87 average for
We're not
Richard.
yet sure what Kieran's last solve was, and so we don't know. I think the likelihood is that Kieran is taking third place here.
Yes.
Out of the Europeans.
Let us have a look back at 2x2 because I don't know. Remember, we weren't quite sure. Yes, look. So we knew that Anthony Patrakis had indeed won, but Linus Laurent had a 6 on our spreadsheet, but that must have been a warm-up solve because Linus Laurent is second with 1.68 and Diego Frey from France is third with 174.
Yeah, and also it looks like Martin didn't lose out on single. Or Matteo didn't lose out on single, sorry.
Yes,
because
so
they were coming
Martin
fourth and
Egdal and Matteo De Witt both got 198 averages. Martin won on single, but they're both in that 4th, 5th position
so
anyway.
for those of you not aware, if you tie with someone on average, then whoever has the best single of that round will take the lead. If you tie on single as well, then you both tie, which doesn't normally happen in events other than FMC. Is Richard doing another solve, or is he just...
Yeah, I think this is Richard's final solve because
I
remember
thought
he
he'd done his final solve.
had that extra from earlier.
Yeah, so something's wrong with our spreadsheet then.
Yes.
29%.
Yeah. $27.73.
Sebastian, congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations on winning another 4x4 finals.
So
how was that for you?
that makes it lose.
But we don't know Kieran's average. We don't know Kieran's
So basically, we're not sure.
Yeah. We think Kieran is third.
It's been a while. Yeah, Timon did very well as well, I think, but you kept him from winning all of the major events. How many parities did you have?
Not many.
Not many,
Actually,
right?
I was pretty lucky this competition, yeah.
we were talking about it, and you had all the bad luck combined into one solve, because you had one solve with OLL parity, MPLL parity, and a pop, and you made it not count, so that was very good on you.
Yeah.
How were the rest of the scrambles?
I mean, the scrambles I didn't think were very good in particular, but like I just managed to solve quite fluently on most of the solves. I think my worst counting time was the 24 or something. Yeah, like before that solve I was already thinking maybe I should switch my cube because it wasn't feeling very stable, and I also did some weird stuff while solving it, and then I switched cubes and that was the good decision.
Alright, so you are the 4x4 world, well, not world champion, well, we can see next time in Korea how that's gonna go. So you're the European champion for 4x4. You can also be the European champion in 3x3 because 3x3 finals is coming up next. How do you feel about that?
Well, I can be. It's unlikely. I'd obviously love to be, but I think for me the goal is like podium.
Podium would be nice. You did it as well in Melbourne, obviously, in 2019. So I'm going to just give you the I wish you the best of luck. And see you afterwards.
Yep. Thank you.
Sure,
So, we apologise over the Carter Desk for talking over the start of their interview.
No, inside. Sorry.
Eric said, I'm going to go find him and let you know. And then he just started the interview.
We were still trying to figure out who came third in 4x4.
But
oh. Boo.
So, for those wondering what's happening now, the timers are being packed, tables are being organised.
The entire venue is basically going to change. Well, not the entire venue. Half the venue.
Just in front of us, just in front of the camera. It will change. We will have 2 stations, one blue and one red, right in front of us. And the 3x3 finals will be happening 2 at a time. The requirement to make it into the final was the top 16 Europeans, which means we also, by mode of having 4 Americans in the top 16, we actually had 3 Americans in the top 16, so we would add 3 more people, but there's an American in that list, so we add 1 more. So we have 20 in the final, and I'm 100% certain, however, I believe the first match and the second match will be all 4 United citizens. So the first match will be Zane Kanani versus Patrick Ponce, and the second matchup will be Philip Lewicki versus Max Shaw. The reason for this is Europeans, obviously, non-Europeans cannot make the podium at the European Championships.
It's getting quite on in here, James.
Yeah, there's a lot of movement around, there's a lot of activity, a lot of cheering for people.
Let me just get this video off.
But we've got a lot of first-time finalists in this list at a European Championship, since it's been 4 years since our last European Championship. But I'm very, very excited. I want to hear from chat who is non-Euros can't even compete in finals. No. Non-Europeans will compete first. So the 4 US competitors will compete first, slightly out of the ranking order, but their results will obviously count for the WCA. However, they cannot get a podium in this event. Why do they compete first? That's so exclusionary. I would argue it's inclusionary to allow them to compete in the first place. But the reason is because they cannot podium, we want only Europeans leading up to the end. Non-Europeans are not allowed, will not get any recognition for being on the podium due to it being the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022. And so we will finish with all the Europeans as, if you imagine a situation where possibly US were the first and second seeds, the final matchup would not matter for the title, which is what people are challenging for today.
That is exactly right, James Molloy. You explained very well, as you usually do. I'm getting very excited for these finals. Who are you rooting for, chat?
Chat, yes. Who are you rooting for, Eric?
I am rooting for, well, obviously I should stick to my countrymen. I'm rooting for both Twan and for Anthony. But since Anthony already has won a title, because he defended his 2x2x2 title, I am rooting for Twan. He is an up-and-coming talent from the Netherlands. He has been a bit shaky in maybe the first round, but then in the semi-finals he really showed what he's made of, because he is in the last head-to-head pair against Timon.
Yes.
So Twan did a 6.60 average in the semi-finals. So I would be definitely rooting for him. And obviously also I would root for my boy, well our boy, co-commentator, co-caster, Chris Mills.
So I will be supporting Chris Mills throughout this final. And I will also be rooting for my other UK brethren, Harry Savage, who I believe, got a PR average in the semi-final. He did a PR average in the semi-final to make it into the European Championships 3x3 final. He did podium at Euros 2018 in Pyraminx, but this is his first head-to-head final at a major championship.
Speaking of people having their first appearance in a finals, who else do we have, James?
We have quite a lot. So
I believe Yannis Costincele from Romania made it to the finals for the first time.
Yes, well, he has a 2021 ID, so
yes,
he was
it must be.
he was not even cubing when the last European Championship or World Championship happened.
That is kind of impressive.
Yes.
And then he is up against Linus Lauren from Finland. It's also his first time in a final.
And the first time a Finnish person has made the head-to-head final at a European Championship.
Exactly. After those two, Alexandre Carrier, he's been in finals before. For example, 2017 in Paris in the World Championship finals.
Yep. And he performed pretty well there, got a 5 on the first, but unfortunately maybe got a bit nervous and petered out a bit to the end, but we know he's more than capable of performing in situations like this.
Definitely, and that was in front of his home crowd, so maybe it will make a difference.
Yes.
So after that, Harry Savage, we talked about him before, and the next pair we would have is Richard Delacoste. Has he been to a finals yet? Maybe
he's not been to a finals yet, but he has been around quite a long time.
And I mean, a head-to-head finals in a big competition for 3x3.
Yes, I'm not sure, but he's already shown he has excellent performances here, getting 3rd place in both 7x7 and 5x5.
That's right. Moving on, we would have Kevin Gerhardt from Germany. I'm pretty sure it's not his first time in a big head-to-head finals.
He was also in that 2017 final with Alexandre Carrier.
That's right.
And he had a great showing there. Looked fairly solid, but unfortunately was not quite as good as the top competitors.
He's more experienced now, and he's still very, very fast. He made podium on Mega Minx, if I'm right.
Yes.
Yeah. So he already knows what it is to podium in here championships. So see what he does. Up next we have Łukasz Burlinga.
Yes.
From Poland, obviously.
He has been in a number of finals over the past few hours. He is a good all-rounder, especially in Scube. And I mean, he's Polish, and Poland treat their competitions very seriously, especially Polish championships. He will have been in a head-to-head final many, many times before.
Yeah, also he can definitely count on the support of his fans, of his countrymen. They were very loud yesterday during the Rubik's Euro 5-a-side, where Poland did very well as well, coming in 2nd behind Germany.
Yes.
Let's move on the list. We will have Knut Skog Haraldsen from Norway. I'm not really sure if he's been to a major finals yet.
I don't think he's been to a major final, but he is a very good competitor, although he does suffer quite a bit from nerves. His main event is one-handed, but he is very up and down with his results. But Norway, also a very, very strong country. He has a lot of good rankings in Norway. He will have been in head-to-head finals in Norwegian championships. So he does have experience, but not at a major like this.
Yeah, that seems about right. Yeah, so in the previous World Championships in 2019, he had made it to the 2nd round, but then got knocked out, unfortunately. But in the Nordic Championships later that year, he did make it to the final and ended up in 2nd place.
Yes, and that Nordic Championships was very, very competitive. It was quite a large competition. I really wanted to go to that. It looked like a lot of fun, but yeah, he definitely has experience of these big events.
Also, he's been to Stevenage Spring, which was not long ago.
Yes.
Unfortunately, he did not do that well in the finals.
We did not have head-to-head there, though.
Oh, okay.
It was just a big group final.
Right. That means that... Yes. Yes, Chris. And now...
Yes. He's right beside us at the moment. He has been warming up through the last couple of finals. This will be his first head-to-head final at a major championship. He has made finals at UK championships before, but has not performed that well, but that was quite a while ago, and he's gained a lot of experience since then, so I'm hoping to see good things from Chris.
He has improved a lot at home as well. First all day. So I can see him doing well in the finals as well. He's been in he has a good mindset. So I think he can do well. Moving on, it is the home favorite, Rasmus Stubb-Detlefsen from Denmark.
Yeah, a great performance in the semi-final to get seeded 7th for this European Championship final. He definitely has a lot of experience under his belt. He's been world record holder for Scube, national record holder in multiple events, including 3x3. He will have been in lots of Danish Championship finals, but I don't think he's been in a head-to-head final at a major. So it'll be good to see how he fares in front of a big crowd like this. But he has experience at Danish Championships. In 2021, he came 4th at Nordic Championships. He actually got the 5.03 national record single for Denmark, although his average was not so good, putting him in 10th place.
With 9.05. He has been to the European Championships in 2018, where he made it to the semi-finals, and that's been a while ago, so we don't really have that as a reference point. You can see what he does. Moving on, we will have one of the 2 Weyer brothers from Germany, Sebastian Weyer, who just won the 4x4.
Yep, and we don't need to say how much experience Sebastian Weyer has at a major championship. 2019 finals, he came in 3rd. He made finals in 2017 as well, and has been at every major championship final for 4x4 for as long as I can remember.
Definitely. And both him and his brother Philip, who is 8 minutes younger than him, have the most experience because they have a 2010 ID. That means they have both been competing since 2010.
Yes, and these are the oldest IDs of the list. Obviously, the Romanian that we mentioned earlier, Ianis Cosinșele with 2021 is the youngest ID, but the 2010 Via 01 and Via 02 for Sebastian and Philip are the oldest of the competitors here in this final.
I think it's quite funny that Philip has the ID 01 and Sebastian has ID 02, even though Sebastian is the older one.
Yes, I think it's because Philip is alphabetically before Sebastian.
Oh, that makes sense.
But coming up next, we have Kim Roger Uland Larsen, the Norwegian favourite, slightly ahead of Knut.
He's very high on the cyclist for this competition. I believe he is 3rd for Europe.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, that average he did achieve at the Norwegian Championship final. So
hard.
Yes, so he is, whilst not as experienced as some others at this event, this being his first major championship final for certain, he definitely has the experience of the head-to-head situation.
So his official best average is a 587, which is the 2nd best in Europe. Obviously, it's the best for Norway, and it puts him on world record spot 8. Let's see how he did on his previous bigger competitions.
I did completely lie that he got the NR in the Norwegian Championship final.
You were very convincing, though.
I surely was.
He placed 3rd in the Norwegian Championships final of 2019. I mean, a while ago. Did not do that great at the Norwegian Championships in 21.
It does look like his results at championship events in the final are worse than how he does in a general round. So I really hope for his sake he does perform well to really prove that he belongs here, because he really does. He is very, very talented.
That's right, that's right. Still, he must be feeling quite confident because he has been to 4 competitions this year and he's won the last 3 of them.
Yes.
So he's on a roll. Let's see if he can continue that.
And the next person on our list just won 2x2. It is Anthony Patrakis from the Netherlands.
Yes, formerly representing Greece. He has a 2012 ID. That means he's also quite experienced. And he just showed that he knows how to win finals.
And how to handle that pressure.
I think he's really good at handling that pressure. Just letting it build up, you know, motivating him, channeling it. And then once he won, letting it all out. That is exactly the way that you should do it.
Yep.
He has gotten some time since 2x2 finals to, you know, calm down again, gets his mind focused and, you know, charge himself up again for the finals. I'm sure he will do good. He has done very well in his semi-finals with a sub-7 average.
Yes.
Moving on the list, 3 people left. In the 3rd seed for the finals, we have the current reigning world champion, Philip Weyer.
Yes. We don't need to say that how much experience he has. It's shown. He is the reigning world champion for a reason. Even starting the average with a 9, which is just not going to cut it into days competition. If you get 2 9s, you will not podium for certain. And so being able to get a 9 on the first solve and then hold it together and clutch it out on that last solve is really, really impressive.
Let's have a look at Philip's profile. He has the German national record for average with 606. He's placed 3rd in Europe with that 606 average. And out of the last competitions he has done, he has won most of them, except for the last one he did not win was Tigeri Open, where he placed 4th with only a 771 average, which is probably the worst averages he's done in a while in a finals. Definitely looks like it. He is consistently under 7. He's a very consistent cuber in general. He only solves on white. He doesn't do many crazy things. He doesn't know that many Zephyr. He just always does the same very consistently. And usually that is a good recipe for consistently having good results.
Yes.
And I think he is, like, based on his experience, still maybe the biggest threat to Timon.
Yes, absolutely. But up next in the 2nd position, and probably somebody who didn't want to be in the final pairing, we have the Dutch phenom, Twan Dulemond.
He is quite a phenomenal. He has a 2018 ID. That means that he has not been competing for that long. He only recently has taken over the reins of Mats Valk when it comes to 303 average. So Mats has been having all of the Dutch records for the normal cubes for a while.
Since probably about 2008, 2009?
Almost forever.
Yes.
And then at one day, Anthony Paterakis, after he changed his nationality to Netherlands, he quickly beat Mats, and then almost instantly afterwards, Twan came in and beat the national record again.
Yep. 1 day later.
1 day later. And now he has gotten that average down to 622.
And, I mean, we saw yesterday in the Europe Rubik's 5-a-side, Twan can deal with that pressure.
He definitely can.
We said, oh, a lot of the youngsters, a lot of these up-and-coming cubers, they might not be able to handle the pressure. But what pressure? They just solved cubes fast. And they did PLLs in half a second. They had no issues at all. And Twan was one of those showing his prowess with great TPS, great flow in the solves, and just consistently getting good times.
In the first few rounds, it looked like Twan was still getting used to the atmosphere, used to solving in the same group as Timon. The crowd was also making quite a lot of noise, which is, well, phenomenal, not really seen at other competitions.
Yes.
In the first round, he didn't do that well with a 765, but he kept on improving with 760 in the 2nd round, and then improving by another second with 660 in the 3rd round, the semi-finals. Even though he started with a bad time of 8:38. So he definitely stepped up his game. He's learning very quickly. I'm just not sure. I hope so. I hope I'm wrong, but I'm not sure if he's learning fast enough to win these Euros.
Yes. It'll be a really. It would be incredible if Twan ended up taking it. Another just phenomenal youngster coming up and taking titles away from the people who are expected to win. But ahead of him on the psych sheet, he really doesn't need an introduction. It's Timon Koloshinsky. He has already won Pyraminx 5x5, 6x6, and 7x7 at this Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022. He also came second in 4x4, and he has got to be the favorite to win in this event today. He got a 3.97 in the first round, the third ever sub 4, and the first properly caught on camera, high definition right next to it. He had the former world record average of 5.09, and he has 5 of the 6 fastest times ever done, 5 of the 6 fastest averages ever done officially. And he's Polish, which means he is used to that pressure. In Poland, they have all these high stakes events all the time, and the Polish Championship just the other week, he got a 5.19 in the first round, a 5.33 in the first round, 5.8 in the second round, and 5.35 in the head-to-head final. Just insanely consistent, getting these mid to low 5s, and we've seen how he deals with the pressure. In 7x7, he got the European record. In 6x6, he beat Kieran, who was arguably the favourite, having practiced a lot, and took the ER lot. And got a low 40 average.
While we are waiting for the 3x3 finals, let's have a staff picture.
I can't see a world in which Timon loses this event. Yep, and I don't know if you heard that announcement, but we have just been called for a staff picture, so we're going to go disappear very quickly and get one. So we'll see you in a minute.
Need a photographer, please. Otherwise, we're going to have a hard time. Thank you very much.
The picture has been pictured. We are back at our caster desk, our home, away from home.
Finalists?
We did, just in time.
Good, good.
So now we are moments away from the 3x3 final at the Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 in Copenhagen, Denmark. Oh no.
So, as a reminder of this format, it will be head-to-head finals. There will be 5 solves each. They will be solving alternating.
Yes.
They will all have the same scrambles, so that means that it's very important that the people who are not competing yet are out of this room. For example, Chris Mills, our co-caster, who is also in the finals. They will go head-to-head. We will start off with the non-Europeans, and after that we will head down the seeds. So we will start off with the 2 slowest seeds who will go against each other, and then move up the list until our last pair has finished, which will be Twan Dullemont against Timon Klodinski. And we will be updating the results live on the stream, so we will know how the standings
Please,
are.
all 3x3 finalists, please come here behind the station so that we can gather you and take you somewhere else.
So we've obviously had a bit of discussion in chat about what it means to be a European Championship and who's competing where, and I would really appreciate it if chat could just stop the discussion about this. It's obviously far too late now. The decision has been made. It's down to the organisers of the competition how they do all of their events, and this has been the way we've done it in Europe as far as I've been competing at European Championships, which is 2012, and so any mention of it in chat in a derogatory way will certainly get you banned. So we're here to watch an amazing final with amazing competitors. Let's just focus on that, and I hope everyone has a really good time watching this final. It's going to be a banger.
James?
Duh.
Are you excited, Eric?
Yeah, sure.
You excited, Chris?
Yeah.
All right,
He's competing. He's about to run away. Good luck, Chris. Everyone say good luck.
Good luck, Chris. So we have the bleachers getting flooded with spectators right now. There is still a huge number of people. Oh, it's not. There's an Aussie picture.
It's the Aussie picture.
Yeah, we've got a huge number of competitors and spectators still in the waiting area relaxing, because we are quite a few minutes away from the start of the event. However, there are still plenty of seats behind us, and I'm sure those guys that are back there can see all these seats and are not rushing in to make sure that they get seats that might not be there, because we are... Something we've heard a lot of this competition is, please do not sit on the stairs, from Jules making the announcement for the fire exits and such. But oh man, I'm excited. Are the times going straight on WCA Live? No, they are not. There is a spreadsheet,
which I've just linked in chat. This is the spreadsheet that you'll be able to see all of us putting in the times. It had O-rings and the thumb was nowhere near the button.
Excuse me?
It had O-rings, the thumb was nowhere near the button. James just gave me a little look, a little stare as I said that.
So for those of you that have never watched Speedcubing, what can you expect? Oliver, fill it in.
There'll be people solving Rubik's Cubes, that's for sure. The cubes that we're going to be seeing are 3x3x3s, which are the standard Rubik's Cubes. They won't necessarily be Rubik's brand. In fact, most of them will not be Rubik's brand. But we are sponsored by Rubik's, and they are providing the prizes and everything for this competition. So thank you to them for helping out with the organization of this competition.
Yes, thank you to Rubik's. Their support has been amazing. Being the main sponsor, I'm not sure that this competition could have taken place without them. So we will move on shortly. The 3x3 finals are scheduled to start at 16:20. So if you are Speedcubing and you don't know how to solve a Rubik's Cube yet, it is not that difficult. Anybody can learn.
Yeah, all of us here have learned it, of course.
Yeah, sure.
There are lots of resources online now. I think YouTube tutorials are probably the most popular.
Definitely.
You can find some PDFs that will just tell you the solutions. There are interactive websites now to help you solve it, so just give it a Google. We don't have anything in particular to recommend, just give it a Google and have a look, and the most popular ones are normally the best. So.
Yeah, there are written tutorials, videos, interactive ways. You can
and don't ever think that you can't do it.
Definitely, you can do it with Bluetooth, you can do it with, even better, have a friend teach you, have some social interaction, always very nice. Always very nice to be able to have a person to come back to motivate you, to help you.
I'm very much of the opinion that basically anyone in the world could learn how to solve one. If they put their mind to it, if they make sure they stick at it, and yeah, I reckon they can do it.
Yeah, sure. You're never too young, you're never too old.
Yep.
Anyone can do it. There's been people with disabilities that know how to do it. There has been blind people who can do it.
Yep, there are textured cubes that you can use if you are blind, and those are also WCA legal.
So for every face you would have one face with triangles, one with squares, one with dimples. You can definitely do it like that. It's a little bit similar to the mirror cube, if you know that one. It has different shapes per piece instead of different colors per face. So yeah, definitely get into cubing, get a cube. You can find it anywhere. Get a cube, start solving.
Local shop.
I would suggest maybe start playing with it by yourself first to maybe have this nice experience of, trial and error.
Because once you know how to solve it, you can never go back to that time where you didn't know how to solve it.
That's right.
There are a few puzzles that I wish I learned how to solve by myself. The only puzzle that I personally have been able to solve by myself was the Pyraminx. But I reckon if I'd have put a bit more thought into Scube, for example, then I might be able to solve that.
Yeah, definitely. One of the biggest misconceptions I had as a kid was we had a Rubik's Cube from the 80s sitting on our shelf, gathering dust and stuff. And I always figured, well, it's so old, it must have had so many moves, and the only way to solve it was to undo these exact moves. So every move you would do, which would not be correct, would give it, would make the path
even
back
worse.
even worse. Exactly.
It's not like that at all.
Obviously, it's not like that at all. There's so many ways to solve the Rubik's Cube. Any cube can be solved in 20 moves, which was proven, well, I think over 10 years ago. A long time ago, yeah. So any cube can be solved in 20 moves. The Super Flip is one of the states that is solvable only in 20 moves. It's not possible to do it in 19. James, welcome back.
Thank you. I have some information.
Oh, yeah?
You do?
So when I went to go outside, there was a number of extremely fast 3x3 competitors being ushered to where the big blind took place.
Oh, what a coincidence.
What a coincidence. So all of the 3x3 finalists have already been ushered all to the big blind room, which
so they're
is
going to be pulling their weights just before the solve, doing some curling, because it's held in a tiny indoor gym.
Yes. It doesn't hurt to be physically fit for cubing as well.
It's decently cold in that room, so it might keep them chilled.
Helps with endurance.
They won't get too hot in that room for sure.
It's certainly warm in this venue right now.
There's a lot of people here.
Yeah, there are a lot of people filling up the bleachers. Slowly, slowly, slowly. It's filling up behind us, and it is getting very warm in the chat.
But in the schedule, the final is due to start at 20 past, I believe. So we'll see whether we stick on time with that. I'm still mad that Worlds in the Netherlands got cancelled. A lot of us are obviously quite sad about that, but
very
nothing we
sad.
could do about it. It was during the time of COVID, and I'm very grateful that we've been able to have this competition in 2022, to be honest.
Yeah. So it was planned to have the next World Championships in the Netherlands, in Amsterdam, but obviously because of COVID, this couldn't take place. No, it was the Europeans. And then the next year it was scheduled to be the Worlds, and then it couldn't take place again because of COVID. And now this year, finally, even though there's still some COVID situation obviously present, we can still have a very nice Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022, which is 4 years after the last European Championships. So right now, the reigning European champion Mats Valk, he has not made it to the finals, unfortunately, for the 3x3
I forgot about that, yeah.
So, unfortunately, for Mats, he will not make it to the 3x3 finals, but he has made it to a few other finals. So, he's not out of the picture completely. All right. Some entertainment.
That was our resident photographer just doing some tricks to hype the crowd up.
What will happen next? People juggling, people doing crazy.
I know that there are a lot of people in this room who can juggle. I can juggle.
So.
I can also juggle.
I actually learnt to juggle after watching the video of someone solving 3 cubes at a time whilst juggling them.
Maybe there will be someone on stage solving a billion-dollar barrel.
Maybe.
Probably the hardest puzzle in the world.
So for those wondering, why hasn't it started yet? It's 5 minutes away.
Yes.
Now is the best time to go and fill up your water, go
make sure to
refresh
stay
yourself,
hydrated.
Get a snack, get some popcorn, because we've got a bang-up final coming up.
Rest your eyes for a bit, rest your eyes for the next 5 minutes, don't look at the screen, and then you can watch the rest of the finals with us, live, from WCA, Twitch, or YouTube.
And just a quick reminder for the Twitch chat, we know there's obviously a lot of you from watching from all over the world, but we would really appreciate if you keep the chat in English for the benefit of everyone who is there. Thank you very much. So just to give everyone a reminder about the finalists for this event, we have Zain Kanani, Patrick Ponce, Philip Luthi and Max Shaw, Yanis Kostinchele, Linus Laran, Alexander Collier and Harry Savage, Richard Delacoste, Kevin Gerhardt, Lukas Baliga and Knut Skjold Haraldsson, Chris Mills, Rasmus Stubb Detlefsen, Sebastian Weyer and Kim Roger Hoyland Larsen. And the top 4 qualifiers are Anthony Patrakis, Philip Weyer, Van Gulemond and Timon Holoshinsky.
Well done, well done.
I'm quite proud that there are only 4 names on that list that I didn't recognise before this competition.
Oh, who's that?
That was Yanis.
Yeah, same for me.
Richard Delacoste.
All right.
Kim Roger and Twan Delemond. So the number 2 seed. Never heard of him before.
Well, he was seeded 4th for Europe, I believe.
Right.
So after...
And then just did well in the semi-finals.
After Timon and both of the Weyer brothers, he was already seeded 4th, and he proved that. Well, actually, he improved on that by beating both of the Weyer brothers in the semi-finals.
We do not get to see the Weyers go up head-to-head, unfortunately, but we will see one after the other.
Too bad, too bad. Yesterday we had a nice bonus battle when one of the wires switched countries to join the Hungarian team during the Rubik's Euro 5-a-side.
It confused me a bit when I was updating the bracket. I put 2 question marks. It's like, did they win or?
So in case you have missed that and you want to watch some more cubing after these amazing 3x3 finals of the Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022, yesterday there was another highlight, which was the unofficial side event that we had, which was the Europe 5-a-side, in which 5 competitors of every country would race against each other. The first with 3 points would advance to the next round, so it was a knockout bracket. And one of the highlights was, I think, like I just mentioned, when Sebastian and Philip, well, I think it was Sebastian that went over to the Hungarian side and defended the honor for
I was
for
really
Hungary.
hoping for a repeat of that Red Bull moment where they were both solving against each other and one put the other by 0.01 seconds. 0.001 in fact.
2022 with the 3x3 finals. Since this is the European Championship, but it was open to anyone, we qualified the first 16 Europeans and any foreigners that was faster than them. So we have 4 people from the United States. We will start by doing their souls so that we can afterwards do the 16 European best people.
So we are very soon going to be getting into this final. I think we should chill the spam in the chat and just enjoy some world-class solving.
Our first competitor placed 19th in the semi-final with an average of 7.73. Zain Kanani!
Yeah, big applause for Zain Kanani. Of course, you know him from last week's finals.
Yes,
the North American Championships.
We have Patrick Pons.
And Patrick obviously coming second at North American Championships as well, even though he was the lower seed. So we could see a repeat performance of that where he does really well.
Patrick's still the reigning world record holder for solving the Rubik's Cube with one hand.
For an average of 5.
For an average of 5 attempts, that's right. So they will be getting alternate cubes. We will start with Zain, I believe.
Yes, we will be starting with Zain. And you will hear the
room goes silent as Zain goes for his first soul.
727.
All right.
Very good start. And as a reminder, as this is the European Championships, none of the upcoming 4 competitors, Zain and Patrick included, will be eligible to win prizes. But they're allowed to compete, as the championship is open for everyone.
And who knows, maybe they will do a record. A national, a personal, maybe a North American.
Oh, this is a great solve. 504. Very smooth solve to start with.
That's right.
Looked like a very, very simple X-cross and first pair, and he just continued that right through into PLL. That's an excellent start from Patrick. This is Zain's second solve. Taking a while to inspect, but it is important to make use of inspection when you have it. Oh, I'm pretty sure that was a ZBLR. It looked like once he had it on the OLL stage, he did both OLL and PLL together with solved edges, which is a ZBLL case. 767 is pretty okay.
Let's see if Patrick can improve on that 5:04.
Oh, he's looking really clean. Oh, look up before the A-perm. That could have easily been a second faster, but he'll be reasonably happy with a 6.72. Especially in a final situation like this. It's very shaky. Again, another ZBLL, 6.87.
That was one of the pie cases, I believe. That was not the easiest set to learn. It's also not the easiest set to recognize.
Indeed, as I mentioned earlier today, we saw Timon get a couple of L and pie case ZBLLs in the second round, I believe. And those sets are two of the hardest to recognize because while Soon and Antecedent exist, a lot of people don't learn them because just doing Soon and PLL is still really fast. Very smooth, yeah. 6.22. He definitely knows he can improve that. I think maybe the cross or X cross was quite complex. There was quite a lot of moves to that solution, but still a 6.2 because of the excellent flow, no pauses.
That looked beautiful.
Yeah. We wouldn't expect anything less from Patrick.
Zane probably one of the cubers that knows the most algorithms.
Yes.
All of the cubers in the world, so I'm not surprised that he knows some of the pie. ZBLLs.
Still a little shaky. But he went straight into the OLL. Ooh, that is solved, I'm fairly certain. Callum. So somebody asked who the judges are on the Zane stage you see there. That is Callum James Goodyear. And on this stage, judging Patrick at the moment, we have Daniel Vædele Egdal.
Zane almost getting a 2-second time penalty, but it was less than 45 degrees off. So if the face would have been turned more than 45 degrees away, then he would have received 2-second time penalty.
Oh, another smooth solve. Yeah. Wow. Super smooth into the TZBLL. And Patrick, obviously known for his extensive knowledge of ZBLL for one-handed and his prowess in one-handed, but that was insanely clean. Smooth all the way, very fast ZBLL recognition, instant execution. Yeah, that's what you get. You get a 4.6. Well done, Patrick. So Zane's best possible average is a 7.27 and worst 8.03. So either way, it's probably going to be a 7 average. He's still a little shaky. But ooh, bit of a lock up at the end, but finishes with a 7.97, which is really solid. He ends with a 7.64 average.
Patrick's average will be somewhere between 5.29 and 5.99. That would be a sub-6 average for him, which would be amazingly good. He needs to beat his 6.72 to improve on the 5.99, which would be the worst average.
That's a really good average. 5.59.
Wow.
What a performance from Patrick.
Where does that place him? That must be his PB.
He's definitely one of the fastest averages he's ever done. We're quickly getting on his profile. Wow, that's his PR average. So he previously was 7th in the world with a 5.71 average, and getting that, what was it, 5.59? Unfortunately, he doesn't move up any places. The 6th rank is Steiner with
was Dave
5:57.
Kennedy and Patrick Ponce.
So he did improve his personal record by 0.12, but no ranking improvements from Patrick.
Now,
But
what a
performance.
United States. Placed 6th with an average of 6.98. Philip Lewicki.
Philip Lewicki, better known as Lesero Monkey.
Yes.
And on second place,
Main
with an
organizer of
average
Monkey League, obviously.
6.58, Max Young.
Patrick giving us a big smile.
Yeah, he's just come and sat behind us, and he is in disbelief right now.
Laser Zero Monkey. Or Laser O Monkey. It's a 0, I guess.
Yeah, Laser Zero Monkey.
Laser Zero Monkey. Philip has been in a couple of finals already. One of them was the Megaminx final, in which he did quite well.
Yes. I think Philip's main events are indeed Megaminx and 3x3, so it's no surprise to see him here and in that Megaminx final.
So Philip's going to start the first solve when he signals the judge to be ready.
When the judge asks, "Are you ready?" you have 1 minute to prepare yourself, just to calm your nerves, get in the right mindset, and then you have 15 seconds of inspection to prepare your first moves.
Bit shaky there, his hands.
Ooh, bit of a lock up. Still a 6.92, that's quite reasonable for Philip.
Safe to solve.
Yes. Philip has been in many US Nationals finals over the past few years, as well as, I'm pretty sure he was also in the Worlds 2017 final, if not Worlds 2019. It was 17? Not 17, so it was 2019 final.
I think that's one of the hardest things to do, when you notice that you're locking up, to calm down, get it done, and save the solve.
Yes. Recommendations a lot from top cubers are, when you're nervous, just turn at 90% speed, because that little bit really helps out the flow of the solve. Oh, this is super smooth.
G-perm.
Little bit of a lock up, little bit of hesitation going into that last layer. Not as smooth as you see one from some people, they go straight into OL, straight into PLL, but little pauses there, but still 6.36 is very reasonable. Quite a number of rotations.
That looks like a good solve.
Yeah, 6.74. Ending with an alternative A-perm that was popularized by blindfolded cubers there.
Was that like the beginner's A-perm where you just piece out, piece in, piece out, piece in, piece out, piece in?
It was indeed.
Very safe.
But yeah, a lot of rotations on that solve. Sometimes you just don't get the pieces in the right orientation that you want, so you end up doing a lot of extra rotations.
It were a lot of rotations, but he still remained very good look ahead.
Yes.
So that means that you can just continue solving, don't stop turning, and that's what he did. Ooh, 6-move OL and a V-perm.
Yeah, so that's a new V-perm that's been popularized quite recently, I think. Probably around 2019 is when it was really made into popularity. Nice RUD V-perm.
Have you switched?
I have not. I can't get grips with it. I really tried for a couple of weeks, but I like my old school F prime ending.
Maybe that's the reason why we're not in the finals, and these guys are. Is that perm? Oh, and a corner twist.
Lucky. Yeah. The Z perm almost feels kind of like a bit of a curse.
Yeah.
Sometimes you do OLCP or COLL, so you orient your corners of the last layer to try and get a really easy PLL like a U perm. You just get stuck with that Z perm, which is very hard to execute cleanly.
By far the worst case you can get afterwards. Obviously, if you do an OLCP, or obviously it's quite well known, the chances of getting a PLL skip afterwards are much higher. It's 1 in 12 instead of 1 in 72.
Yes. And the Seagulls are back.
Shout out to the Seagulls who have been accompanying us throughout the whole tournament.
Another
zip turn, but he did it much cleaner than Philip did.
I wonder if that was was it the same solution? No, I think they ended on different last layers, colours. So same colour?
Same solution?
I don't think it was the same solution. It was definitely the same Z perm with orange and green switch and blue and red switch, but I don't think it was the same solution. Yeah, different OLLs. Yeah.
Same algorithm. There's two different Z-perms you can do, both with M moves.
Yes.
J-perm?
So he tried doing a ZBLL there, I think, and recognized the wrong case, ended with an L perm.
Z-perm, Z-perm.
It's all the same.
So this will be Max's fourth solve. After this we will know what his best possible and worst possible averages are gonna be. Looks good. Small lockup. 6 move.
Oh, very lucky.
6-13, yeah.
Wow. That could have been so much better as well. He had the 6-move OLL into an A perm. He saw it early, cancelled one of the moves. Yeah. Very, very cool.
So we know that Philip's worst possible average is a 758. His best possible average is a 787.
687.
687. Apologies.
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day. It's been a long competition.
Yes. But hopefully these finalists, even though they've had a long day, can perform well under this pressure.
That's a good solve.
Very good solve. Yeah, 641. Very clean. And he ends with a 689 average. That's very, very good from Philip Lewicki. I think he'll be very pleased with that in this head-to-head style final.
Max Shaw's average will be somewhere between 645 and 611. If he beats
his current PR is 626. So he's well on his way to breaking a PR on this last solve.
Souls on white again. Another 6-move OL and a F burn.
Oh, 671. That's not going to quite do it. It's still a really good average. 6.40.
This was Philip Lewicki and Max Yo.
So 6.4, really great average. Not quite PR, but to do that, to perform that well in a final is really, really impressive.
And now we will start the 16 best European 3x3x3 solvers. He placed 20th on the semifinals with an average of 773. From Romania, Yanis Koskinchev.
Yeah.
And number 18 with an average of 759. From Finland, we have Linus Lauren.
Linus Lauren trying to trump Giannis with a bit of a more swag. At least his sunglasses are bigger.
But you want to know what is swag? The trophy that has just been placed on the gold table in the middle. So this is the brand new European Championship Cup. It has the names engraved of all the previous winners, and one of these two could get their name engraved and join this infamous club. But for both of these, it is their first time at a head-to-head final.
It's the first time that I think both a Romanian and also the first time that a Finn has made it to a major finals.
Yes, and even though they're here in the final, I really hope they don't feel too much pressure. Obviously, they are the lowest seeded Europeans coming in, and so there should be less pressure on them, and maybe that'll help them perform really well.
T-perm. 884.
84.
Fist bump. Yeah.
Pretty solid.
Why not? It's not the worst way to start.
He seemed a little bit shaky, but I mean, he is young. You can't imagine that somebody with a 2021 ID would come in and immediately perform at such a high level.
Before this competition, he had a best official average of 808. So he is very happy to make it into the finals. His first round average was only at 1134 and then kept on improving. Linus a bit shaky. G-perm.
Yeah. That's a great start from Linus. He'll be really happy with that. Look at that smile.
I think he learned a bit from yesterday when he competed with the sunglasses on during the final side.
He did.
He decided that was not that good of an idea.
Yeah, Yannis Kostincella here. He got his PR average in the third round with 7.73. And so he is got to be very happy with that, making this final. And there's always an opportunity to beat that PR again.
His best official single is quite good though, with a 527. Shows that he is capable of doing very good solves. Oh hello, U-perm. 953.
He really seems to be struggling with his nerves. He's shaking a little bit, and as a result, he's trying to turn slower, but he's still getting those little lockups here and there, which those competitors with a bit more experience have kind of like got rid of or have learned to cope with.
Yeah, I feel his pain. Now let's see if Linus can follow up that great 623 start.
Seems to be changing his orientation a lot, trying to find a good start. Seems to have found something.
Chose white. Ooh. J-perm, but messed it up. Oh.
So when he had an L-perm or a J-A perm.
A left J-perm.
Yes. He accidentally did an M-slice a couple of moves from the end, which gave him a three edges case that he tried to solve, and so had to do that O-line and then a U-perm to finish his solve. So unfortunate mistake there, but he can come back from that. He's already got a 6, so we know he's capable of getting these fast times in an event like this. So hopefully he can bring it back.
So for Linus, basically the event has come down to a mean of 3. He's done a very good single, but he's also done a very bad single, so probably those 2 times will not be counting for his average. So it's basically like he's doing like a 6x6 mean of 3 now. Ah, solid solve.
Yep. I wondered if he was going to do a ZBLL there, but he did not.
Maybe he knew it, but decided not to go for it.
There's a chance it was a difficult case that we can't see. Yannis hyping up the crowd there, so Daniel just asking everyone to quieten down before asking Linus if he is ready.
Cross mistake. R-perm.
That was unfortunate. He had the opposite cross mistake there. Just planned a little bit incorrectly. And there's an easy trick to switch them around. You do S prime, M prime UN, U2, S. And it flips them around.
It's still the worst one you can get. If you have two cross pieces switched on the opposite side, there's a chance that if you do a COL, you can solve the last part with only M2, U2, M2.
Yes. In the UK, we call that swag daddy.
Both only solving on white, it seems.
Yes.
Interesting. White perm. 925.
He's not really happy with that, but he's smiling anyway. He will have been super psyched to get that PB in the previous round.
Definitely. He's one of those that we talked about, that one of those outliers really that doesn't really expect to make it to finals, but that just does really well out of nothing in the semis.
Yes.
So he will definitely use the experience he gathers here in his next upcoming competitions.
Yeah, this is his first major championships. I'm sure we'll see him back again, competing at the top level.
Yeah, making it to the finals just makes you more hungry. Good solve.
Great solve, 541.
That means that Linus's average will be somewhere between 692 and 932. So no pressure for the last solve. And Giannis is looking to get an average between 896 and 921.
Giannis has been very consistently unfortunately, about a second lower than what he appears to average. But let's see if he can pull out a really good time and solve on this last attempt.
Yeah, you can just basically send it. Oh, I think he made a mistake on the OL there.
Yes, I think he did 2 OLs. If he gets his fastest time, that locks in the average at 896, which puts him in first place for now. And we are now on to Linus Laurent. And as we mentioned, his best possible average is 692, which would be his personal record. His personal record right now is 696. That would require him to beat that 541 that he just got. His PR single is 486, which he did get in the last competition he attended. So he's more than capable of getting another super fast time.
Good start. Let's keep going. Why perm? Small lockup. Oh no.
Quite a lot of lockups.
25. That gives him a 787 average of 5.
Which would put him into first and pushes Giannis
This
down
was
to
Giannis
second.
and Linus Laurent.
So he needed 826 to actually get into first there. Linus did.
Now he placed 17th in semi-final with an average of 751. From France, Alexandre Carlier.
Alexandre Carlier, supported by the many French competitors here.
From the United Kingdom, Harry Savage.
As you can probably hear, James is next to me for his fellow countryman, Harry Savage.
And all of the UK competitors are sat directly in front of us. So.
Alexandre, he is the one and only competitor for France in these finals, while Harry Savage is one of 2 competitors competing in the finals for his country. We will see Chris Mills, also from the UK, later on.
So Alexandre, obviously very experienced with this situation. He was in the 2017 World Championship Finals. Let's see how he can perform.
Euper?
Yeah. 6:45 is pretty alright. He definitely locked up a bit, had a few pauses. Definitely could improve on that. But now Harry, he is. I don't know how he's going to do. He's very cool, calm, and collected usually all the time. Performs pretty decently in UK Championships finals. But he got a PB in the last round, so I don't think he expected to be here.
Solving nice and smoothly.
Yep. 8:39.
Slow and steady, seems to be.
Yes.
Not a bad way to start your average and see what's what. Alexandre also has a very nice turning style, I think. Let's have another look at his second solve here. Chose yellow as his cross color. Small mistake. And the RFU G-turn.
Unfortunately, a bit pausey, a bit rocky throughout the entire solve there. Didn't really get into the flow. Getting into that flow early in on the solve, making sure you have that first pair plan, second pair plan during your inspection is really important to make the solve flow nice and naturally. If you get one pause early on, it kind of can snowball into the last layer.
Oh, N-perm, that's not what you want to see. 9:17 for Harry.
Doing the old school RUD N-perm, not many people do that these days.
It looked nice. It's still not the best PLL to get.
No, I don't think Harry expected to do much in this final. He is definitely just happy to be there.
So the last step of the normal CFOP method that most of these competitors will be using, or probably all competitors will be using, is the PLL. That means you solve the last few pieces of the top layer. There's 21 different cases. Alexandre got a nice one here.
Yep. And as I was saying, if you can plan enough early and get into that flow, it just flows all the way through the solve, and that was a great example.
Very, very good solve. Very nice and smooth. Counting 6:45, that's nice. Oh. Is that a D2 keyhole pair?
I think it was. Another 9.17 for Harry. He's going to be out of the race already, I think. But
that's right.
Alexandre still has a great chance to get a good average.
Imagine him getting a really good solve now. We've seen some really good solves on the 4 scramble already.
We have.
Patrick got a 4.
Max got a 6 and Linus got a 5.
G-perm.
665,
yeah.
Very solid.
That's all right. That's all right.
So his best possible average is a 620, and his worst possible average is a 736.
It looks like they had the same solution. I think they had exactly the same last layer.
Yep. Harry obviously looking up a bit more on PLL than Alexandre did, but yeah.
That was a dot case and a G-perm.
So Alexandra has locked in first place. Even if he DNFs the solve, he will be in first place in the competition.
So far.
So far. We still have a long way to go. Couple of big pauses there during F12.
T-Perm.
8:49. It is not his worst time, but he does go in first, as mentioned, with 7.2 average, which is a very solid performance, but I don't think that will make the podium.
I'm gonna say that would get him into about place number 6 or 5, probably. Who knows? Ooh, Harry does it.
Harry with a 5.93
finish.
Proving he
This was
deserves to
Alexandra
be
Kelly
there.
and Harry third.
So that knocks Giannis Kostuncella out of the podium positions as Harry moves into third, but I don't think we will be seeing any of these three currently on the podium staying there for much longer. We have a lot of talented competitors coming up, and I'm going to predict the top three will all need about 6.4 or 6.5, even in this head-to-head.
He placed 15th in the semi-final
agreed.
with an average of 7.35. From Switzerland, Richard Delacoste.
Richard, the only Swiss delegation in this 3x3 final.
14th place with an average of 7.32. From Germany, Kevin Gerhardt.
Kevin, one of the three Germans in this final. Now Richard, like Harry, is a lefty dominant solver, but you'll see far, far more in Richard solving than you do Harry. Harry's a bit more ambidextrous, whereas Richard is very, very lefty dominant.
Kevin has already made it to a podium in one of the events at the Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022. He came in second for the Megaminx puzzle with an average of 36.59.
And Richard has also made it onto two podiums, making bronze place in the 5x5 and 7x7 events.
Well done. Richard getting ready, taking his time as he should. But taking all of the 15 seconds he could. Ooh. The lefty version of the RUF G-Perm.
Indeed. Getting a 7.23 is a fairly solid start. The current winning average is 7.2, so that's exactly where it needs to be to move into first place. Kevin, a super experienced competitor, hasn't traditionally performed incredibly well in head-to-head finals. However, I do know he has taken a German nationals title away from both the Vyers and Cornelius Diekmann before in 3x3.
Looks like a very solid start. Good solve. Zero mistakes, no lockups. Didn't go full speed, like you said, James. He only went like 90-80% of what he could, and that paid off.
Richard's starting inspection for the second solve now. Second solve has not been a top performer.
Perm.
Oh, lucky.
Slight mistake.
7.73. It's alright, he's not completely out of it just yet. He can definitely bring it back, and we know there are some good scrambles coming up towards the end of the round.
Obviously, the competitors that have not competed yet are not allowed to watch this stream.
Yes.
Obviously, they cannot have any information that would give them an advantage, so they can have just their their neighbors for the finals to chat with.
Yes.
Maybe listen to some music, read a book.
Yep, have a nap.
If you're Sebastian Why.
Yes. But it seems like there's some good crosses and good starts on white crosses.
Yeah.
And so I'm expecting to see a lot more of the same solution on some of these solves.
Oh, hesitant. E-perm, 887. Seagulls. A shout out from the Seagulls.
There are multiple people dropping their phones at the venue during inspection. I'm surprised at how frequently it's happening, actually.
Good solve.
Oh, great solve. Oh. 677.
That could have been much better. The F2 was super fast.
Yes, it was. And he's right back on pace to overtake Alexandre for first place.
Now Kevin has done a 617 and an 887, so it's a bit the same situation as we had with Linus, who did a 623 on his first and then a bad solve on his second. So Kevin is looking to knock that 887 out of his counting times.
Yes. Kevin composing himself, getting in the zone.
Looks like he's going for a yellow. Oh, that's super quick, and he knows the ZBLL.
733, very consistent. If I'm not mistaken, in this scramble I noticed the yellow-orange edge is next to the yellow and orange and blue corner, so I think we'll see a lot of people going for that yellow, orange and blue yellow cross with the yellow, orange, blue X cross.
That's right. Now, was it the fourth scramble that the previous two had the same solution on, or was it the third? It was this one, right?
It was this one.
That's right, if you do the ZBLL, no need to do the PLL. Richard did not have the same solution as the ones in the previous round.
Nope, and he also didn't know the ZBLL. In fact, just opting to do the 8-move OLL into a wiper.
It's still a very solid average so far. He's done quite consistently because his best possible average is a 716 and his worst is a 748.
See Kevin shaking a little bit during inspection. This was very smooth so far.
Peel out.
Yes. 625.
Both of their worst possible averages are 748.
So no matter what they do on these solves, they will guarantee themselves into the second position. So
another LUF G-perm for Richard.
A 727. Any OS players in the chat?
That gives him a 7:32 average, putting him in the second spot so far.
Only 0.12 behind Alexander Kalia, who retains his first position. Now, Kevin's best possible average is a 6.5. So we could see him take a commanding lead of this 3x3 final.
Another solve ending in a 7. That's kind of fun.
There's a lot of solves ending in 7.
Yeah, that's true. Another 0.17 solve. That would be fine. 6:17 would be a nice time. Relatively smooth.
Very shaky.
7:44.
That finishes the average of 7:01.
This was Richard Delacoste and Kevin Gerhardt.
And so Kevin Gerhardt moves into first, pushing Alexander Kalia down to second, and third place is Richard Delacoste, pushing Linus Lauren and Harry Savage off of the podium.
With an average of 7.29.
It shows the incredible level that we have here, because after not even half of the Europeans, we already have a best average of 7:01.
Yes.
He placed 12th with an average of 7:20 from Norway. We have Knut Skau-Haraldsen.
People following along in the spreadsheet, the calculation for needed for first is a little bit wrong. We thought we fully tested this months ago, but we've just hidden the best that needed for first and needed for top 3 for now. The worst possible average and best possible average are still going to be correct though.
Quite steadily. 8:27.
Interesting way to do that ZBL case, ending with the
lots of pauses there.
Prime DR. Let's see how Knut can do.
Anti-soon. Oh, he cancelled right into that.
Nope, that was a ZBLL, I think.
Really?
Yep, so Knut, I'm fairly certain, does know full ZBLL. If you noticed as well, he had a little bit of a pause before the last pair because he was doing ZBLL as well.
Not bad.
Nice little 9-move ZBLL case there for Lucas Beliga.
Fatsoon and Aper.
What a lock up.
Oh,
and I think he +2'd anyway.
So that's a 12:29. You'll be looking not to make that one count either way.
Not the slowest solve on that scramble so far.
That's true.
But with that 7.99 counting, he's going to need 5 and 6s to overtake Kevin Gerhardt. First place at the moment.
Well, I'm sure he's capable of doing it.
Absolutely he is. I would love to see it.
Chat likes to see it, I'm sure. Solving on blue. Oh, 689 with another +2 penalty.
89 for Vukash. That means he's got an 827 counting. He's also going to really struggle to win here. I think he needs 2 low 5s to overtake Kevin Gerhardt. So that's him out of the running for the first place, and probably the podium too, as third place is already at 732. That was a nice checkerboard pie ZBL there from Canute, but with an 861 he's also going to be completely out of the running. Counting at best 861, 799. Unfortunately these two will not be on your European Championship podium this time, but hopefully they can get some good times on these last 2 solves. We have seen quite a lot of really good times on these scrambles thus far.
Some small lockups. L.
Oh, he did the wrong ZBLL. He's checking it now. And ended up with an N per arm.
Knut going for his 4th. V-perm and 809.
Yeah, not opting for the ZBLL that time. I think he had a bad couple of last pairs, couldn't quite force it in a way where he could get all edges oriented.
So he used the algorithm that we both use for the V-perm.
Yes.
He didn't jump on the bandwagon of switching?
No. A lot of people have though, and I think it's probably worth it if you're a new solver.
This could be a good solve.
778. That is not his best time, but he does lock in an 816 average, putting him into 5th so far. And for Canute, his best average possible is going to be 823. Which is going to be, unfortunately, quite near the bottom of the table so far. Very nice soon ZB case there. And that locks
this
in
was Lukas Boliga and Knut Scott Harlsen. He placed 11th in the semi-final with an average of 7.18. From the United Kingdom, Chris Mills.
Yeah! There we go. Co-caster Chris Mills.
This is
UK's
last hope.
15 from Denmark.
No, Chris. We cannot do that. Yeah.
And the hometown favourite, Rasmus.
Yeah. Always nice to have someone of the home country in the finals representing.
Yes, that is very, very true. Chris has not performed incredibly well this competition, but fairly consistently, getting a 7.05 in the second round and a 7.18 in the third round. But he... Go ahead.
Previously in his podcast, he said that he would like barely make finals. That was his expectation, but I think he did better than that because he made finals quite securely. There was no doubt about it. He did very well in the semis. Chris is not that small, but he still requested another chair.
Also putting his leg under his other leg to gain a little bit of height on the station. But Chris will be hoping for NR average, but you'll see him cheering no matter what times he gets. I've seen that solution before.
Definitely.
I'm pretty sure that was the same as Richard Delacoste as well, just from the back.
Yeah. Now, Rasmus up for his first. See how he does. Good solve, OLL.
588. I recognise that solution as well. There seems to be two solutions on that scramble that everyone are doing basically. But yeah, 588 is a
I'm
great
looking
start.
forward to when somebody will do the reconstruction for all of the courses, because then we will see many of the same solutions.
Yes.
Chris choosing blue on the second one. A-perm.
762 is not bad at all.
Shook his head a little, but I guess it's okay. There's quite a few people who did not do that well on their second solve. Actually, there's a lot of people whose second solve was their worst. Let's see if it's the same for Chris. Meanwhile, Rasmus on his second solve as well. Oh no. E-perm.
Ooh, bit of a cube drop there, 8.8. But Rasmus actually got his PR in the second round with 707 and then followed it up with a 715 in the third round. So he's been performing really well in 3x3 this competition so far.
Reminders to stay hydrated.
If only there was a camera on us for that.
Yeah. Oh, and perm. He did not do the classical one. He chose for
the new fancy ones that you see.
RUF one.
This looks really good. It's very smooth so far.
Another E-perm.
680. Gonna count. Both competitors have a really good time. And then a minute.
So this fourth solve will really be the crossroads for both of them. Will it go north or south?
I'll pull down.
Alright, fingers crossed. I have to admit, I'm a little bit biased because Chris has been joining us for commentary for the competition. Yeah.
And that's the new V-perm once again.
Nice execution.
So unfortunately, Chris cannot get into first place. However, he can sneak his way into third of the current times. Rasmus with a couple of really long pauses.
Wide soon, A-perm, 761. Shout out to our cameraman, who are doing an excellent job. Very easy to recognize what they're doing. Well, what the cameramen are doing and what the solvers are doing.
So Chris's best possible average is 721, and worst possible average is 784. So he can't get ahead of Alexander Collier, but he can sneak into third. This is looking good. 691. I'm into third.
Doesn't look like it.
So close. He ended with a 734 average, which is 0.02 behind Richard Delacoste.
I guess he'll have some mixed feelings about it. It's not too bad.
No, 734 is a really good average, especially for a 2 at a time final like this.
I'm sure he would have hoped for more, but you can definitely be satisfied with that. Anti-soon and the F-Furov.
Quite a lot of pauses for Rasmus there. There was no real
This
flow
was
to the
Chris
solve.
Mills and Rasmus Stubbe-Klefsen.
Still a decent average, 746. So these two go into fourth and fifth just behind the podium places. But now we are moving on to the absolute favourites.
Yeah. We have 6 competitors left. We have Germany against Norway, if you want. We have the first batch, Patorakis against Philip, current world champion, and the final battle will be Tvan Delemont against Timon Kolazinski.
And just to let everyone know, we have
Now for our next competitor.
Oliver has been working and he's fixed the needed for first and needed for top 3
and he was
times.
a silver medalist at last European Championship in Madrid. From Germany, Sebastian Weyer.
Sebastian Weyer, smile on his face, he's happy to be here.
He placed
He's already
seventh
satisfied
with an
with his
average of 7.01. From Norway, we have Kim Roger Høyland Larsen.
That's how you pronounce it.
That's how you pronounce it. So, as mentioned, Kim got a 7:01 average in the semi-final, and the current leading time is Kevin Gerhardt with 7:01. So, Kim would need to improve on his time from the semi-final to move into first position. And of course, Sebastian is a seasoned veteran. He's been in these major championships finals many, many times. Coming third at Worlds in 2019, second at European Championships 2018. He'll be looking to improve once more again and move into first position.
Sebastian starting his first solve, obviously on white. 590.
That's a great start. Not the best time we've seen on this first scramble. We obviously saw Patrick get a 5.0 and Rasmus get a 588, but 590 is still an excellent start. Gets you in a really commanding position for the rest of the average.
Sebastian, one of the competitors, always starts on white. I'm sure he sometimes starts on yellow, but mostly on white.
I actually don't think either of the Wire brothers start on yellow ever.
I think if Sebastian gets a really easy yellow cross, he might still do. Philip, no way. Kim also going for the white cross. D2 there for the F2L.
I think that was the same solution as Harry Savage. With
Yeah,
that D2
they also did
keyhole.
this D2 keyhole pair. Yeah, you're right. Well spotted, James.
732 would be good enough to move into place, so it's the right track to getting onto the podium at. But obviously, depending on how Sebastian Weyer does, it might not be enough.
mistake. I think he did the roll. I think so too, yeah. It looked like he had some 6 move over though, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know, I should rewatch that.
Yeah, perhaps he did it from the wrong angle. And just ended up with another.
That could have been the best time on the second scramble, I think.
Yes, very much so.
Without that mistake.
But Kim could very much do it here. The times on the second scramble have not been good from the European cohort. So maybe Kim can change that.
Ooh, did he do a Y2? A-perm?
7.18. That is indeed the best time from a European on the scramble, 7.18. And 3 of the Americans getting 6 on the scramble.
Solid times for Kim.
He'll still be looking to improve that. I would be surprised if anything higher than a mid-6 would be disappointing.
Yeah. Although, weird A-perm.
Yeah.
592.
Now that's a counting 592. That really puts him in an amazing position.
Sebastian's trademark weird A-perm. He refuses to do the normal ones.
Yep.
Didn't get punished for it this time. So this is the 3rd version of the A-perm we've seen today.
It is.
After Philip's RUD one,
Yes.
then the normal ones obviously, and then Sebastian's well, called the 5th gen A-perm. U-perm.
Oh, very clean. 6.84. Continuing that downward trend of times for Kim.
Very solid performance so far from Kim Roger Hullet Larsen.
Something like that.
Yeah, I should ask Celine to teach me afterwards.
Yes.
Sebastian's trademark is all out.
So Sebastian already with 2 5.9s and a 7.99. He'll be looking to keep that 5 train going and get rid of that 7.99. I think he'll be happy with that. After getting a 2 5s, a 6.75 is very respectable.
Was not the best solution. There were many moves. Was not very efficient, but he just kept on turning, and well, he just did a good time.
And his worst possible average is 6.89, which is only a fraction higher than the time he got 3rd with at Worlds 2019.
And it would definitely put him in place number 1, except for when Kim does even better.
We are yet to see what he'll get, but he could really throw a spanner in Sebastian's works. Ooh, 6.39.
He also the new V-perm on the left side though. This is the lefty.
Yes, he is. Quite a lot of lefties in this.
Yeah, there's a lot of lefties.
Finals. So now Sebastian's worst possible average is 6.89. So it's already going to be sub 7. He's definitely going to be moving into first position after this, no matter what he gets. But he'll really want to get another 5. Get that through 6. Really different everyone else.
Anything that's faster than a 7.99 will improve his average. I think it will. Another A-perm. 6.86. All right.
That is a 6.51 average. That is really solid.
Might as well get him into a podium position.
Yes, but we'll have to see because we still have 4 more competitors left.
Obviously currently placing first.
Yes. Unfortunately, Kim, even if he gets his best time now, will not go ahead of Sebastian, but he can still secure a place on the podium. He is guaranteed a place on the podium, even with a DNF. However, it's whether he overtakes Kevin Gerhardt and gets a sub 6 average.
It's A-perms though.
Oh, lock up at the end. So Kim is not going to improve on Kevin Gerhardt's time. He gets a 7.11 average and moves into the third
This was
position.
Sebastian Weiner and Kim Roger Hyland Larsen. Now on place 5 from the semi-final. So on place 5 from the semi-final with an average
I think the cameramen are instructing the judges to put the cube cover out of the way after they starting the inspection to not obstruct the line of sight.
Yeah, that's a very good observation from the cameraman, and definitely, I mean, neither of them have ever solved a cube before. They've never cubed before, so
they've got a lot of experience in
He
filming
plays
because
number
they've been
4
doing it
with
since
an average
Thursday.
of
That's true.
673, and he is the bronze medalist from the last Euros in Madrid and the current world champion. From Germany, we have Philipp Weyer.
So yeah, as the announcement just said, third place from the last Euros, but the current world champion.
Yeah, Philip won the last World Championships in Melbourne.
Yes.
You can see him in a nice documentary about it called The Speedcubing. You can check it out on Netflix.
You certainly can.
And you should, after watching these finals.
And in that final, he got a 6.74 average, which his brother Sebastian has already beaten today.
Well, it's 3 years later.
It
They
is.
must have been faster now.
Let's see what Anthony can do on this first scramble.
Anthony Patorakis, he's already a champion because he won the 2x2 category. V-Perm, 7.27.
Very good start.
Yeah.
A real crowd pleaser. I think he really loves the pressure of the situation.
He does well under pressure.
Yeah. He already showed from 2x2, probably one of the favourite going into the event and performing excellently. Was that the same solution again?
Yes, it was.
It's as if they all know the same tricks and same ways to do different parts of the solve. Anthony going for yellow cross but messing it up. Messed up OLL as well.
That second scramble is certainly not the best.
Yeah, a lot of people seem to be really struggling with it. I'm going to guess it's pretty tricky to find your first and second pairs on it during inspection. So it's really messing up all of the competitors.
Let's see how Philip does on it.
We know Philip only does white cross. Ooh, also a bit of a lock-up.
Slow cross. Still salvaged the solve.
Yeah.
6.65.
6.65 is really good.
That is really impressive after the choky start.
Not at all. And I'm pretty sure that already puts him out of contention for this podium.
Who knows who's going to happen next? Pulls out 2 4s.
We've seen him get 4s before.
Yeah, why not? Now Philip for his 3rd. Has done 2 mid 6s so far. Good solve. Oh no, that's a +2!
Daniel's just chucking it.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a +2.
Oh.
So it is a 671. Oh my god.
Oh, what can you say? Very unlucky. Makes his first 3 times very consistent though.
It does.
Standard deviation of the first 3 is very, very low.
Yeah, he's definitely out of it now.
Too shaky. Maybe the 3x3 solves are a bit too long for him because he does very well in 2x2 under pressure, but those solves are only like 12,
1 second.
12 moves or something like that.
Something
15
like that.
moves.
That would have been PR for Philip had he have got that. His current PR is 481.
Oh. A bit upset about afterwards, but no time to think about that now. Moving on. J-Perm, 7.
So with that 772, there is no way he can get into first place, but he is guaranteed to get on the podium. His worst possible average is 704, and currently in 3rd place is Kim Julian Larsen, in 3rd with 711. Now Philip has won the European Championship before in 2016, but Sebastian Weyer has never won 3x3 in a major.
It's about time then. U-Perm,
718.
gives him only 11 average. Anthony Katarakis from the Netherlands.
So at this point, Sebastian Weyer is guaranteed to be on the podium because we know Philip cannot overtake him, and we've only got Tvan and Timon left to solve.
That's a very impressive. It's a very impressive performance. After 2019, where he placed 3rd at the World Championships, another podium place for Sebastian Weyer at the European Championships.
So he gets his slowest solve there, which means his average is 704, currently in 3rd place, but 704 I don't think is going to cut it. So the question is, where's Sebastian going to end up on the podium, and will Kevin or Philip hold their positions on the podium now? It's been really, really close at the low 7 mark. I really thought the standard would be much higher, but there's been some quite difficult scrambles in this set. And now we've got the final 2 coming in. I see them over there, giving each other a high five, wishing each other good luck.
He placed first with an average of 5:16. From Poland, we have Timon Kolasinski.
And the cheer for Timon is outrageous. He's already won 5x5, 6x6, 7x7 and pyramids, and he came 2nd in 4x4. And but for Timon, none of those matter. This is the thing he really wants to win.
Tvan, the up-and-coming cuber from the Netherlands. He has been improving throughout the whole competition. He's under pressure all the time. He has actually made a video about how to prepare for the competition. He has made a specific video to prepare for Euros, even though he hasn't performed at big competitions solutions so far. But he has made it to the final of these Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022 in second seed.
Now, if anyone remembers World Championships 2011, I know there's not many of you that are going to know. Yeah, Felix Zendegs went into the final having won every single round by a significant margin, and he ended up coming third, getting beaten by Michal Pleskovic. And we could see something similar happen here, a major upset.
In 2019, when Max Park won almost all of the events of World Championships, but then missing out on 3. Not too bad.
That's a very good start. Obviously, Sebastian is in first with a 6:51 average, so Tvan is on track to get that podium spot, to get that win.
Disappointed if Timon also does the same solution we've seen a couple of times.
Yeah. Timon of all 3x3 sables knows all this insane pseudo slotting, all these insane tricks. I would be almost shocked if on the, especially the harder scrambles where people have been struggling, if his solution is anywhere near similar to the others. But on the faster solves where people have been getting 5s, I expect to see maybe the same solution again. But it does look like he is looking at doing a white cross here. So 0.01 ahead of Swan, so these guys are already neck and neck. That's a great start from Timon. Even though it looked bad, it's still very, very fast.
Tvan already starting inspection for his second solve. Maybe he should have taken a little bit more time, but if you're ready, you're ready.
Yep.
Solving on white on the second solve. Soon. RUF G-Perm 736. It hasn't been the greatest scramble. It's been confirmed over and over.
Yeah, a lot of people really struggling on it. The best time so far, Philip Lewicki with a 6:34.
Now I'm really interested in Timon's solution for this scramble.
Yes, because we know Timon and the other super high top solvers like Matti Hiroto and Naba, they can inspect so far into the solve. Not even just one pair, but 2, 3 pairs, sometimes even 4 pairs into the solve. So Timon might find something that is completely different to everyone else.
Take this time to get ready. As he should.
What it looks like is Daniel is timing the inspection on his watch. Competitors have 1 minute to get ready, and so Timon is very aware of the regulation. So he takes all the time he needs.
He chose white.
5.99.
Fist pump. He knows that's a good solution.
Yeah. A little bit of a lock up, a little bit of a pause as well. Wiper. Ooh, it's really close. Wait for the confirmation. It's good, it's good. Yeah. So that's a 7.44 for Tvan. He's not quite on track though to take second place away from Sebastian Vaya.
With 2 good solves, he could.
Yes. Currently, Kevin Gerhardt is in second with 7.01. Philip Vaya with 7.04. So Tvan, to get onto the podium, will really be looking for that sub-7 average. And he is right on track with a 6.28 to start off. And there's been a lot of good times in the last 2 solves.
Yeah, we've seen that 460, obviously from Patrick.
Yep.
He followed it up with a 552.
Yep. And Harry Savage also got 593 on that last
that's
solve.
right. A-perm.
A little bit of a lock-up. A little bit of a lock-up at 6:24. But he is in prime position to take first place now with a counting 6:24 and a sack counting 6:27.
That means he only needs a high 6 to already secure his win. Only a high 6? Like it's nothing. G-perm 762. He's not happy with that. He knows that he will not be in the top of the finishers for this finals. Tvan has a best possible average of 703, which could theoretically still get him to third, but he needs to get a better time than 6:28 on the last one.
For Timon to go into the lead before his fifth solve, he needs a 6.99, and I would be shocked to see Timon get a 7 now. So I'm fully expecting him to take the lead after the solve and lock in first place, making him a European champion.
It feels like ages since we've seen a 7 from Timon.
We actually saw one in the last round, didn't we? Or am I tripping? Maybe it was the second round.
Checking the database.
Whilst he is taking his time to get ready.
I'm going to predict at least one 4-second solve on these last 2 scrambles. We know they are good.
That's it. That's it. Timon has taken the win. He doesn't know it yet. He knows he's done well, but he doesn't know he's won. His worst possible average is 6.17. That's 0.34 ahead of Sebastian. Crazy.
Now let's see if Twan can beat the 6:28. He will be third.
He actually only needs a 6:33 on the solve. Oh, it's going to be close. Oh, no. 7.82. And he's going to be very disappointed with that.
It was on the table. It was on the table.
But unfortunately, that is 9th position for Twan, which that means we know what our podium is. Timon Kolozhensky is 1, Sebastian Weyer is in 2nd, and Kevin Gerhardt takes 3rd.
Wow. Wow. I would not have expected Kevin and Sebastian to come in 3rd and 2nd.
Yep.
Quite some surprises, but the winner is definitely not surprising.
Yeah.
Oh.
6.27, that ties his worst time, so he does indeed lock in the 6.17 average, making Timon Kolozhensky the European champion in 3x3.
Patrick Ponce there saying that it was easy because he did in fact beat Timon in that round and technically came first, but of course Timon is our European champion for 3x3 in the WCA Rubik's European Championship 2022.
That was a good final. We've seen some excellent solves. We have our winners, Timon Kolozhensky. Patrick Ponce was even faster, but Timon will take the title and the trophy, and we will also announce the location of the next European Championship.
Yes.
2 years from now.
The only sub-5 we saw that round was by Patrick, other than Phillips +2, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's correct.
But yeah, the bleachers are clearing out. Everyone's going to go get their stuff, have a little bit of a break, go to the loo, you know.
Tony Badarak is the 2x2 god.
Awards ceremony is set up.
So yeah, if you want to stay around for the awards ceremony, we probably won't be here for too long. And then if you're watching from a time zone where it's very early in the morning, you can go to bed.
Yep.
I'd recommend you get a lot of sleep. I hope that everyone enjoyed that. It was probably the pinnacle of the entire event, so we all enjoyed it from the commentary box at least.
These has been some awesome finals today. Had some very, very close battles. I can remember Pyramings being very close, for example.
One-handed was incredible.
One-handed was super close as well.
If you missed the one-handed final, go back and watch it.
Oh, absolutely. That was the best finals in terms of how close everything was.
Yeah. That one absolutely came down to the wire. There were 4 or 5 people that could have won on the last solve. So big congratulations for Patrick for winning the round, but as mentioned, Timon Koloshinsky will be the European champion for 2022 in not only 3x3 but also Pyraminx, 5, 6 and 7.
That does mean that he won 5 events, as people were trying to predict.
Yeah.
Out of 6 he had contention for, we were wondering whether he would get 5 out of the 6, and that's exactly what happened.
Of course, doing the same with what Felix and Max did. He still lost out on 4x4, so I'm guessing that's his next event.
I think he'll continue on 3x3 until he's got that sub 5 average.
Yeah, he really wants to take 3x3 world record back from Max and also take the Pyraminx world record off Jasper.
That's right. So I hope you've been enjoying these finals. If this has motivated you to practice even more, that's great. If you want to start getting into cubing, into speed cubing, that's also great. Attend the competition, that's my advice. No matter how fast you are, even if you have solves of a minute or more, go to a competition. People are super friendly. They're always happy to help you with advice, becoming faster.
Yeah, as long as you can make the time limit of whatever competition you're looking at, get involved, compete in every event. You meet so many like-minded people. You're going to have a great time. We always hear from people, oh, I'm a bit slow. I don't think I should go and compete. And then they go and spectate a competition, and then they go, oh man, I wish I competed. I've
Just
never
sign
heard
up
the opposite.
If you can, sign up. If there's still spaces, sign up. If you can make it there, sign up.
Time limit for solving a normal 3x3 cube is usually 10 minutes.
Yep.
So as long as you can solve this cube within 10 minutes, which is very doable once you know how to solve it, go to the competition. Why not?
It's normally 10 minutes because the timers that we use only actually go up to 10 minutes as well.
That's right. So if you're looking for a competition in your area, go to cubeassociation.org, go to the competition page and find a competition that is upcoming in your region. Register and have fun.
Absolutely, get involved.
Someone's asking, where is Euros 2024? I'm not sure. We might find out.
We will find out after the winner ceremony, because I think we're going to know, they're going to announce the next venue of the European Championships 2024, so stay tuned for that.
Oh, they got a podium out now.
They do have an
You can see
actual
it
physical
just
podium.
in the corner of the screen there.
I know everyone's getting pictures with the Rubik's European Championship 2022.
And some people are getting photos of the trophy that they brought in, but that's just off screen.
Yep. And also pictures of friends, all the people they're meeting. We've just had Katie Davies come up. She did very well in Megaminx. She just came to say goodbye because she needs to run and catch her flight back home. A lot of people will book their flights for the Sunday evening, so they'll be rushing straight to the airport. Some of us have made terrible decisions and booked flights for 6 a.m. on the Monday, so we'll be getting only a couple of hours sleep before we disappear off. And some people will be staying in Copenhagen for a little bit longer to see the sights and see what's going on.
Yeah, we did that before the competition, so we are very tired right now. We've been non-stop for 7 days. I can't wait to go to sleep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Tight finals, give you the energy to just keep going. You're never really satisfied. You just want to see more action. In the upcoming competitions that we're going to. James, what is your next competition going to be like?
Oh, we've got a ton of competitions coming up in the UK in August, but unfortunately, a few they're quite far away from me, so I'm only going to be going to one of them.
Quite a few of them are far away from me as well, but I'm still going for some reason.
And we have the UK Championships coming up towards the end of the year, which we're hoping to announce over the next few weeks. And obviously, in terms of major championships, the Rubik's WCA World Championship in 2023 will be taking place in Seoul, Korea, more specifically in Incheon.
Sooner than that, we have the Oceanic Championships later this year, as well as the African Championships, both sponsored by Rubik's. South America next week as well, Chris has just informed me.
But in terms of the next majors, after that, we heard NA Championships in 2024 will be in Minneapolis, and we will find out very shortly where the next European Championships are going to be as well.
That will be Timon's job to announce.
Yes.
I will.
So behind the trophy, there is a little envelope with the location of the next championship. And Timon, as the winner of the 3x3 event, will be in charge of announcing that to the crowd and to the stream. Are Continentals only every 2 years? Yes, Continentals are every 2 years on even years, and the World Championships takes place on odd years.
So the hall is getting set up, scorecards are being printed, people are getting ready for the winners' ceremony, ready to honor all winners.
Someone has guessed Warsaw, someone has guessed Helsinki, we've got Vietnam.
Budapest would be cool, we've been there
Oslo.
twice.
Oh, I'd love to go to Oslo again.
I hope it's a new country for me.
Yeah, like the Netherlands.
I have actually.
Euros 2004.
Same with 2020. Oh wait.
Oh.
Sad.
Yeah, I'd love it to be other places on my radar for places I'd like to visit.
Definitely, Finland would be a new country for
Denmark
myself.
was actually one of the next to go to, so I was very glad that this championship was here. Gave me an excuse to come out here.
I would say the chances of it being another Nordic country is quite low.
Yeah, probably.
I would hope for Ireland. I've not been to Ireland yet. Why not?
I don't think it'll
I'd
be...
probably know if it was in Ireland, unless they've
that
suddenly
too.
got really good at keeping secrets.
The only people who do know where it is the organisation committee for the region it is in, and...
I heard that they don't even know. It's only the selection committee.
Only the selection committee knows.
And then when we asked who the selection committee are, they answered with only the selection committee knows.
Ah,
wow.
That's a lie, because I do know who the selection committee are.
Are you on the selection
I
committee?
am not on the selection committee, but I do know who is on the
sure
selection committee. But yeah, we will find out where the next European Championships is very, very soon.
JS Cuba is riding with a party of 27. Welcome all. We're just waiting for the awards ceremony.
So past Euros, they were in Amsterdam. Then they went to Paris. Then they went to Bilbao.
Yes.
Moving on to Budapest in 2010. 2012 was in
Wrocław,
Wrocław
in Poland.
Then it was in Roskilde. Denmark.
Yeah.
We've returned here now. After that, we moved on to
Prague,
Czech Republic,
yes.
Prague, or Czechia, as it is
Czechia,
called
yeah.
now, or Czechia.
Was Madrid.
And then we had a break.
We were meant to go to Almere, just outside of Amsterdam in the Netherlands. Almere. But very unfortunately, there was a certain pandemic that stopped that from happening. And then we're here in Copenhagen. Again.
Athens would be cool.
Oh, Athens would be insane.
I've been to Athens before for a competition. It's really nice.
I've been to Athens, but I have not competed there.
Done an escape room there as well.
Oh, no.
Honestly, any country that I've never been to before, I'd be very happy with going. Stat request, location of the next Euros. Well, that's not in the database. It might be at some point, but we will be finding that out soon, so don't need to do that. If the next Euros is in the UK, then I'm entirely sure why I haven't been told about it. Could be. Apparently only the selection committee knows, so.
Let's go over some highlights of the competition. Got some cool records. The first one coming to mind is the 397 single of Timon.
Yep, that was personally my highlight of the competition.
Definitely. We've seen a continental record in square one. 6:33 average by Mikela.
Yep.
I did not know about that one.
Yeah.
I think I was too busy doing some stuff for the finals at the time.
We've had a continental record of 7x7 mean. Timon Kolozinski clocking in 157 mean.
We also had in 4x4 blindfolded, Daniel Vallen getting a 131.4.
I think Daniel is one of the competitors who is most happy about his performances, winning 2 events.
Yes. We chatted with him very briefly when we took that star photo, and he was like, I'm shocked, I'm amazed. It's such a difficult event, there's so many good people.
Yeah, he could not believe that he had won 3 blinds out of all of the events he was doing.
Yeah.
So what else is there? Obviously, like we mentioned, the one-handed finals in general, they were amazingly exciting, and it was really, really tight. The top 6 dividing about 0.3 seconds. So many sub-10s. I've enjoyed watching Zain Kanani perform his magic on 2x2
and also Scube.
And Scube, yes, definitely.
Just a quick heads up, on the schedule, awards is due to start in 10 minutes. It's 10 minutes past 6 in CEST.
So we're giving people a bunch of time to just relax, chat with their friends. For the people that are leaving and rushing out to get flights, people are saying goodbye. But oh man, I just see so many people I know conversing, having a chat. Which reminds me, I need to go speak with Edward.
See you in a bit, James.
Thank you for the link drop. 4 continental records, and apparently we have 104 national records, if this list is correct.
Oh wow.
That's amazing.
So many you'd lose count.
Stat request. Who has done the most national records this competition?
I can do that stat after the competition. Join the group of WCA Statistics on Facebook. Then I can provide you with way more stats requests. Someone says next Euros in Slough. Damn, you've got it. That's the one.
Yeah.
We were waiting to announce that, but you've predicted it already.
How about one of the European islands in South America. That would be amazing, wouldn't it?
Well, define amazing.
Imagine having a big European championship outside on the beach, next to the palm trees,
but
hearing
you have
the waves.
To get all of these people, all 500 of us, to try and fly out all the way over there
would
for
be
their local continental championship.
Would be an environmental disaster. You're right.
True, true. Go there for Worlds, maybe.
Yeah.
People go from all over the world to Worlds, but you'd only go from all over Europe to go to a European championship.
Imagine going to Saint-Martin, one of the French islands there.
Stat request. How many stat requests has OJ done during Euros?
That's a nice
Honestly, way less than the number of stat requests that I've received. There's a lot that I had to miss out on for various reasons, but I hope that you enjoyed it. I hope that it's something that you guys found insightful and that you'd like to see it again in the future. If you would, then I'd be happy to do it again.
Certainly hit your stat request, Oliver. Highlights was guessing all of the countries that had held a world record at some point.
Yeah,
it was 35.
I was hoping we get to do another one of those at some point, but I just didn't really have the time. Today's been a very busy day, of course.
It's too bad. We can maybe keep that in the pocket for next time.
And you only missed 2 of them, and you didn't get any incorrect answers, which was really cool.
We were not too dissatisfied with that. James knew a lot. Chris chipped in as well.
Just to confirm, someone said Celine Tran got 7 NRs, 9 but 2 beaten at the same comp. If you get 2 NRs in the same event at the same competition, but they are on different days, then they count as 2 separate NRs. For example, Elleby in 5x5 did that with average for the UK. He got an NR on Friday and Saturday, I believe, and so they count as 2 separate NRs.
Not bad, not bad.
Will you broadcast the South American Championships in Brazil? I think there are plans to. I don't have any information on that myself, though.
Well, we personally would not be the ones doing that cast, probably, but I would certainly look forward to watching. Maybe we should think about doing the cast in multiple languages as well. That would be fun. Having a Portuguese or a Spanish cast for that would be cool. Oliver leaves me hanging a little bit because he will go down for a nice picture with all the UK cubers. UK cubers have been sticking together nicely, supporting each other, cheering for each other. Nice to see. Good camaraderie. In general, the competitions in the UK are always a blast. Very friendly people there, as there are in all the other countries as well. I think on the screen you can see part of the big UK group that is taking the group picture now. Many friendly faces there. On the right side you might recognize AJ Nichols. AJ, one of the main actors of the senior cubing community. Always nice to see that going. He actually, AJ, invited me to join the senior cubers, even though that group is for over 40 people. I know I'm old, but not that old. Still very nice to be part of it. So it looks like the staff are getting ready to start the winners ceremony. Honor your winners. There has been many winners. Some people go to the stage multiple times. For example, Daniel Walling made in both the 4x4 and the blindfolded events. 5x5 blindfolded as well. One of his solves, which in the end gave him his second place, but there were some big pause. So he came only second in 5x5 blindfolded. Really enjoyed the performance of Patrick in the finals as well. I'll be sure to rewatch the video of that once it gets uploaded. So we can confirm that the final ceremony is now going to start, the award ceremony. Everybody's going back to their places after discussing this great 3x3 finals that we've just seen. Oliver getting ready to join me again.
Had to nip out for a quick photo there.
No problem. It looked like it to be a great memory.
Yeah, big UK contingent here, so I'm glad that we managed to get a photo with lots of us in it.
Chris Mills will also shortly join us for the award ceremony. In the end, Chris did quite well in the finals, placing 8th for the European.
Hello.
What up, Chris?
Not much. Just chilling.
Just chilling. Just chilling. Also joining us, so we're back to full strength here.
Information for the Twitch chat. Daniel Egdal was like, "Oh, Callum has told me to stand awkwardly and shake everyone's hands, but my hands are really sweaty." So I'm sure all of the competitors will love that.
Job is also one of the key figures in the organization of this Rubik's WCA European Copenhagen, Denmark. Blast, and it's all thanks to the organization team. The core members being, of course, Callum and Mikela. Everyone getting ready, camera guys getting ready, audience is taking their places.
Which was due to start 2 minutes ago, but of course we are trying to get everyone back in, on the bleachers, sitting down, calm down, so that we can start actually presenting the awards to the competitors. And Eric's decided to leave me alone with chat for a bit, so hello guys.
Hey OJ.
Hello.
Do you enjoy that?
Absolutely, I did. I had a bit of a panic when my sheet that I made for everyone just started to break. Thankfully, halfway through, noticed another error, which then, after fixing that error, fixed the original error.
I'm going to eat some of James Molloy's food.
Who's ready? And we are on the way.
All right, we're going to shut up now and let you enjoy the award ceremony.
Hope you enjoy it. We'll be back afterwards.
So we start with 3x3x3 multi-blind. In third place, Mikela Bogdan. In second place, Valby.
So Mikela Bogdan from Poland, he placed third for multi-blind with a best result of 37 out of 42. in 59.22. Second place, Daniel Wallin from Sweden. He solved 35 out of 38 cubes, which means that he has 32 points.
Krzysztof
Boba from Poland, another Polish cuber. He finished first. He won multi-blind, solving 43 out of 50 cubes. Fun fact about Krzysztof, in both attempts he had, so there were 2 attempts, he tried 50 cubes, and in both of them he solved 43 cubes. Yeah, Poland doing traditionally well for multi-blind, and generally they always do well at European Championships. Lots of good blindfolded solvers from Poland.
We have a familiar face, Daniel Wallin.
Daniel Wallin, I mentioned him before. He placed third actually in 5x5. Always very cool to see Daniel memorize. He's very animated when he memorizes.
Daniel actually getting the trifecta. He's got third, second, and first at this event, and 2 firsts.
Yeah, that's right.
Getting a podium in every single blindfolded event. It's very, very impressive.
Martin Vædele making his country proud. Second place for Denmark with 5:34 national record. But again, the winner is from Poland, Kamil Przybylski.
Yeah, really good.
With a time of 4:58. He's the only one that did it within 5 minutes.
Good to see Kamil jumping up and down. He was on crutches when he came to the UK to compete.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Moving on to 4x4x4 blindfolded.
Where did Daniel place second then?
In multi-blind.
Oh, does he have 4 podiums?
Yes.
Wow.
Second in multi-blind, third in 5-blind,
In
and
second
he won
place, also
4
from
and
Denmark,
3-blind.
Daniel Anka Hermansen.
Yeah.
The Danes really doing a number on the 4-blind podium.
And in first place to make a Nordic podium, Daniel Wallin.
Daniel Wallin in first place.
With a European record time of 1:31.4. Very, very impressive his rise to prominence in blindfolded. He's been a very talented all-rounder for ages, and then suddenly, wow, just exploded.
Simon van der Rey, third place in square one. I'm sure he's very happy with his podium place.
In second place,
nearly awkward.
Alessandro, obviously second place here, but he'll be very disappointed he didn't win.
Yeah, definitely.
But he'll be back, I'm sure of it.
And in first place, Michał Kozłowski.
So another Polish win with a continental record we have mentioned before. 6:33 average, Michał Kozłowski.
Yep.
And that is a commanding lead as well. 0.7 seconds for him. The gap to, no, it's even more actually, to second place.
And in Cube, third place, Anthony Lafourcade.
Anthony Lafourcade from France, placing third in Cube. Big support from the French competitors as always.
In second place, Łukasz Boliga.
Łukasz Boliga from Poland, placing second. And another Polish
place,
win.
Cezary Mak.
Cezary Mak from Poland with 2:44.
There must be 100 Polish flags in this venue.
Also noteworthy, Simon Callum and Zain Kanani, who both outperformed the Europeans in this event with 236 and 195 average respectively.
Now we get to Pyraminx.
Now, this will be a proper Polish party. Magdalena Pabiś in third place. She does really, really well at this competition. She's been in so many finals.
Yeah.
She almost had the win. Sadly, messed up a little bit on the last solve with 279, giving her a 211 average. In second place, 209 average, so it's only 0.02 difference. Jakub Hipsza from Poland as well.
And in first place, giving a full Polish podium.
And here he is for the first time, Timon Kolozinski from Poland with a 193 average.
Timon's going to get tired climbing up to that top stack.
Yeah, the top step will have his footprints engraved after this prize ceremony.
And Magdalena getting her PR to get this podium spot.
Now we move on to Pyraminx's cousin, Megaminx. In third place, Sean Moran.
Megaminx third place, getting cheered on by his fellow countrymen. Woo! Third place with 37.23. I remember him doing a very good solve in the first round.
Kevin Gerhardt.
National record, I believe. And Kevin Gerhardt from Germany. It's been quite close. He didn't make it to first place. It's only half a second. But he made podium. 36.59 is his average.
And in first place, Jan Žuš.
No idea how to pronounce his name properly. It's Jan from Poland. 36.03 average, another Polish win.
Sean has indeed.
Jan Žuš. All right.
In clock, third place, Przemysław Rogalski.
Przemysław with a 5, no, he did not get a 592 average. Hubert Hanusiak from Poland got the 592 average in second place. 620 for Przemysław.
And in first place, Jacob Chambers.
It's gonna get loud because Jacob Chambers from the UK has one clock with a 447 average. It's a very, very convincing win.
Three by three, one-handed. In third place, Nicholas Archer.
Nicholas Archer, also from the United Kingdom. This podium is really, really close. Third place, 10.76. Second place, 10.65. And the winner with 10.61. Super, super close.
In second place, Juliette Sébastien.
Juliette Sébastien from France. Second place. She was surely hoping to win this, but she came in second. And a little bit surprising winner because he only seeded 20th in the final.
And in first place,
nobody was really paying attention to him, but we were all wrong because he won with a 10.61 national record. Abris Galler from Hungary.
He cannot believe it at all.
Fewest moves in third place, Mauro Lopez.
In fewest moves with a 25 mean, it's Mauro Moises Ortega Lopez from Spain.
Wearing the Catalonia flag on his back.
His best was a 24, so he did 24, 25, 26.
Jan Bentlager.
Jan Bentlager came in second from Germany. He has a 24-33 average, mean I should say. He did 25-25 and a 23. Simone Ohle, his girlfriend, collects the prize for him as Jan has fallen sick, unfortunately, after securing second place.
And in first place, Cyprian Kovacic.
And another Polish win at this Euros.
Very convincingly, 22.67 mean. So he has a 24, a 22, and another 22. Very nicely done by Cyprian. If you want to see his solutions, you can go to the Facebook group of Fewest Moves. You can definitely check his solutions out there.
3x3x3, blindfolded. In third place, Krzysztof Bober.
Krzysztof Bober from Poland. He also made it to the third place in blindfolded. We've seen him before.
I think all of these faces are familiar for the podium.
Yeah. So Krzysztof Bober, he has won multi-blind, came in third for 3x3 blind. Third place 2088, second place 2082 by Martin Wille Egdal.
And in first place, Daniel Wallin.
There he is again, from Sweden, Daniel Wallin. He was the only one that did a sub-20.
Getting high fives from everyone in the crowd as he runs around.
After his solve, the whole bench here did the best just hands they could. Applauding him silently. But now we can applaud him loudly. Daniel Wallin, congratulations.
And now these are
7x7. Richard Delacoste in third place.
Now we go to the cube events, the traditional speed cubing events. Richard Delacoste from Switzerland with a 220 mean for 7x7. That's a national record.
In second place, Kieran Behan.
Kieran Behan from Ireland came in second, 2 minute 3:93 average, mean I should say. And Timon Kolozinski securing another win. He said he didn't practice 7x7 that much, but still pulled out a 157 mean continental record out of his head.
Six by six, one of your wonderful announcers from this entire event. Third place, Celine Tran.
Celine Tran from Norway making it to third place. I was very happy to see that. She's been working very hard this competition, being one of the MCs.
Yep, she mentioned, I had a quick chat with her afterwards and she said,
second place, Kieran Behan.
I didn't expect to do as well as I did. I just sort of went for it. I already got a good time at Norwegian Championships.
Kieran in second spot. He's a very popular cuber, obviously. And Timon with another win. He secured the win with 121.88 mean. Now the cubes will get smaller and smaller as we move on to the 5x5 cube. Another Swiss podium for Richard Delacoste. Finished third in 5x5 as well.
In second place, Kieran Behan.
Here he is again, Kieran Behan from Ireland, 45.85 average.
again, Timon Kolozinski.
And with almost a 5-second lead, Timon Kolozinski convincingly wins 5x5 with a 40.98 average.
The crowd favorite in third place, Kieran Villa.
Kieran Villa is back for 4x4 podium. He came in third. Gotta love this guy. Also, if you're interested in finding out how to solve the 5x5 or the 4x4 with Yao, check out his YouTube channel. In second place, Timon Kolozinski with a 24.76 average. Also a shout out to Ari Randers Persson with a 24.37 average from the US. And the winner of 4x4 European champion Sebastian Weil from Germany with a 22.35 average. Sebastian, the only one that could deny Timon a first place in this competition. Well done to him.
Two by two cube in third place, Diego Flell.
The cube gets even smaller and smaller. We move on to the 2x2 podium. In third place from France, Diego Frey with a 174 average. That 2x2 finals, I remember, was very, very tight. So if you've missed it, definitely rewatch it. In second place from Finland, Linus Loren, 168 average. Before we get to our European champion, shout out to Zain Kanani with a 119 average from the United States.
I'm surprised I haven't heard a trille talvatan.
And defending his title, now from the Netherlands, Anthony Paterakis. His average was 145.
Just leaves us with the main event. In third place, with an average of 7.01 from Germany, Kevin Gerhardt.
In third place, 3x3 from Germany, Kevin Gerhardt with a 7.01 average of 5.
In second place, also from Germany, with an average of 6.51, Sebastian Weyer.
Half a second faster than his countryman, Sebastian Weyer with a 6.51. He secures his back-to-back podiums in major competitions. He improved on his third place for Worlds because he now came in second.
But he did get second in the last Euros. So he's kept his position at second.
Oh, really?
Yep, Philip came third at the last Euros.
Yes, I said he improved. He improved.
Well, some Worlds.
Yeah, some Worlds. Yeah.
But he came second in the last Euros.
Oh, he improved from Worlds, not from Euros.
Yeah.
And your winner of this Rubik's WCA European Championships 2022 for the 3x3 category, Timon Kolozinski from Poland with an amazing 6.17 average in the finals.
And he gets the new perpetual trophy, which is engraved with the names of all former winners of the European Championship, and Timon's will be the next to be added to this trophy.
So Timon wins this new trophy with all the names of the previous winners of the European Championship. So his name will be engraved next to that of Mats Valk, the previous one. And if he keeps continuing like this, I'm sure his name will pop up again. So now, I hope it's finally time that Timon will tell us where the next European Championships is going to take place.
Ooh, yes.
I am really excited to find out.
Normally, I'm the type of person who sneaks in somebody's DMs, find out where it is, but I actually
So we didn't want to
know.
leave you on a low note of having to leave the competition. Thank you all for coming. You've been great. Thank you to all the staff who have helped out. Some of you have pulled shifts that you weren't asked to do, and especially the leaders have really put in a lot of hours over these last 4 days. So a couple of months ago, we put out a call for applications for the 2024 European Championship. On behalf of the selection committee, we would like Timon Koliczynski as the winner of 3x3 to announce the location of the 2024 European Championship. Go ahead.
Pamplona, Spain.
We're going back to Spain.
Big shit on the Spanish cubers here. They're happy that they have brought home the next European Championships 2024, which will be in Pamplona, Spain. James instantly getting online to look for flights.
So Pamplona is in northern Spain. I think it's in the Basque region.
It's close to the previous European Championships, which were held in the north of Spain as well, 2008 in Bilbao.
Yes, that's true.
We do not know the dates yet, but it will be in 2024.
Yep. I'm assuming it will be around summertime as usual, so of course it will be very hot, being on the Iberian Peninsula.
Indeed.
Yes.
Big hand to all the organizers of this competition. They've done an amazing job. All competitors have done an amazing job.
And now the venue's 2 hours of people saying,
bye.
Oh, bye.
When's your next competition going to be? Oh, I'm not going to that one.
When are you coming to the UK? When are you coming to Spain? When are you coming to Finland?
We're organizing in Ireland. Are you coming there as well?
But thank you everyone for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed this Rubik's WCA European Championship 2022 stream. We've been here for 10-hour days, for 4 straight days, and it's officially over.
I'm sad. I'm a little bit sad.
I'm very sad.
But lots to look forward to. We've got Worlds in Seoul next year, and then we now know that Euros will be in Pamplona, Spain in 2024.
So I want to thank Oliver Wheat, Chris Mills and James Molloy for joining me on the stream. It's been amazing. They've done an amazing job. Thank you guys. I couldn't imagine a better team to do it with. Also a shout out to our AV team, because they have been doing an incredible job. They had no experience in filming Speedcubing, but they have done an incredible job. Great job, guys. All I can say is thanks for watching.
See you later.
Keep cubing.
I've got some final remarks if you want.
Happy cubing.
Stay hydrated. Drink plenty of water. Brush your teeth twice a day. Don't stay up past your bedtime.
Have you got the shield still,
Eat your 5 fruit and veg. An apple a day keeps the doctor away. Wear your seatbelt. Look both ways when you cross the road. Drink responsibly. Stay in school. Tell your parents or guardians that you love them. Work smarter, not harder.
Brilliant. We'll probably get a new one with more
when
shields, because
cycling.
we only had like 8
Don't
shields
feed the
on it
pigeons.
anyway.
Treat others as you would like to be treated.
That'd be sick.
Schlaft
All right.
gut via
Have a safe
Bruder.
flight.
Don't sit on the stairs. And finally, if you see something which doesn't look right, speak to staff or text the British Transport Police on 61016. We'll sort it. See it, say it, sort it.
Chat's going fucking crazy. Someone clip that.